The process was unbelievably smooth. Based on Lu Zhou's previous of activating birth charts, the life heart would draw a distinct place on its position in the birth palace. However, the divine soul pearl drew a circular pattern when it sank into the birth palace. Moreover, there was no pain nor discomfort when it sank into his birth palace. Clack! A small noise rang in the air as the divine soul pearl sank completely into the circular sunken hole in the birth palace. Then, it began to glow brightly. Following that, 3 distinct noises rang in the air before the sunken hole covered the divine soul pearl completely. This was beyond Lu Zhou's understanding. Based on his experience, after the divine soul pearl was embedded in his birth palace, it should start absorbing vitality energy to form his 12th birth chart. However, the divine soul pearl had directly sunk into his birth palace. He reached out and touched his birth palace. It was flat and smooth, showing no signs that the divine soul pearl had just sunk in. It looked as though the birth palace had just swallowed his divine soul pearl like an egg. What was going on? He studied it for a while, but there was no movement at all. Then, he thought perhaps he had already activated his 12th birth chart. He brought his astrolabe out to have a look, but there was no 12th birth chart to be seen. Lu Zhou frowned. Then, he decided to wait for changes while he checked his system. Merit points, 282,760. He would have more merit points if he did not synthesize 2 enhanced Thunderblast cards. Lu Wu had destroyed 50 birth charts altogether, earning him a lot of merit points. Remaining lifespan, 1,728,042 days, 4,734 years. Lu Zhou looked at his birth palace again. The Divine Soul Pearl holds all of Tian Wu's abilities, but I can only obtain 1 birth chart from it. What a pity. If the energy in the pearl can be replenished, it'd be a good weapon. Lu Zhou recalled when Tuoba Siqing used the Divine Soul Pearl earlier. Indeed, it was powerful. I hope I'll obtain a good ability. While Lu Zhou was lost in his thoughts, his birth palace suddenly shone. Following that, he felt a surging power in his Dantian Sea of Qi striking the wall of his Sea of Qi. This caught him unprepared. The first wave of primal Qi striking the wall of his Sea of Qi brought pain with it. He hurriedly mobilized his divine power to alleviate the pain. Then, he withstood the second wave, the third wave, and the fourth wave of energy. His cultivation was increasing tremendously. Bang! The force of the impact grew stronger and stronger with each passing wave. The Sea of Qi was like a container. There were 2 situations where the wall of the Sea of Qi would break. 1, it was forcibly broken, resulting in death or injury. 2, it broke naturally on its own to expand in size. The second situation would happen when a new wall of the Sea of Qi formed, causing the old wall of the Sea of Qi to break. Bang! Lu Zhou grunted as blood trickled out of the corner of his mouth. The primal Qi is too violent. Lu Zhou muttered to himself as his eyes burned. He did not expect it to be so fierce. Although this wave of energy injured him slightly, his cultivation was increasing greatly. Following that, he prepared to withstand the next wave of attack. He raised his hand and silently chanted the mantra for the power of healing. In just a moment, his injury was healed. He could also sense his divine power was stronger than before. Bang! During this wave of attack, he heard a distinct sound as the wall of his Sea of Qi shattered. Primal Qi instantly flooded into his Dantian Sea of Qi and circulated through his 8 extraordinary meridians in a frenzy. He hurriedly strengthened his meridians with his divine power. His meridians seemed to change colors as Primal Qi continued to surge crazily. Primal Qi continued to surge endlessly, not showing any signs of stopping. Lu Zhou closed his eyes and endured the impact from the energy using his divine power. At the same time, after Mingxirin found an isolated place, he patted Xianxia and said, "Don't make trouble next time. Lord Jinan was not someone you could afford to provoke. Woof, 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 woof. I won't stoop to your level and bicker with you. Make sure it doesn't happen again," Mingxirin said. Xianxia barked twice before it lay on the ground and began to chew on something. "Hey, what are you eating?" "Woof." Xianxia snarled as though it was going to bite. "Hey, Are you trying to protect your food from me? Mingshi asked. Then he lifted his hand and launched a palm seal at Xianxia. Naturally, the force of the palm seal was not strong and only pushed it to the side. Xianxia whimpered, looking aggrieved, before it spat out the thing in its mouth. Mingshi wished he did not see it. It was quite disgusting. It looked like a moldy grilled sausage, and it smelled strange as well. He waved his hand and covered his nose. What's this? How can you eat this? Hurry up. Take it away. Xianxia picked the thing up and looked at Mingshi disdainfully before it walked to the side and continued chewing on it. Don't fucking waste my time in the future, Mingshi said contemptuously. Xianxia ignored him and continued chewing. Mingshi sat cross-legged on the ground and began to cultivate. After the fusion at the Pillar of Destruction, he could clearly feel his cultivation speed had increased by many times. Coupled with the effect of the Pillar of Impermanence, even if he did nothing now, his cultivation speed was still faster compared to the time cultivated diligently on the mountain. Everything about the Great Void Seed is amazing. Mingshi manifested his lotus. He was about to place a Beast King's life heart into it when, fourth junior brother. Mingshi was startled. He hurriedly put his lotus away and turned to look at the source of the voice. Second senior brother. I didn't mean to interrupt your cultivation, Xianxia said with a slight smile. No, it's fine. I wonder why second senior brother came to look for me. Mingshi said. Fourth junior brother, you gained the Pillar of Destruction's recognition and fused with the Great Void energy there. I believe your cultivation must have improved tremendously. I wonder if we can spar. Xianxia replied honestly. Mingshi took a step back. Second senior brother, you think too highly of me. Even if you give me 100 Great Void Seeds, I still won't be a match for you. The difference in our strength is too great. Xianxia smiled faintly. Then there's more reason for you to hone your skills by sparring. I'll see you tomorrow at this time. I won't leave until I see you. With that, Xianxia flew away like a swallow. Second senior brother. Mingshi called out before he sat down with a dumbfounded expression on his face. He muttered to himself, what bad luck. If this continues, I'll be tortured to death by second senior brother. Even if I obtained the Pillar of Destruction's recognition and fused with the Great Void energy in there, my cultivation won't improve immediately. It won't be enough even if I've passed the first birth trial. I have to pass the second birth trial as soon as possible. Birth trial. At this time, Xianxia walked out from behind a tree with his hands clasped on his back. He walked over on foot without utilizing any energy, shocking Mingshi. It's over. Similar to second senior brother, eldest senior brother must want to use me as a practice tool. No, I have to strike first. Having learned from his mistake, Mingshi spoke first. Eldest senior brother, you're late. Late for what? I've already agreed to spar with second senior brother tomorrow, Mingshi said. Xianxia frowned. Is that so? Why would I lie to you? It's not like you don't know what second senior brother is like. I'm afraid after I spar with him I'll be bedridden, Mingshi said with a sigh, wearing an aggrieved expression on his face. When he saw Xianxia nodding his head, joy blossomed in his heart despite the aggrieved and pitiful expression on his face. Xianxia patted Mingshi shoulder and said, how about this? I'll spar with you this afternoon. I'll teach you how to deal with the Guiyuan sword technique. With that, you won't lose too badly tomorrow. All right, it's settled then. Don't worry, I'll restrain my strength, Xianxia said before he walked away with his hands on his back. Mingshi. Lu Zhou continued to endure the waves of primal qi surging in his Dantian sea of qi. He could feel that the activation of his birth chart had reached a very critical stage. He quickly activated his purple glazed ceramic to ward of any possible accidents. Bang! Lu Zhou grunted in pain again. What's going on? The wall has just been broken, so why isn't it stopping? The breaking of the wall of a sea of qi had to be done step by step. Before the old wall broke, the new and bigger wall would form outside the old wall first. However, now not only was his new wall unformed, but the energy kept trying to break the old wall down completely. This was tantamount to suicide. The divine soul pearl is really dangerous. Lu Zhou's mind was racing as he thought of ways to stabilize his condition. Lu Zhou could feel the waves of energy crashing against the wall in his sea of qi. Moreover, it felt as though the wall would break soon. He hurriedly pushed his hand out, doubling the speed of the pillar of impermanence. From being 15 times faster, it was now 30 times faster. With the help from the purple glazed ceramic, the recovery speed of his divine power increased a little. Unfortunately, it was still insufficient, unable to keep up with the absorption rate. It would not be too bad if he only had to maintain the wall in his sea of qi. The problem was the impact of the divine soul pearl was too strong. Let's speed it up. Lu Zhou smacked his hand on the ground. The pillar of impermanence that was hidden underground enlarged as its speed increased 100 times. It's still not enough. Lu Zhou frowned. The divine power could barely keep up with his sea of qi's absorption rate. At this moment, he suddenly remembered he had 2 avatars. Since he had been in the 1,000-realm whirling stage for so long, sometimes he would forget the blue avatar. It had gotten better after the blue avatar evolved into 100 Tribulations Insight avatar. 100 Tribulations Insight avatar. He manifested his blue avatar. It was still under the effect of the concealment card. Then, he used his blue avatar to maintain the wall of the Sea of Qi. Fortunately, the blue 100 Tribulations Insight avatar was just enough to balance the absorption rate. With that, the wall slowly stabilized. Tranquility returned to his Sea of Qi as well. Lu Zhou looked at his birth palace. Previously, there was a ball of light, which looked like a golden egg, at the place where he had embedded the divine soul pearl. However, now there were 2 balls of light. 2. Lu Zhou was puzzled. There was no reason for another ball of light to appear. He closed his eyes and tried to sense the inside of his birth palace. There seemed to be 2 objects under the surface of his birth palace. Moreover, the 2 balls of light were brimming with energy. Everything that had happened since he embedded the divine soul pearl into his birth palace was beyond his understanding. He was quite familiar with the process of activating birth charts, but what he was experiencing now was new to him. Forget it. I can only take it one step at a time. The increase in speed of the Pillar of Impermanence by 100 times made the people of the Evil Sky Pavilion both excited and anxious. They were excited because the increase in speed meant they could quickly improve their cultivation. On the other hand, they were anxious because improving too quickly could cause their foundations to become unstable. Moreover, they were also losing their lifespan faster. Trading lifespan for cultivation was like drinking poison to quench one's thirst. 3 days later, in the forest, after a round of sparring, Mingshi sat on the ground with a swollen face. His old and new injuries made him look incredibly miserable. After Xianxia sheathed his sword, he smiled. You've improved tremendously compared to before. However, you still need to work hard. Mingshi said with an aggrieved expression on his face. Thank you for your guidance, second senior brother. Courage comes from failures. With the recognition from the Pillar of Destruction, I believe you will soon catch up to me, Xianxia said. Second senior brother, you seem much stronger than when we were in Great Tang's capital, Mingshi said. Is that so? Xianxia did not feel much when he heard these words. It's true, Mingshi said. I've fused with the Great Void Seed, so my progress isn't slow at all. In fact, both of their cultivation speeds were increasing. Xianxia smiled faintly. Perhaps it has something to do with the new cultivation path. The new cultivation path? Ever since I severed my lotus, my cultivation path has been filled with obstacles. After coming to the unknown land, the path has become smoother. Moreover, the feeling of an impending breakthrough is getting more and more intense recently, Xianxia said. Mingshi bowed. Then, I'll congratulate you in advance, second senior brother. Xianxia looked at Mingshi with a look of approval as he said, Your talent is extraordinary. Now that you've received the recognition from the Pillar of Destruction, you must not waste this good opportunity. Yes, I'll remember second senior brother's words, Mingshi said. Xianxia nodded. Then he flew away as gracefully as a swan. After Xianxia disappeared from sight, Mingshi shook his head helplessly. After checking his surroundings, he muttered under his breath, "Those two freaks." 1 month later, under the effect of the Pillar of Impermanence, a month outside was equivalent to 100 months in the range of the pillar. At this time, the people of the Evil Sky Pavilion had grown even more anxious. After all, they had lost almost 10 years of life. Even if they progressed tremendously, they still did not feel at ease. At the same time, Lu Zhou also felt anxious and uneasy. He had thought it would be easy to activate his 12th birth chart using the Divine Soul Pearl. Alas, not only was it not easy, but it was very difficult. Moreover, this was with the help of the purple glazed ceramic and the Pillar of Impermanence. If he were to cultivate normally, it would likely take him 10 years. As expected of the Divine Soul Pearl, that was the result of all of Tian Wu's life hearts fusing together. At this time, 3 waves of energy surged back and forth in his Dantian Sea of Qi. As for his birth palace, there were now 3 orbs of light shining faintly. He still could not figure out the reason for this. Is it time? Lu Zhou felt like the 3 waves of energy were about to break the wall of his Sea of Qi at any time now. The stalemate was finally about to come to an end. His instinct told him that period of time was a golden opportunity. Without destruction, there can be no construction. Lu Zhou smacked his hand on the ground. A small surge of divine energy from the Blue 100 Tribulation's Insight Avatar and his remaining divine energy gathered at once. The Pillar of Impermanence's speed increased from 100 times to 5,000 times in an instant. Swoosh! A faint vortex appeared within a radius of 1,000 meters. The people of the Evil Sky Pavilion were shocked when they sensed the tremendous change. After Lu Zhou withdrew his divine power from his Dantian Sea of Qi, the 3 waves of energy grew even stronger. Bang! The wall of his Sea of Qi finally broke. Following that, Lu Zhou saw a magical scene. The areas the 3 light orbs hovered above were finally revealed. Under the first light orb was a distinct circular birth chart zone in the location the pearl goes out to sea. The second orb seemed unstable as it darted around before rushing toward the edge of the lotus seat. Bang! At this moment, a leaf sprouted from the edge of the lotus seat where the second orb of light hit. I sprouted the 11th leaf? At this time, Lu Zhou recalled what Xianxia had said. At that time, she said there was a mistake with her cultivation. She should have sprouted her 11th leaf after her 12th birth chart, not the 13th birth chart. This meant that the circular zone under the first light orb was his 12th birth chart. Then what about his second birth trial? At this time, the third light orb formed a circular zone as well. It was fixed at the position that was called the radiant sun and moon. What an apt name considering the 2 light orbs that shone like the sun and the moon. With this, his birth palace stabilized, and his Sea of Qi gained a new wall. The restless primal Qi and energy calmed down as well. 11 leaves and 13 birth charts? Lu Zhou was surprised. He improved so much with just the Divine Soul Pearl. This was beyond his expectations. Although the process was difficult, the rewards were proportionate. Buzz! The lotus began to spin at this moment. When Lu Zhou regained his senses, he discovered the vitality energy in his surroundings was raging. The Pillar of Impermanence's speed was too fast. He hurriedly retracted his hand and shouted, "Withdraw!" Bang! The Pillar of Impermanence flew back into his hand, but energy was still overflowing from his lotus. As he looked at his lotus that would not stop spinning, he said, "Release." With that, the lotus grew 1,000 times bigger. Boom! 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 The surrounding towering trees were cut by the spinning golden lotus. At this time, while the golden lotus was spinning, the 2 circular zones suddenly unleashed a wave of tsunami-like energy each. Boom! The water vapor in the air turned into ice immediately as frost covered the ground. Following that, water lotuses that looked like snowflakes flew out in all directions. They shot past thousands of trees, cutting them in halves. Lu Zhou. It seemed like the Divine Soul Pearl helped him directly pass the second birth trial. This was his second birth trial ability, the water lotus storm. Meanwhile, the members of the Evil Sky Pavilion brought out their astrolabes to block the water lotuses. Lu Zhou's first birth trial ability was the Flaming Golden Lotus. Karmic would rage around his golden lotus as it launched smaller flaming lotuses, covered a very wide range. His second birth trial ability, the Water Lotus Storm, had explosive power. It seemed to be a fusion of his Ice Seal ability and Tian Wu's ability to manipulate water. Although only a small amount was used to cast the Water Lotus Storm, its force surprised Lu Zhou. The water lotuses cut down all the trees they shot past. At the same time, a biting chill settled on the flowers and plants, stealing the abundant vitality of nature. Lu Zhou had wondered more than once how the trees, plants, and flowers thrived in the unknown land where the sun was hidden all year round. This meant there was no such thing as photosynthesis. How did the trees and flowers stay lush? Lu Zhou shook his head. The world was filled with mysteries. He was not a scientist or explorer, so there was no need for him to dwell on this kind of question. Everyone from the Devil Sky Pavilion held their astrolabes to block the water lotuses. Fortunately, the water lotus storm was cast from the overflow of energy from Lu Zhou's lotus. Hence, its force was not deadly. Most of them were only pushed a few dozen meters back. The water lotus storm only lasted for a short while before it gradually calmed down until it completely disappeared. The forest was quiet again. No, it could no longer be called a forest when the trees had all turned into stumps. After Yan Zhenluo and Lu Li put away their astrolabes, Kong Wen and his brothers flew over from the distance, followed by Yu Zhenghai, Yu Shangrong, Ming Shiyin, Little Yuaner, and Conk. "What's Pavilion Master doing?" Kong Wen murmured. Everyone turned to look at him. Apart from looking disheveled, he seemed fine. Yu Zhenghai asked, "Are you okay?" "I'm fine. I was just caught off guard," Kong Wen said sheepishly. "You'll get used to it. Let me give you another piece of advice. In the future, when the Pavilion Master cultivates, no matter how curious you are, don't go near him," Yan Zhenluo said. Kong Wen nodded. Since the moment he and his brothers joined the Evil Sky Pavilion, they would have been beaten black and blue until they were bedridden if it were not for Yan Zhenluo telling them about the various unspoken rules in the pavilion. For example, Yan Zhenluo had told them not to provoke or offend the elder and little ancestors in the Evil Sky Pavilion. Without Lu Zhou's orders, the others naturally did not dare to approach. Lu Zhou observed his Dantian's sea of qi. It had already returned to normal. He nodded. His cultivation had improved significantly. Then he looked at the system panel. Remaining lifespan, 4,096,862 days, 11,224 years. My lifespan was not absorbed at all. Not only did he not lose his lifespan while activating his 12th birth chart, but his lifespan had increased tremendously as well. Activating the 12th birth chart increased one's life by 500 years. Sprouting the 11th leaf and activating the 13th birth chart gave him 3,000 years respectively. Altogether, he had gained 6,500 years of life. Usually, activating a birth chart required 3,000 years of life. However, with the Divine Soul Bead, the process did not require his lifespan at all. The Divine Soul Pearl directly activated 2 birth charts, sprouted a leaf, and helped him pass his second birth trial. This rate of improvement was probably unprecedented. At this time, Lu Zhou recalled the speed of the Pillar of Impermanence. Compared to the past, the speed was admittedly abnormally fast. Lu Zhou transmitted his voice to the others. "Come here." The people from the Evil Sky Pavilion rushed over immediately. "Greetings, Pavilion Master." "Greetings, Master." Lu Zhou turned around and swept his gaze across everyone. It was clear their cultivation and strength were better than before. Then, he looked at Lu Li and asked, "How's the effect of the blue crystal?" Lu Li replied respectfully, "The great void energy from the blue crystal is strong. With its help, my birth palace has expanded. Thanks to the Pillar of Impermanence, I'll be able to activate my next birth chart soon." "Congratulations," Yan Zhenluo said. The others followed suit and congratulated Lu Li as well. Lu Zhou nodded. Then, he put his hands on his back and said, "Report your cultivation." Yan Zhenlua was the first to reply. He said, I'm fortunate enough to have activated 7 birth charts. Lu Li said, 5 birth charts. Kongwen scratched his head and said, I just activated my 5th birth chart. Kong Wu, Zhang Qian, and Zhang Laosi had 4 birth charts. Although they were weaker than the others due to their time in the unknown land, they had many survival skills. These skills were able to make up for their weaker cultivation bases. Yu Zhang cleared his throat and loudly said, 8 birth charts. Lu Zhou did not find it surprising. After all, Yu Zhenghai had passed his first birth trial using Lu Wu's Ice Seal ability. After passing the birth trial, the activation of the 7th and 8th birth charts was rather easy. It was akin to activating the 1st and 2nd birth charts. Moreover, under the effect of the Pillar of Impermanence, Yu Zhenghai had 10 years to cultivate. 11 leaves, Yu Shangrong said. Everyone exchanged a look. 11 leaves meant that Yu Shangrong's cultivation was standing still. They knew Yu Shangrong had taken an unusual path of cultivation. However, after such a long time, he still only had 11 leaves. Something did not seem right to them. Did you reach a bottleneck? Lu Zhou asked. Yu Shangrong was quite calm as he replied, No, I think I'll have a breakthrough soon. Lu Li said with a slight frown on his face. If we follow this trajectory, the breakthrough will be when you sprout the 12th leaf. Human cultivators can only sprout 12 leaves at most. That's the limit, right? Only 12 leaves? It's just something I heard. I heard that after activating the 12th birth chart, you can sprout the 11th leaf, and after activating the 24th birth chart, you'll be able to sprout the 12th leaf. Mr. Second, I've never heard of anyone who could sprout the 11th and 12th leaves without activating birth charts. Lu Li said apologetically. It was destined that Yu Shangrong would not have anyone's experience to refer to. He was destined to be the pioneer. So you can't sprout any leaves after activating 36 birth charts? I don't know. After all, no one has seen a cultivator who's able to activate all 36 birth charts. There's nothing in the ancient books either, Kongwen said. Conk asked curiously, even supreme beings don't have 36 birth charts? I don't know about the ways of supreme beings. I'm afraid we'll have to ask the pavilion master, Kongwen said as he turned to look at Lu Zhou. Everyone turned to look at Lu Zhou. Lu Zhou's expression did not change. His voice was low and contained a hint of reproach as he said, Don't bite off more than you can chew. Focus on the present. Naturally, no one dared to persist on that line of questioning. Ming Shirin spoke up at this moment. I believe everything will be all right. Originally, there were no roads were paved by men. Hence, I believe second senior brother will be able to carve out his own path. Yu Shangrong nodded and smiled confidently. Thank you for your words. In fact, compared to the conventional cultivation path, I prefer this path. If the path is too easy, it'll blunt my sword. After a brief moment of silence, Duanmusheng raised his overlord spear and said, I think my strength is about that of a 3 or 4 chart cultivator. Lu Zhou nodded. Although Duanmusheng had yet to sprout his 11th leaf and was still absorbing life hearts to improve, his actual combat strength was indeed that of a 3 or 4 chart cultivator. Then Lu Zhou looked at Ming Shirin. Ming Shirin said, I'm not talented. I only have 4 birth charts. 4th senior brother, it's more than that, right? Moreover, you were acknowledged by the Pillar of Destruction, Little Yuaner said. At this time, Yu Shangrong said with a smile, If I'm not mistaken, 4th junior brother should have at least 7 birth charts. Everyone was shocked. Ming Shirin looked at Yu Shangrong awkwardly. 2nd senior brother, must you be so straightforward? You've already used me as your practice tool. Must you expose me as well? 7 birth charts? Lu Zhou looked at Ming Shirin. Ming Shirin forced a smile on his face and said, I really can't hide anything from Master. Little Yuaner skipped forward at this moment and said excitedly, Master, I have 2 birth charts. I'm getting a step closer to 2nd senior brother now. I'll definitely surpass 2nd senior brother in 5 years. Naturally, when Little Yuaner said 5 years, she meant the ordinary flow of time. Yu Shangrong smiled slightly and said, "Where there's a will, there's a way. Moreover, I'm very happy that I'm ninth junior sister's goal." Yu Zhenghai. Ninth junior sister, you can't be rash. You have the golden lotus, so it's a completely different cultivation path from your second senior brother, Yu Zhenghai said. Little Yuaner scratched her head. It seems like eldest senior brother has a point. Lu Zhou said, "That's enough." Conk bowed and said, "Master, I'm the same as ninth senior sister. It took a longer time, but I've activated my second birth chart as well." Since the two girls spent a lot of time together, they were privy to each other's cultivation progress. Although they both had two birth charts, the difference between their strength was like heaven and earth. Moreover, the difference would only become more obvious as time passed. Lu Zhou looked at Conk and said, "Originally, we're told you're from the unknown land, but it seems very unlikely now." During this time, Conk had also thought about this matter. She was no longer anxious about investigating her origins and had decided to let nature take its course. Since she came to the unknown land, she began to feel it was unlikely that she came from here due to the harsh environment. At this moment, Lu Wu lowered its head from above and said, "A human is approaching." Everyone turned to look at Lu Wu. "Who?" Mingshi Yin said sarcastically, "The unknown land is so vast. Who else knows we're here apart from that person?" "Zhao Yu." Lu Wu nodded before it lifted its head again. Everyone flew up into the air and drew level in front of Lu Wu. Lu Zhou looked in the western direction and saw about 4 or 5 people. In just a moment, the 5 people arrived. The leader was Zhao Yu, who was dressed in a brocade silk robe. Zhao Yu said happily, "Old sir, you're still here. Feels like it's been 3 years since we last saw each other." "I've missed you." Mingshi Yin rolled his eyes. "Stop flattering my master. With your cultivation base, you still dare to come to the unknown land? Moreover, the imbalance is getting worse. Aren't afraid of being eaten alive." Zhao Yu waved his hand and said, "I've learned from my mistakes. This time, I brought a capable general along." He turned slightly and glanced at the people around him. "Hurry up and greet the old sir." At this time, the people of the Evil Sky Pavilion looked at the middle-aged man standing slightly behind Zhao Yu. He was tall and muscular and had an extraordinary bearing. He had a slight beard, and his eyes were piercing, carrying a trace of killing intent. He was wearing a soldier's armor and red cape, and a sword, which was only used by generals, hung at his waist. "I'm Shi Qishu. I've heard many great things about old sir. After meeting you today, you're indeed as extraordinary as I've heard." Shi Qishu's voice was sonorous and powerful. He exuded the air of a veteran on the battlefield and the smell of blood. Everyone could tell Shi Qishu was not simple. "Eh?" Shi Qishu suddenly turned to Mingshi Yin. "Little brother, your killing intent is very strong." Lu Zhou glanced at Mingshi Yin from the corners of his eyes, and Mingshi Yin's killing intent vanished immediately. At this time, Zhao Yu hastily said with a hint of reproach, "General Shi, don't be rude." "General?" Lu Zhou looked at Shi Qishu indifferently. Shi Qishu cupped his fists together and said, "I'm just a martial artist. My etiquette isn't up to par. I hope you won't take offense, old sir." Lu Zhou shifted his gaze from Shi Qishu to Zhao Yu. "Why are you looking for me?" "Yi Zheng is dead," Zhao Yu said. Lu Zhou was not surprised. He nodded. "At least they know what's good for them. The 4 elders of Yannan's blessed land wanted to meet you. However, they did not know how to find you, so they looked for me instead. Hence, I came looking for you," Zhao Yu explained. Moreover, after Venerable Tuoba's death, all his disciples went to Yannan's blessed land to cause a ruckus. Yannan is now in a state of chaos. Mingshi Yin said, "They deserve it." That being said, the Tuoba clan doesn't believe Venerable Master Tuoba is dead. "I have a feeling they will make a move on the Golden Lotus domain," Zhao Yu said. Lu Zhou frowned slightly upon hearing the latter part of Zhao Yu's words. Zhao Yu continued to say, "I heard they're working with Venerable Master Qin. It's really unbelievable." "Oh, Qin Runyue is rather bold," Mingshi Yin said. I heard that the young master of the Qin clan died there. He's been looking for a chance to exact revenge. Zhao Yu suddenly stopped talking. His eyes widened as realization dawned on him. No, it can't be what I'm thinking, right? Why not? Ming Shiyin raised an eyebrow. Zhao Yu. Shi Qishu was puzzled by the conversation. Lu Zhou was still frowning. Fortunately, Zhao Yu came to look for him today. Otherwise, if he continued to cultivate for another few months, he would not have known his base had been destroyed. Lu Zhou said, "Since you're here, lead the way." Upon hearing this, Zhao Yu's shocked expression disappeared. Instead, a smile appeared on his face before he bowed and said, "Old sir, I have something that can send all of you directly to the Green Lotus domain." Then, Zhao Yu brought out a piece of jade that swirled with different colors from the brocade pouch at his waist before he said, "I have a collective teleportation jade talisman. This is a treasure." Kong Wen's eyes widened in shock. Of course, each of these jade talismans is priceless. The one in my hand can be exchanged for a city, Zhao Yu said. At this moment, Shi Qishu frowned and interjected, "Young master, what are you doing?" "General Shi, don't interrupt me," Zhao Yu said, glaring at Shi Qishu. Lu Zhou naturally understood Zhao Yu's meaning. He asked bluntly, "What do you want in exchange?" Zhao Yu's expression turned solemn as he said with a bow, "A snow lotus and a blood ginseng. You're really shameless. What can you do if we don't give it to you?" "Hand over the jade talisman," Ming Shiyin said indignantly. To stop himself from acting rashly, Shi Qishu had to keep reminding himself of the various instructions his young master had given him prior to coming to this place. In the end, he could only look away with a solemn expression on his face. However, as soon as he turned away, he came face to face with Lu Wu that was as strong as a venerable master. He was so frightened that he almost jumped back. At this moment, Zhao Yu suddenly grew bold and said, "I need those things to save people. If it weren't for that, how would I dare to negotiate with you, old sir? I hope you'll agree, old sir." Then, Zhao Yu fell to his knees in the air and held the jade talisman out with two hands. Ming Shiyin did not say anything this time. Instead, he looked at his master. Nary a ripple could be seen on Lu Zhou's face. No one knew what he was thinking. After a moment, he waved his sleeve and said, "I won't take advantage of you." Yan Jinlua understood Lu Zhou's meaning and brought out a snow lotus and blood ginseng from his bag before handing them to Zhao Yu. No one knew why, but Zhao Yu's eyes reddened when he received the two items. He was slightly excited and carefully put them away. Then, he handed the jade talisman to Yan Jinlua. Shi Qishu was surprised when he saw the snow lotus and blood ginseng as well. "You just need to crush the jade talisman to use it. However, I'm afraid Lu Wu won't be transported over since it's too big. Perhaps, if you reduce the number of people, it might be able to follow you there." Lu Wu said, "I'm too lazy to go anywhere." Duan Mushang leaped down from Lu Wu's back and moved to stand with the others. Then, everyone, including Wizard and Xiong Qi, stood together before Yan Jinlua crushed the jade talisman. The jade talisman vanished into spots of white light as it floated around the ground of people, weaving a circle of light. Then, a beam of light shot up into the sky, shrouding the group of people. When the pillar of light disappeared, everyone was gone. Lu Wu looked at the empty sky. Then, it turned around to look at the forest that was no longer a forest before it exhaled freezing energy, freezing everything that was 100 meters in front of it. 15 minutes later, everyone appeared on a cloud platform. The sun hung high in the sky, and the sky was blue. "Master, it's the sun." Little Yuaner pointed at the sky. She was so excited that she could barely calm down. The oppressive feeling from the unknown land was swept away immediately, evaporated by the sunlight. Everyone greedily breathed in the fresh air under the sunlight. This is the Green Lotus domain. This is the royal family's cloud platform. However, due to the rarity of this jade talisman, almost no one uses it. Hence, it's not very well maintained. I've prepared a flying chariot beforehand. "Everyone, please come with me," Zhao Yu said. There was a pergola at the exit of the cloud platform, and next to the pergola was a flying chariot. Although the flying chariot was not big, it could easily carry dozens of people. Swoosh, swoosh, swoosh. The people from the evil sky pavilion flew into the flying chariot one after another. At this time, Chishu grabbed Zhao Yu's arm and said, "Young Master Zhao, the royal family shouldn't participate in whatever happens next." This? Zhao Yu looked troubled. Chishu continued to say, "We have the snow lotus, blood ginseng, and fire lotus now. Saving lives is more important than this." Zhao Yu brought the snow lotus and blood ginseng out before handing them to Chishu and said, "Bring them back. I'll follow the old sir." "I'm afraid that's not appropriate. I promise to bring you back safely," Chishu said. At this moment, Lu Zhou, who was standing on the deck of the flying chariot, called out, "Zhao Yu, I'm coming." Zhao Yu broke free of Chishu's grip before he said, "Don't worry, I'll be fine." With that, Zhao Yu flew into the flying chariot. Subsequently, the flying chariot rose into the sky before flying toward Yannan's blessed land. After the flying chariot disappeared into the clouds, Chishu looked at the snow lotus and blood ginseng in his hands and smiled. Then, he picked the blood ginseng up and took a huge bite before he began to chew on it. "Young man, you're still too green." When Chishu felt the surging energy that rose in his body after consuming the blood ginseng, he muttered to himself, "Interesting. It's real blood ginseng." Then, he put away the snow lotus and what remained of the blood ginseng before he vanished in just a blink of an eye. The flying chariot flew at a moderate speed, neither fast nor slow. The flight was smooth as well. During the journey, Lu Zhou used the heavenly writing's power of sight to observe the Evil Sky Pavilion and the Sky Martial Academy. Everything was fine in the Evil Sky Pavilion. There was no problem at all. On the contrary, something had happened in the Sky Martial Academy. "Are you all right?" Si Wuya asked as he looked at Qin Naiha, who was resting on a bed. Qin Naiha's body was wrapped in bandages, and blood could be seen seeping through the bandages on some parts of his body. He replied with a smile, "It's just a minor injury. The treatment is simple as well. I just have to wait until my energy recovers. My master is skilled in healing. It's a pity that he's not around. I've already spoken to the Thousand Willow Monastery's Wu Wu and asked her to treat you," Si Wuya said. "Wu Wu, don't underestimate this girl. She's quite talented. It won't be a problem for her to alleviate your pain and treat your injury," Si Wuya said. Qin Naiha nodded. "Thank you. Since you've joined the Evil Sky Pavilion, there's no need for thanks. These people are only targeting you. They didn't attack anyone else. They're from the Qin clan, right?" Si Wuya asked. Qin Naiha nodded. Then he said with a sigh, "Young Master's death is a huge matter. As long as I don't explain this matter to Venerable Master Qin, the attacks will only continue." Si Wuya said, "Since Qin Mozhang was so important, why hasn't Venerable Master Qin spoken to you? The only survivor?" Qin Naiha coughed. After he recovered from the coughing fit, he said, "He's a venerable master after all. There are many things he has to attend to every day. Moreover, he's usually cultivating in seclusion, so the clan's affairs are left to the elders to handle. The imbalance suddenly appeared as well, so he likely didn't have the time to investigate the young master's death. He had to go to the unknown land after all. If that's the case, you should lay low for the time being," Si Wuya said. "I'll report this matter to my master." Qin Naiha said, "I've already defeated the second elder. I believe they won't act rashly for now. The first elder is busy, and the imbalance has worsened. He should be in the training hall now, and he won't leave so easily. For the time being, there's no need to worry about him. If things don't work out, I'll sneak into the mountains and hide for 3 to 5 years." "You have a really good mentality," Si Wuya said with a smile. "A free man should be free after all," Qin Naiha said jokingly. Si Wuya sighed and shook his head. "Unfortunately, I don't think things will go as smoothly as you think. Sometimes, things will develop in an unexpected and unwanted direction." Bang! All of a sudden, a loud noise rang in the Sky Martial Court, heralding trouble. I'm going. Si Wuya waved his hand. Qin Naiha frowned. This is outrageous. At the very least, I've made many contributions to the clan. Are they really planning to corner me to this extent? All you need to do is rest. Leave the rest to me, Si Wuya said. No. The first elder's cultivation base is profound and is close to the cultivation base of a venerable master. I can't let my matters implicate the evil sky pavilion. No. Qin Moshang's death is related to the evil sky pavilion. Moreover, you're now a member of the evil sky pavilion, Si Wuya said. Upon seeing the worried expression on Qin Naiha's face, he said reassuringly with a smile on his face, Don't worry. I have a way to make the enemy retreat. Qin Naiha watched as Si Wuya left the room. He wanted to follow Si Wuya out, but the pain from his injury made him collapse on the bed when he tried to get up. In the end, he had to mobilize the little vitality energy he had just recovered to alleviate the pain. Above the lake in the Sky Martial Academy, the geniuses from the Sky Martial Court looked at the gray-clad old man hovering in the air as though they were facing a huge threat. Si Wuya walked over at this moment, and everyone instinctively parted and made way for him. I apologize for keeping Elder Qin waiting for so long, Si Wuya said. The gray-clad old man was Qin De, the first elder of the Qin clan. He was the person whom Qin Naiha predicted would not appear for the time being. Qin De searched the crowd with his eyes. When he did not see Qin Naiha, he said with a frown, Hand Qin Naiha over, and I won't make things difficult for you. Si Wuya remained calm as he said, All right, I can hand him over to you, but before that you have to investigate things properly. The facts are clear. What's there to investigate? Qin De said in a low voice, If it weren't for Venerable Master Qin's orders to not kill, do you think I'd waste my breath with you? I'd kill you. Si Wuya said indifferently, Kill? Qin De stared at Si Wuya. Do you think I'm joking? I don't dare. Si Wuya cupped his fists together. To tell you the truth, Qin Naiha has joined our evil sky pavilion. You're from the Green Lotus domain, so you probably don't know much about the evil sky pavilion. Hence, I suggest that Elder Qin ask around about the evil sky pavilion before acting. Since Elder Qin's cultivation is profound, I'm sure it won't take more than a day or two for Elder Qin to ask around. Qin De chuckled before he said disdainfully, You overestimate yourself. Then, Qin De suddenly struck with his palm. A green palm seal suddenly shot down from the sky. Si Wuya's expression changed slightly as he retreated in the sky. How could he avoid the palm seal of 1,000 realms whirling cultivator? Just as the palm seal was about to hit him, bam! Xiao Yunhe's figure appeared in front of Si Wuya. Thank you, Tower Master Xiao, Si Wuya said. Qin De looked at Xiao Yunhe slightly surprised. There are experts with more than 10 birth charts in the Red Lotus domain? In fact, Qin De's earlier palm seal was just to test the water. Xiao Yunhe asked, Elder Qin, what's the point of acting this way? Qin De scoffed. As a free man of the Qin clan, Qin Naiha brought the young master away without permission. Most importantly, he betrayed the young master, resulting in the young master's death. How dare you ask me what's the point of acting this way? Let me tell you, my patience is limited. If you don't hand Qin Naiha over to me, don't blame me for not showing mercy. Buzz. A huge astrolabe that covered the sky appeared above the Sky Martial Academy. 17 birth charts flashed consecutively, intimidating the people of the Sky Martial Academy. Shocked, Huang Yu fell from the roof while the hammer in Wang Dachui's hand dropped to the ground. To this 17 birth charts. Am I fucking seeing things? The geniuses of the Sky Martial Academy were obsessed with studying and researching, but their cultivation was not very good. Upon seeing the 17 birth charts, they swarmed back to the Hall of Rites. Xiao Yun gulped and looked at Si Wuya with a hint of embarrassment on his face as he whispered, Why don't we hand him over? At this moment, a voice rang in the air. Elder Qin, stop this. I'll go with you. Qin Naiha held his chest and staggered over. When Qin De saw Qin Naiha, a satisfied smile bloomed on his face. He put away his astrolabe and said, You're quite smart. Qin Naiha sighed and shook his head. Then, he looked at the others before his gaze finally stopped on Wuxia. He said, "There's no need to drag everyone down with me." Qinda said in a clear voice, "Qin Naihe, you betrayed the Qin clan and caused the young master's death. You even injured the second elder. As the first elder, I won't let you get away with this." As Qinda spoke, he raised his hand and pushed it down. Everyone gasped as they watched a huge palm seal descend from the sky. Qin Naihe was shocked. He pushed his hand up, mobilizing the last of his vitality energy and manifesting his astrolabe to withstand the palm seal. Xiao Yunhe launched a palm seal to help from the side. Bang! 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 Like a hot knife through butter, the palm seal met with no resistance as it continued to descend. Bang! Xiao Yunhe was sent flying back. "Stand down. This has nothing to do with you," Qin Naihe said in a low voice. Bang! The palm seal landed on Qin Naihe's astrolabe, causing it to cave in. "Stop! How dare you tell me to stop?" Qin Naihe felt a threatening force coming at him, so he quickly put away his astrolabe. Bang! When the palm seal landed on Qin Naihe's chest, a Thousand Realms whirling avatar appeared before disappearing again, indicating that he had lost a birth chart. Qin Naihe was heavily injured, to begin with. Due to the heavy impact of the palm seal, he spat out blood again before falling limply to the ground. "Qin Naihe!" Wuxia stepped forward to support Qin Naihe. He hurriedly placed his hand on Qin Naihe and began to heal him. At this moment, the Thousand Willow Monastery's Wu finally arrived. Upon seeing the scene before her, she frowned immediately. She hurriedly launched a red light orb toward Qin Naihe. Wu's healing skills were not bad. When the red light orb landed on Qin Naihe's body, it greatly reduced his pain. Nevertheless, it was impossible to restore his birth chart. At this time, a small vitality energy storm appeared next to the semicircular pool. Usually, when the birth chart of a cultivator with a profound cultivation base was destroyed, it would stir up a vitality energy storm. Qinda nodded in satisfaction. Qin Runyue had ordered him not to attack or kill indiscriminately, but Qin Runyue did not specifically say he could not attack Qin Naihe. Qin Naihe had committed a grave mistake and was a traitor of the Qin clan. In Qinda's opinion, destroying Qin Naihe's birth chart was just a small punishment. It could also serve to intimidate the people of the Sky Martial Court. "This is the consequence of betraying the Qin clan," Qinda said. Wu continued to heal Qin Naihe with all her might, causing her face to flush red from the effort. Upon seeing Wu continuously healing Qin Naihe, Qinda waved his sleeve and said, "Get lost. You have no business here." A wave of energy swept Wu away. Wuxia frowned. "I've already told you Qin Naihe is a member of the Evil Sky Pavilion." Qinda did not want to continue talking nonsense with Wuxia. He said, "Young man, I've already been very tolerant with you, so you better stop now. Let's end this here." Qinda raised his hand. An energy seal shot toward Qin Naihe. Now was a time of trouble. Qinda had to bring Qin Naihe back to the Qin clan as swiftly as possible so Qin Naihe could be punished. He still had many matters to attend to, and it was not good for him to stay here for a long time. At this moment, Wuxia lit up a talisman. All schemes and plots would be rendered useless in front of absolute power. He no longer hesitated and contacted his master. Qinda was puzzled. The young man in front of him was really stubborn. If it were up to him, he would have killed the young man with just a palm strike. At that time, who else would dare to resist? Just as Qinda was about to disregard Qin Runyue's orders and make a move, a projection appeared in the air. Everyone looked up and fell to their knees immediately. "Greetings, Pavilion Master." "Greetings, Master." Wuxia kneeled on one knee. In the projection, Lu Zhou was standing on the deck of the flying chariot with his hands on his back, high above the beautiful green lotus domain. Lu Zhou knew Wuxia would not trouble him unless it was absolutely necessary. Moreover, if it was something that Wuxia could not resolve and had to resort to contacting him, the matter must not be trivial. Lu Zhou asked, "What is it?" The first elder and the second elder of the Qin clan repeatedly harassed the Sky Martial Academy and even injured Qin Naihe, causing him to lose one birth chart, Wuxia explained. His words were concise and to the point. Following that, Wuxia lit up another talisman. With that, a circle of light on the ground grew bigger. Lu Zhou looked at Qinda, who was hovering in the air, in the midst of capturing Qin Naihe. Qinda glanced at Lu Zhou as he continued what he was doing and said, Qin Naihe is a traitor of the Qin clan. I was ordered by Venerable Master Qin to capture him and bring him back to be punished. Are you going to stop me? Lu Zhou asked indifferently. Didn't Wuxia tell you that Qin Naihe is a member of the Evil Sky Pavilion? He did. But so what? Qinda continued to tighten the grip of the palm seal on Qin Naihe. Everyone could only watch helplessly as Qin Naihe rose into the air. Lu Zhou said casually, Your courage is commendable. Even Tuoba Siqing and Yizhang didn't dare to speak to me with such an attitude. Qinda was slightly startled. How could he not know the two venerable masters who were as famous as his clan's venerable master Qin? He wondered if the person in the projection was looking down on his clan's venerable master. Qinda's initial thought was that Lu Zhou was bragging and lying. However, when he saw Lu Zhou's calm expression and extraordinary bearing, it did not seem to him like Lu Zhou was lying. To be safe, he said, I only targeted Qin Naihe and never hurt anyone else. I hope you won't take offense, and I hope you won't take it to heart. When you're free, I'd like to invite you to visit the Qin clan. I'll definitely welcome you with great courtesy. Lu Zhou said tonelessly. Tell Qin Runyue that I'll be waiting for him at Yan'an. Qinda frowned when Lu Zhou mentioned Qin Runyue's name. He was shocked when Lu Zhou mentioned Yan'an as well. At this time, the projection from the talisman showed a mountain peak that pierced through the clouds in the background. A cloud platform where a huge archway stood could be seen as well. 3 words could be clearly seen at the top of the archway. Yan'an's blessed land. Following that, the projection cut off. Brother Lu? Is that all? Xiao Yunhe was dumbfounded. The matter has yet to be resolved. Where are you going? Shouldn't he show his skills to intimidate the enemy? Similar to Xiao Yunhe, the others were dumbfounded as well. Wuxia straightened his back before he looked at Qinda and said, Since my master has spoken, I'll leave Qin Naihe to you for now. Qinda felt a little strange and uneasy now that Wuxia no longer opposed him bringing Qin Naihe away. He knew the projection he saw of Yan'an was not fake. Thinking about this, chills ran up his spine immediately. He tried to calm down. He could not let these people affect him. He had to bring Qin Naihe away no matter what. At this moment, Wuxia said, I have to remind Elder Qin that it's best you convey my master's message to Venerable Master Qin. Otherwise, it'll be too late for you to regret your actions. That's all I have to say. You can go on your way now. Qinda felt slightly hesitant at this moment. Suddenly, he felt slight movements from the talisman at his waist. He quickly brought the talisman out and ignited it. Soon enough, a few rows of words appeared. The first row read, Venerable Master Tuoba and Venerable Master Yizhang are dead. The second row read, Venerable Qin has gone to Yan'an's blessed land. The third row read, If you encounter the Evil Sky Pavilion, remember don't make a move at all. This is very important. Qinda's eyes widened immediately. His fingers began to tremble as he digested the message he just read. He felt as though he was going to break down at this moment. 2 of the most prominent figures in the Green Lotus domain were dead. Moreover, the 2 final rows of words caused the ominous feeling in his heart to swell. He closed his eyes and took a deep breath to calm down as he chanted inwardly, This is a coincidence. It has to be a coincidence. That's right. It's a coincidence. Qinda took another deep breath. Then, he suddenly recalled Qin Runyue had led the 49 swordsmen to the unknown land and had run into an expert there. That expert had fought a divine beast to a draw. He had heard that Qin Runyue was on good terms with that expert and distanced himself from Yizhang and Tuoba Siqing. At this time, he remembered Qin Runyue telling him the expert's surname was Lu. May I ask for your master's name? Qin Runyue quickly asked Wuxia. My master's surname is Ji, Wuxia replied. Relief flooded Qinda's heart immediately as he exhaled a long sigh. At this time, someone added, however, Pavilion Master usually uses the surname Liu. He's known as Pavilion Master Liu as well. Qinda's hands began to tremble immediately, causing him to lose control of his energy seal. When the energy seal dissipated, Xianxia fell from the sky. Wuxia quickly recovered from his surprise and rushed over to catch Xianxia. Then, he hurriedly tapped Xianxia's acupoints to seal Xianxia's 8 extraordinary meridians and to suppress the leaking primal qi. The loss of this birth chart was serious, so he could not be careless. The more primal qi Xianxia retained, the easier it would be for him to recover his cultivation in the future. There were cases where even if one could restore one's birth chart, one's cultivation base still could not return to its peak. The others watched in surprise as well. When the primal qi stopped leaking and Xianxia was on the ground, Qinda finally regained his senses. However, he was speechless. He did not know what to say at this moment. He did not know what to do. Wuxia recalled his master's appearance and the words, Yannan's blessed land, before he smiled and asked, Elder Qin, do you plan to start a massacre in the Sky Martial Academy? Qinda felt extremely awkward and embarrassed. He forced a smile on his face to cover his embarrassment and said, as it turns out, your Pavilion Master Liu's disciple. Everyone shook their heads disapprovingly, scoffing inwardly. How many times did Wuxia mention the evil Sky Pavilion earlier? But Qinda did not seem to care. Why did he turn so cowardly now? Venerable Qin and Pavilion Master Liu can be considered friends. What happened today is a misunderstanding. A misunderstanding? Wuxia looked to the sides for a moment, thinking of how he should proceed. Initially, Wuxia assumed his master would directly intimidate Qinda so that Qinda would not dare to act rashly. With that, at the very least, Xianxia's life would be saved. He did not expect Qinda's attitude would make a 180-degree change. Wuxia recalled Qinda's expression when Qinda received the talismanic message. He was certain his master must have done something to be able to suppress Qinda to this extent. Nevertheless, he understood that he could not push Qinda too much despite Qinda's attitude change. Since it's a misunderstanding, then it'll be easy for us to resolve this matter. What does Elder Qin plan to do with Xianxia? Wuxia asked. The more polite and calm Wuxia was, the uneasier Qinda felt. It felt like Wuxia was silently setting him up to fall into a trap. He thought to himself that he must not be fooled into complacency by Wuxia's gentleness. He had to take the initiative to show that he was truly apologetic. Hence, he quickly said, my friend, please don't take offense for my earlier actions. It's my fault for not handling today's matters properly. I apologize to everyone. Then, Qinda added, I've already punished Xianxia slightly earlier. Since he has already joined the Evil Sky Pavilion, I won't pursue this anymore for Pavilion Master Liu's sake. We should let Venerable Master Qin and Pavilion Master Liu settle this matter. When Qinda saw Wuxia's lack of reply, he added, what do you think, my friend? Wuxia smiled. I'll do as Elder Qin suggested. That's great. Qinda cupped his fists together at everyone and bowed. Everyone, I hope we'll meet again. Buzz. Then, a lotus bloomed as a 165-foot avatar towered in the sky of the Sky Martial Academy. Due to the imbalance, the flying beasts in the vicinity were frightened out of their wits by the energy resonance. Buzz. In just a moment, Qinda and his huge avatar vanished from sight. At this time, Xianxia, the monastery master of the Thousand Willow Monastery, walked out from the crowd and looked at the empty sky. He scoffed. You still want to display your power before you leave. You really don't know what's good for you. Then, Xianxia moved to Wu's side and asked, are you okay? I'm fine. Wu nodded before she rushed to Xianxia's side and said, I'll continue to heal you. Then Wu began to cast all kinds of healing techniques on Xianxia. After a moment, Wuxia waved his hand and said, bring him back to rest. Xianxia sighed. It's best I leave the Sky Martial Academy and find a place to hide for a while. Why should you hide? Xianxia asked. Qin Naihe said, Pavilion Master Lu killed Qin Mozheng. How can Venerable Master Qin let this matter go? Until now, both parties had not openly discussed this matter. This was, in fact, the source of Qin Naihe's worries. Xianxia laughed as he placed his hands on his back and said, You're thinking too much. Ha! Qin Naihe was confused. If I were Venerable Master Qin, I would deal with my clan with a heavy hand for the sake of justice. Not only that, but I'd also severely punish those unruly subordinates, Xianxia said. How could Xianxia be unaware of Qin Naihe's thoughts? He asked, Do you think I'm joking? Qin Naihe sighed before he launched into another coughing fit. He really was not in the mood to think about this matter, especially when he had just lost one birth chart. Moreover, he would feel miserable as long as this matter was not resolved. Meanwhile, after Qinda left the Sky Martial Academy, he did not return to the Green Lotus domain immediately. Instead, he found a remote spot in the forest before he lit a talisman. A circle of light appeared on the ground before a projection appeared. Greetings, First Elder. The person in the projection bowed. How accurate is the message you sent earlier? Qinda asked. There's no mistake. It's 100% accurate. How could I joke with something that has to do with venerable masters? Tuoba Siqing died in Yuzhong. Then, the people from the Tuoba clan went to the Yi clan to seek justice. Qinda frowned. Venerable Master died as well? Not only did he die, but he was killed by the 4 elders in Yannan. What? The 4 elders killed Venerable Master Yi. Qinda's eyes widened in shock. After a moment of silence, he asked, Has Venerable Master Qin left for Yannan? Yes. He left early in the morning. What's Venerable Master Qin going to do about the matter between the Tuoba clan and Yannan? Qinda asked. In his opinion, it was best to not meddle and let the two sides fight it out. I'm not sure. Qinda sighed. You should have sent the message earlier. I apologize. If Qinda had received that message 15 minutes earlier than he did, he would not have made a move against Qin Naihe at all. Since the information in the message was true, did it not mean he had offended the evil Sky Pavilion? Qinda could not help but sigh again when he thought about this. After landing on Yannan's cloud platform, Lu Zhou and the others disembarked from the flying chariot. As they passed the archway, a disciple quickly flew over and called out, Young Master Zhao Yu. Zhao Yu hurriedly said, Pavilion Master Lu has arrived. Why didn't the 4 elders come to welcome him? Upon hearing this, the disciple glanced at Lu Zhou and the others nervously. Then he said, The 4 elders can't get away at this moment. The people from the Tuoba clan are here. Tuoba clan? Zhao Yu asked. Yan Zhenlua smiled. Tuoba Siqing and Yi Zhang were in cahoots. Now that Tuoba Siqing died, it's not surprising that his clansmen came to look for trouble with Yi Zhang's people. One really can't avoid running into one's enemies in this small world. After a moment, Zhao Yu gestured to Lu Zhou and said, This way, old sir. Lu Zhou's movements were as light as a swallow as he flew to the top of Yannan Mountain. The others followed closely behind Lu Zhou. Clouds and mist swirled around the mountains in Yannan. It was really beautiful scenery. A green-clad elder said, Elder Yi, I must see Venerable Master Yi if he's alive. If he's dead, I want to see his corpse. Venerable Master was helping Yannan before this. No matter what, you have to give us an explanation. Yi Wei and the other 3 elders stood in a row across from the green-clad elder. The disciples of Yannan stood behind them. Yi Wei said in return, Venerable Master Tuoba's strength was inferior to the other party. How can you blame Yannan for his death? Are you going to persist in being so obstinate? Do you think there's nothing we can do without Venerable Master Tuoba? The fact was the Tuoba clan did not really believe Tuoba Siqing had died despite the fact that his lifestone had shattered. At this moment, the core members of the Tuoba clan stood behind the green-clad elder. They were all handsome men and beautiful women with eyes burning with passion. They were young and filled with vigor. On the contrary, the row of older people standing in front of them was calm. Their words and expressions were all brimming with hostility. Yue asked, "Then what do you want?" "You killed Venerable Master Yi, who was your superior. Even if we don't make things difficult for you, you can forget about standing tall in the cultivation world in the future after committing such a treasonous act," the green-clad elder said. "I've already invited Venerable Master Qin here to uphold justice." "Venerable Master Qin?" Yue frowned. Everyone in Yan'an, elders and disciples alike, knew Yizhang and Qin Renyue had never had a good relationship. They would discuss the Tao on Clear Sky Mountain and spar. Although they called it sparring, they definitely did not hold their punches. In fact, the relationships between the four venerable masters were very complicated. However, the conflict between Yizhang and Qin Renyue was the most obvious. Swoosh, swoosh, swoosh. One after another, figures flew over. Pavilion Master Lu from the Evil Sky Pavilion has arrived. Yi Wei and the three elders hurriedly turned around to face the newcomer before they said respectfully in unison, "Welcome, Pavilion Master Lu." Although Yannan's disciples were confused, now that Yizhang had died, they naturally obeyed the elders. They followed suit and bowed as well. The people from the Tuoba clan were dumbfounded. When did a Pavilion Master Lu appear in the Green Lotus domain? Moreover, there were very few people whom the four elders were so respectful to. Even if the members of the royal family came, Yi Wei and the others might not even be this respectful. Lu Zhou hovered in the air with his hands on his back, and he briefly scanned the crowd on the left and right. He was not in a rush to descend. The arrays of formation here were strange. They did not seem like ordinary formations. The array formation here was abnormally strange. It did not seem like an ordinary array formation. The barriers of the major forces in the Golden Lotus domain, the Divine Capital's 10 grand formations, the Tao inscriptions on the Royal Palace's wall in the Red Lotus domain, the Star Gathering formation, the Black Tower Council's 3,000 restrictive formations, and the White Tower Council's 30,000 Tao inscriptions proved the formidable power of formations. Even if their Venerable Master was dead, how could these people who were the closest to the Venerable Master be without means? Moreover, their Venerable Master must have also helped set up the defenses before he died. Lu Zhou looked down at Yi Wei and said, "Yi Wei, I haven't seen you for a while, and you look quite haggard." Yannan's disciples began to whisper among themselves, sounding like buzzing flies. The people of the Tuoba clan were whispering in low voices as well. Based on Lu Zhou's manner of speech, attitude, and aura, it was clear he was someone with high status. Hence, they did not dare to interject. How could someone who made Yi Wei bow and scrape be ordinary? They thought Yan'an must have sought outside help after receiving news that they had invited Qin Renyue over. In the end, Yi Wei said, "Thank you for your concern, Pavilion Master Lu. Fortunately, I'm still able to deal with things here." Lu Zhou nodded before he bluntly asked, "Where's Yizhang's head?" These words were like a pebble stirring up waves on a calm lake. Yannan's disciples broke into an uproar immediately. On the other hand, the people from the Tuoba clan were inwardly delighted. It was rather satisfying to see Yi Wei trying to curry favor but was met with a cold reception. Nevertheless, Yi Wei did not pay attention to the people in his surroundings. Instead, he said expressionlessly, "Yizhang broke Yannan's rules. He brought our disciples and the 36 Big Dipper formation flags to take down the Fire Phoenix without permission. As a result, he caused the death of the 36 flag bearers. Yizhang was blinded by hatred and used the Great Void Pills to bribe Tuoba Siqing into working with him to plunder the treasures at the Pillar of Destruction. This time, not only did he cause the deaths of more Yan'an disciples, but he also caused the deaths of Tuoba clansmen." Yi Wei paused to take a breath before he continued to say, "Yizhang was too stubborn and had committed an unforgivable mistake. As the Grand Elder of Yan'an, I have to exact justice for our ancestor, the 56 departed disciples, and the entire Yan'an." Then, Yi Wei turned around and said, "Bring Yizhang's head here." Yi Wei's final words were imbued with his energy. The sound wave rolled out, causing everyone's eardrums to hurt. Lu Zhou did not expect Yi Wei to say such righteous words. Nevertheless, it did not matter. Similarly, the Yan'an disciples and the people from the Tuoba clan were thoroughly shocked by Yi Wei's words. At this time, a disciple carried a tray over. A piece of cloth covered the bulging content on the tray. He walked with small and careful steps as sweat dripped down his face and chills ran up his spine. He did his best to remain strong as he walked forward. Then, he kneeled on the ground and presented the tray with 2 hands over his head. Everyone's eyes were focused on the tray. Yue turned back to face Lu Zhou and cupped his fists together. Then, he lifted the cloth on the tray. Swoosh! A dried-up head lay on the tray. Its eyes were still wide open. Venerable Master Yi. The people of the Tuoba clan instinctively took a step back. They found this scene hard to accept. Meanwhile, the Yannan disciples kneeled and lowered their heads. Pavilion Master Lu? Yue called out tentatively. Lu Zhou did not say anything and only waved his hand. Yue covered the head with the cloth and waved his hand as well. The disciple quietly brought the tray away. At the same time, the people of the Tuoba clan still found it hard to believe that Yizhang was dead. After all, this meant that their venerable master was likely dead as well. Suddenly, the green-clad elder from the Tuoba clan cursed angrily. Yue, how can you speak such grand words after killing Venerable Master Yi and causing the death of Venerable Master Tuoba? You're really shameless. Yue said frostily. Tuoba Hong, ever since you've arrived, I've been very tolerant. However, it's not because I'm afraid of you. I'm only doing it for Venerable Master Tuoba's sake. After all, the dead should be shown respect. However, if you continue making a fuss, don't blame me for turning on you. Tuoba Hong said angrily. You think I'm afraid of you turning on me? Yizhang is dead, and the 36 bearers are dead. What gives you the confidence to act in this manner? Yue frowned. Tuoba Hong continued to say, when Venerable Master Qin arrives, I'll definitely wash Yannan with blood. With this, the men and women standing behind Tuoba Hong all said in unison, wash Yannan with blood. On the contrary, Yannan disciples instinctively retreated. Since time immemorial, there was no lack of people who liked kicking others when they were down. It was like that then, and it was like that now. The deaths of Yizhang and the 36 flag-bearers of the 36 Big Dipper flag formation had forcefully demoted Yannan from a first-rate force to a third-rate force. No, perhaps it was even worse than a third-rate force now. Lu Zhou looked at Tuoba Hong and asked, you want to wash Yannan with blood? Tuoba Hong raised his head to look at Lu Zhou. He cupped his fists together at Lu Zhou and said, every injustice has to be corrected, and every debt has a debtor. I hope you won't intervene in this matter. I'm afraid that won't do. Lu Zhou shook his head. Tuoba Hong frowned. What do you mean? At this time, Zhao Yu hurriedly interjected. Tuoba Hong, hurry up and apologize to the old sir. Apologize? Tuoba Hong was filled with incredulity. The people of the Tuoba clan were confused. At this moment, someone called out, that's young Master Zhao. Zhao Yu did not beat around the bush as he said. Venerable Master Tuoba ambushed the old sir and was executed by the old sir. This was even more shocking to the Tuoba clan than Yi Zheng's decapitated head. All of them looked as though they had been struck by lightning. Zhao Yu's careless words were no different from dropping a bomb on them. Tuoba Hong furrowed his brows slightly. As though he did not hear Zhao Yu's words, he asked, what did you just say, young Master Zhao? I said Venerable Master Tuoba has been executed by the old sir. The air seemed to freeze over at this time as silence descended immediately. The minds of Tuoba Hong and the people behind him went blank. They looked at Lu Zhou and the people standing behind him in a daze. They sized up Lu Zhou, the members of the Evil Sky Pavilion, and even their mounts, Witzard and Xianxia. The people in front of them exuded confidence and had extraordinary bearings. Finally, Lu Zhou took the lead and descended from the sky. Yue hurriedly ordered someone to bring a chair over for Lu Zhou. Moreover, the chair he had ordered the disciple to bring was the extremely precious 10,000-year-old mahogany chair that Yi Zheng's used to sit on. After Lu Zhou took his seat, the members of the Evil Sky Pavilion stood neatly behind him. Tuoba Hong gulped. Then, he turned around slightly and said in a low voice, don't act rashly. If anyone dares to make a move without my permission, I will punish them severely. Tuoba Hong knew that if the old man in front of him truly killed Tuoba Siqing, it meant that no one present was a match for him. Yi Wei's attitude toward the old man spoke for itself. Zhao Yu had no reason to lie. It was likely the old man really killed Tuoba Siqing. If he was blinded by hatred and acted rashly now, he would drag everyone from the Tuoba clan to their deaths. At the very least, he had to wait until Qin Renyue arrived. At that time, he would ask Qin Renyue to seek justice for them. At this moment, Lu Zhou said, "To be precise, Tuoba Siqing was defeated by Lord Jinan and Tianwu before he died tragically." Upon hearing this, Zhao Yu hastily said, "Yes, yes, yes. It was Lord Jinan and Tianwu who killed Venerable Master Tuoba." Zhao Yu did not understand Lu Zhou's thoughts at all. Lu Zhou clearly came to take control of the situation. With Lu Zhou's thunderous strength, there was nothing wrong with him taking credit for Tuoba Siqing's death. That way, Lu Zhou would be able to intimidate everyone. Why did Lu Zhou deny it? Tuoba Hong asked. "Which is it, young Master Zhao?" Zhao Yu parroted Lu Zhou's words. Venerable Master Tuoba was killed by Lord Jinan and Tianwu. The people of the Tuoba clan looked at each other, still in disbelief. One of the women standing behind Tuoba Hong said, "My master was cultivating in seclusion for a long time. When he finally emerged from his cultivation a few months ago, he had already activated his 19th birth chart. Subsequently, after receiving the Great Void Pill from Venerable Master Yi, he activated his 20th birth chart. Even if he couldn't win, I don't believe he couldn't even escape." Zhao Yu chuckled before he said, "I believe you're in possession of Venerable Master Tuoba's life stone, right? Why are you lying to yourself? In this world, there'll always be someone better and stronger. Do you know how powerful Tianwu and Lord Jinan were?" The woman could not refute Zhao Yu's words. Tuoba Hong said, "Tianwu and Lord Jinan were born in ancient times. They fought for 10,000 years and suffered heavy injuries. Rumor has it that Lord Jinan resorted to some parasitic technique and merged with a tree to prolong his life and maintain the killing formation in the forest. Their cultivation bases aren't what they used to be. There's a limit to one's life, and they should have died a long time ago. They resorted to evil techniques to survive until now. In my opinion, they can't be that strong now." Zhao Yu frowned. He felt like they were drifting further and further away from the topic. "Elder Tuoba, you stinky and stubborn old man. You!" Tuoba Hong did expect Zhao Yu to suddenly curse at him. He was a little angry. "It's up to you to believe it or not. In any case, it's not a wrongful death," Zhao Yu said angrily. Zhao Yu continued to fume. How could these people be so unreasonable? They refused to believe the truth and continued to clamor. He did not want to bother with them any longer. They could rot for all he cared. Without a venerable master, the Tuoba clan would decline sooner or later. He was not afraid of them. "Young Master Zhao." Tuoba Hong raised his voice. Clank. Lu Zhou tossed something out of his hand. The strange noise attracted everyone's attention. An ink-color object landed on the ground. The people of Yannan and the others might not recognize it, but it was impossible for the people of the Tuoba clan not to recognize it. Azura Scimitar? It's Venerable Master Tuoba's Azura Scimitar. At this time, a clan member who regarded Tuoba Siqing as his religion fell to his knees. Tears rolled down his face as he cried out, "Venerable Master Tuoba!" The Azura Scimitar was Tuoba Siqing's weapon. As a venerable master, the scimitar was like his life, and it went wherever he went. Tuoba Hong stumbled back as his lips trembled. Sadness rose in his heart immediately. In fact, there were many in the Tuoba clan who knew it was highly likely that Tuoba Siqing had died. However, quite a number of those who idolized him could not accept his death and chose to indulge in denial. It did not matter to them if his life stone shattered or if others verified his death. They would not accept it unless they saw his corpse. This kind of determination was infectious. Alas, no matter how hard they lied to themselves, it could not change the fact that their idol was dead. The Azura Scimitar was the straw that broke the camel's back. At this time, another clan member fell to his knees. The sorrow seemed to be infectious. While the Tuoba clan's people found this hard to accept and were the saddest among the people present, the people from Yan'an were shocked by the azure scimitar as well. At this time, Lu Zhou flicked his sleeve, withdrawing the azure scimitar. This action caused Tuoba Hong and the others to regain their senses. Tuoba Hong suppressed his sadness for the time being and hurriedly said, "This weapon belongs to Venerable Master Tuoba. Can you return it to the Tuoba clan?" Lu Zhou shook his head. He did not speak. Ming Shirin said, "Perhaps I should make something clear to you. When we were in Yuzhong, Tuoba Siqing tried to kill my master multiple times. If it weren't for my master's benevolence, today would be a good day to massacre the people of the Tuoba clan. To think you have the audacity to ask for the azure scimitar." Tuoba Hong and the others were stunned. Did Tianwu and Lord Jinan really kill Venerable Master Tuoba? Another disciple asked again. "Stop asking stupid questions. Zhao, you really did not want to go back to that topic again. Are Lord Jinan and Tianwu still in Yuzhong?" "They're dead. Dead." Zhao Yu said, "The old sir killed Lord Jinan and Tianwu. Lord Jinan and Tianwu killed Tuoba Siqing, and the old man in front of them killed Lord Jinan and Tianwu." After the people of the Tuoba clan processed this, they instinctively took a step back. At this time, they finally understood why Yi Wei was so humble. Tuoba Hong inhaled deeply and forced himself to calm down. Then he said, "If Venerable Master Tuoba had offended the old sir, we're willing to apologize." Yi Wei. "Hey, where's your arrogance from earlier?" It disappeared. It was human nature to bully the weak and fear the strong. At this moment, a disciple at the foot of the mountain sent a voice transmission announcing Qin Renue's arrival. Upon hearing this, Tuoba Hong was overjoyed. Everyone looked in the direction of the voice and saw a flying chariot flying over from the distance. Tuoba Hong had been enduring so long for this moment. He wanted Qin Renue to stand up for them and help them seek justice. No matter what, Qin Renue's arrival was a good thing. The flying chariot landed on the cloud platform. 2 rows of cultivators stood respectfully on both sides of the deck. Perhaps Tuoba Siqing's death had muddled the minds of the people of the Tuoba clan. As soon as they saw Qin Renue's flying chariot, it was as though they had grabbed onto a life-saving straw. Without waiting for Qin Renue to disembark from the flying chariot, Tuoba Hong rushed to the front of the cloud platform and fell to his knees as he cried out, "Venerable Master Qin, I beg you to stand up for the Tuoba clan." With the Tuoba Hong serving as an example, the juniors from the Tuoba clan fell to their knees and cried out in unison, "Venerable Master Qin, we beg you to stand up for the Tuoba clan and uphold justice." Ming Shirin was briefly startled. Then, he shook his head helplessly and looked away. He thought to himself, there's still hope for the 4 elders of Yan'an, but Tuoba Hong is hopeless. Everyone looked at the flying chariot except for Lu Zhou, who was enjoying the scenery near the cloud platform that was shrouded in mist and clouds. The imbalance did not seem to affect this place. In comparison, the weather in the Golden Lotus Domain, Red Lotus Domain, and Black Lotus Domain were really bad. Balance. There had never been true balance in the world, just like fairness and equality. Although Lu Zhou was enjoying the scenery of this place that seemed like it came out of painting without having to worry about being mauled to death by fierce beasts, he was living a life that was fraught with danger where he could die at any time. Even during the most peaceful time, it was still dangerous for people to go out at night. Qin Renyu walked out onto the deck. As soon as he arrived, he saw Tuoba Hong kneeling on the ground. He was about to ask Tuoba Hong to get up when he saw Lu Zhou, who was admiring the beautiful mountains and rivers. He was taken aback. The first thought that appeared in his mind was, who was this person? Currently, Lu Zhou's appearance was very different from when he fought the Fire Phoenix, but his bearing and aura were still the same. After the effect of the disguise card disappeared, he had gone to cultivate under the effect of the Pillar of Impermanence, causing his appearance to be more mature and dependable looking. Qin Renue was not stupid. As soon as he shifted his gaze slightly, he saw Witzard, who was shrouded in auspicious energy, the fierce Qiongqi lying on the ground and chewing on something, and Yu Zhenghai and Yu Shangrong, who stood out from the crowd. If he still could not figure out who Lu Zhou was at this time, he would have lived so long in vain. Qin Renyue rushed out of the flying chariot immediately and landed on the cloud platform. He smiled as he walked over. The Qin clan's disciples disembarked from the flying chariot one by one. Tuoba Hong was overjoyed when he saw Qin Renyue leaving the flying chariot. He opened his mouth to speak when Qin Renyue brushed past him, ignoring him. Tuoba Hong. Tuoba Hong hurriedly rose to his feet and chased after Qin Renyue. He raised his hand and said, "The Venerable M, don't block my way," Qin Renyue said in a low voice as his expression darkened. Qin Renyue led his disciples and walked over to Lu Zhou. He cupped his fists together and said with a smile, "Brother Lu, long time no see. I didn't expect to meet you here." Tuoba Hong, the Tuoba clansman, Yi Wei, and Yannan's disciples. Lu Zhou shifted his gaze to Qin Renyue before casually remarking, "You have quite a discerning eye. As a venerable master, disguising one's appearance is not difficult after all. Moreover, Wizard is extraordinary. If I still can't recognize Brother Lu, I might as well be blind." Tuoba Hong was stunned. He felt as though he had just been slapped. Lu Zhou nodded before he asked, "I heard you want to seek justice for the Tuoba clan?" Qin Renyue was startled by Lu Zhou's words. Then he said, "Yes. Since you're here as well, Brother Lu, why don't you preside over this matter?" Tuoba Hong. It was not so bad if Qin Renyue had just ignored Tuoba Hong. But how did the people of the Tuoba clan feel now, watching Qin Renyue addressing that old man as Brother Lu and asking that old man to preside over the matter? Lu Zhou shook his head slightly and said, "I'm not an unreasonable person. The Tuoba clan invited you over to stand up for them, not me. You should do it." This? Qin Renyue felt slightly awkward. At this moment, Tuoba Hong stumbled a few steps back. "First Elder." Two members of the Tuoba clan rushed forward to support Tuoba Hong. I'm fine," Tuoba Hong said in a low voice. He knew he could not collapse at this moment. If he did, the Tuoba clan would be finished. He had to hold on even if it cost him his life. Lu Zhou glanced at Tuoba Hong, whose expression was rather unsightly, and said, "No need to mind me. Since you want to seek justice, you better see it through. Don't make a joke out of yourself." Tuoba Hong wiped the sweat off his face and said, "Yes, old sir." Qin Renyue said, "All right, let's start." Qin Renyue looked at the Tuoba clansmen before he looked at Yannan's disciples. At this time, Mingshi suddenly said, "Zhao Yu, Venerable Qin just arrived. Since you're a member of the royal family, you should be the most neutral person here. You tell Venerable Master Qin what you've seen and heard so Venerable Master Qin can make a fair judgment." Qin Renyue shifted his gaze over. "As it turns out, young Master Zhao is here as well." Zhao Yu said, "I've recounted what I've seen and heard, but those people didn't believe me. What else can I say?" Qin Renyue frowned. No one believed the words of a member of the royal family? As soon as Qin Renyue's voice fell, the Tuoba clansmen lowered their heads immediately. Tuoba Hong hastily said, No, it was a misunderstanding. We just had a hard time accepting that Venerable Master Tuoba is dead. It's not that we doubt young Master Zhao's words." Qin Renyue nodded. "Thank you, young Master Zhao. I'll have to trouble you to recount what you know again." "All right," Zhao Yu said with a smile. In fact, Zhao Yu was the 23rd son of Great Qin's emperor. He was bestowed with the title of a duke when he was born. People mostly addressed him as young Master Zhao. He was rather well-liked in the royal family. In the early years, the internal strife in the royal family did not affect him at all. Moreover, he was a duke with no ambition. Since he was quite friendly, he was very popular. Zhao Yu recounted everything he had seen and heard in Yuzhong to Qin Renyue. When he described how Tuoba Siqing was severely injured by Tian Wu using the Divine Soul Pearl and how it directly pierced through him, the expressions of the Tuoba clansmen were very unsightly. Zhao Yu was honest and did not hide anything. He even described the scene where Tuoba Siqing and Yizhang colluded to kill Lu Zhou in great detail. One had to admit Zhao Yu was a great storyteller. The story he told was truly soul-stirring. Venerable Master Tuoba thought he was invincible because he had 20 birth charts, but he underestimated Tian Wu's strength. Moreover, he did not expect Lord Jinan to be Tian Wu's husband. Lord Jinan appeared and attacked with his life on the line to destroy Venerable Master Tuoba's birth charts. The force of his attack seemed like it could split the sky open. Alas, Lord Jinan exhausted most of his energy with his attack. It was an unforgettable scene. Zhao Yu continued to say energetically. Fortunately, Pavilion Master Lu was there to fight against Tianwu. Logically speaking, Venerable Master Tuoba should have been able to survive Lord Jinnan's attack as long he was given some time to recuperate. While Pavilion Master Lu was using thunder skills to defeat Tianwu, Venerable Master Tuoba and Venerable Master Yi launched a sneak attack on Pavilion Master Lu. The air seemed to freeze. The surroundings were still as though the scenery was now a painting. The Yannan disciples and Tuoba clansmen stood unmoving, looking like figures in a painting. On the other hand, Qin Runyue listened attentively with an expectant expression on his face. Zhao Yu continued to say, "Guess what happened?" Pavilion Master Lu spun around at that time and launched a palm seal. The palm was as vast as the sky and the 5 fingers were like mountain peaks. That palm seal pressed down on Venerable Master Tuoba. Then, Venerable Master Tuoba lost all his birth charts. He had 0 birth charts. Mingshi-yin, who was listening as well, could not help but feel slightly embarrassed. Although Zhao Yu was speaking facts, why did it sound so exaggerated? Qin Runyue asked, "Then, what about Venerable Master Yi?" At that time, Venerable Master Yi launched another sneak attack in the air. He used the power of the Tao, clashing with Pavilion Master Lu with a force that was difficult to capture with the naked eye, Zhao Yu said. He paused briefly before he continued to say, Venerable Master Yi was no match for Pavilion Master Lu at all. The difference in their strength was so wide that Venerable Master Yi was sent flying with just a strike, instantly losing one of his birth chart. At this point, Zhao Yu grew slightly angry when he recalled what happened. Hence, his personal opinion colored his storytelling. If it were me, I'd just flee. Who knows? Maybe Venerable Master's thought process is different from ordinary people's. In any case, instead of retreating, Venerable Master Yi led all the disciples to attack. Alas, they had forgotten about Pavilion Master Lu's subordinate, Lu Wu. Lu Wu's body was several thousand feet long. It leaped into the air and unfurled its 9 tails. Then, it used its ice ability and killed all disciples below the stage of a Venerable Master. Zhao Yu felt his blood boiling and his fighting spirit rising as he recounted this part of the story. It was majestic, as expected of a beast emperor. With the arrival of a beast emperor, would there be anyone who's unconvinced? The atmosphere became even more stifling. The listeners had all forgotten how to breathe. Cultivators could hold their breaths for a long time, after all. They were so engrossed in Zhao Yu's story that they had forgotten about everything else. While Zhao Yu was burning with passion while retold the story, Yannan's disciples and the Tuoba clansmen felt as though they were drenched in ice-cold water. At this moment, Zhao Yu glanced at the crowd and noticed the unsightly expressions on their faces. He felt that perhaps he had been too excited when he recounted the story. Now that he had reached the part where the Venerable Masters died, he thought he should sound a little sadder. Hence, he sighed dramatically and said, Perhaps, the 2 Venerable Masters made such a bad decision in a moment of muddle-headedness. I truly respected them. I didn't expect. Zhao Yu trailed off theatrically before he sighed again. Subsequently, Zhao Yu bowed at Qin Runyue and said, That's all I have to say. Then, he turned to face the others before he raised his voice and said, I will bear responsibility for each word I said. If you doubt my words, you can verify them yourself. Moreover, Venerable Master Fan was present for most of the part, so you can ask him as well. Venerable Master Fan was present as well? Qin Runyue frowned. Venerable Master Tuoba briefly possessed the Divine Soul Pearl and thought he was invincible. Hence, he made a move against Venerable Master Fan. However, Venerable Master Fan used a collective teleportation jade talisman to escape, Xiaoyu said. Then, he retreated to his original position. He had completed his mission. Yannan's disciples and the Tuoba clansmen wore grim expressions on their faces at this moment. Qin Runyue said, I think I have a good grasp on what happened now. Qin Runyue walked to the center of the platform before he looked at Tuoba Hong and the others. He said, in the cultivation world, the strong prey on the weak. Venerable Master Tuoba made a mistake and brought this upon himself. Do you accept this judgment? Tuoba Hong stumbled back. He could no longer hold on and fell to the ground. Everyone's emotions were in chaos. No one spoke. After a long time, Tuoba Hong said, I'll listen to Venerable Master Qin's judgment. Then, Qin Runyue turned around and looked at Yi Wei. It's the same for Venerable Master Yi. Elder Yi, do you have any objections? Yi Wei had long gotten over the stage of struggling and immense pain. He remained calm as he said, Yi Zhang harmed many Yannan's disciples because of his own selfish desires. I've already executed him on behalf of our ancestors. Qin Runyue nodded before he said, since I'm here, if you have any questions or objections, you can voice them out. Questions? Their biggest question was the identity and background of the old man in front of them. However, how could they dare to ask about it? They could only remain silent. Their venerable masters had died. The glory of the Tuoba clan and Yannan would soon fade away. Even if they knew the answer to the question now, what was the use? Moreover, Tuoba Siqing's death really could not be blamed on anyone else. Silence reigned over the place. After a moment, Qin Runyue said, Elder Tuoba, do you have anything to say? Tuoba Hong inhaled deeply before he said, with Venerable Master Qin presiding over this matter, we naturally have no objections and questions. Since that's the case, you should apologize for coming here and causing a ruckus, Qin Runyue said. Tuoba Hong turned around to face Yi Wei and Yannan's disciples. There was a misunderstanding earlier. I apologize to Elder Yi and Yannan. I hope everyone can forgive me. Yi Wei was not in the mood to bicker about this. Yi Zheng's death had taken a toll on him as well. Qin Runyue said, what else? This? Tuoba Hong was confused. He had already apologized. What else was there to do? When he looked up, he saw Qin Runyue shooting him a look. Realization dawned on him immediately, and he hurriedly said to Lu Zhou, our venerable master was at fault. I hope you won't take offense, old sir. Lu Zhou remained silent. After all, he had told Qin Runyue to deal with it. Tuoba Hong did not know what to do when he saw Lu Zhou keeping quiet. He glanced at Qin Runyue and saw Qin Runyue winking at him. Tuoba Hong. Usually, it was others who had to figure out Tuoba Hong's meaning. Now that he had to figure out what another person's meant, he was naturally not very good at it. Tuoba Hong was still thinking about what Qin Runyue meant. Qin Runyue turned around and asked, Brother Lu, are you satisfied with the way I dealt with this matter? Since I said you should preside over it, I naturally have nothing to say about your decision, Lu Zhou said. Tuoba Hong was lost in his thoughts. A vague idea formed in his mind as he drew inspiration from the people around him. Then he quickly said, Old sir, I have 2 mystic microstones. The Tuoba clan spent several painstaking years to find them. As Tuoba Hong spoke, he waved his hand at the older cultivator and ordered them to retrieve the mystic microstones. There's no need for that. Lu Zhou waved his hand. He did not have so much time to wait for them to bring the mystic microstones here. After all, no one would carry treasures like the mystic microstones everywhere they went. Tuoba Hong was stunned. Logically speaking, he should be happy that Lu Zhou refused his offer. However, sometimes refusal was not a good thing at this moment. It was either his apology was deemed insincere or he had thoroughly offended the person in front of him that 2 mystic microstones were not enough to solve the problem. With this thought in mind, he hurriedly brought out a milky white jade talisman. Then, he came before Lu Zhou and presented it to Lu Zhou as he decisively said, Please accept this. I hope you won't disdain it. Everyone looked over. Xiaoyu said with a smile, To think you're willing to part with it. Collective Jade Talisman? Yu Zhenghai had a vague impression of it since he had seen Fan Zhong and Yan Jinlua using it. Lu Zhou hesitated slightly. He did not lead everyone here to ask for these things. After all, he was not a bandit. Why was it that everything he did seemed to be extortion? However, there was no doubt the collective teleportation Jade Talisman was a treasure. Not only could it save one's life, but he could use it to quickly return to help his people. Now that the imbalance had worsened, a disaster might befall the Golden Lotus domain in the future. While Lu Zhou was hesitating, Tuoba Hong said again, "Old sir, please don't refuse me. I'm very sincere about this." Lu Zhou said, "There's a debtor for every debt. How can I blame you for Tuoba Siqing's mistakes?" Tuoba Hong was overjoyed upon hearing these words. He immediately pushed the Jade Talisman over and said, "Thank you, old sir, for being so understanding. Please accept this Jade Talisman." "All right, old fourth." Lu Zhou waved his sleeve. Ming Shiri nodded and casually waved his hand, bringing the Jade Talisman to his hand. Tuoba Hong sighed in relief. He knew it was time to leave. If he stayed on any longer, who knew if the situation would change? Hence, he said, "Sorry for disturbing everyone today. I'll visit another day to apologize to Yannan. I'll take my leave now." "I won't see you out," Yi Wei said. Tuoba Hong waved at his clansmen. Swoosh, 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 swoosh. Soon enough, the people from the Tuoba clan vanished into the clouds. After flying for 100 miles, Tuoba Hong finally came to a stop. He turned to look in the direction of Yannan. "Elder Tuoba, did Venerable Master Tuoba die in vain?" A disciple, who still could not accept the reality, asked. Tuoba Hong said in a deep voice, "There's no reason for young Master Zhao to lie. Even Venerable Master Qin believed him. What else can we do?" Everyone fell silent. "First Elder, if everything is true, then that old man doesn't seem like an evil person. There's no need to offer him the collective transportation Jade Talisman, right? How good would it be if he didn't accept it?" Now that the Tuoba clan no longer had a venerable master, the clan was likely to decline. With that, there would be no lack of people who would trample on them when they were down. The coming days would only be miserable. Tuoba Hong sighed. "You're all still too young." The Tuoba clan had no relationship with Lu Zhou at all. Instead, they had gotten on his bad side. If they could solve the problem with words alone, then what was the point of cultivating? After watching the Tuoba clan leave, Qin Runyue nodded. He turned around and asked, "Brother Lu, are you satisfied?" Lu Zhou shook his head. Qin Runyue was taken aback. He asked, "Brother Lu, what do you mean?" Lu Zhou only said 3 words, "Qin Naiha." Qin Runyue frowned upon hearing these 3 words. "Brother Lu, you know our Qin clan's free man? It's more than just knowing him. He's a traitor of the Qin clan. Mozhang died a suspicious death, so he can't shirk his responsibility. If Brother Lu is privy to his whereabouts, I hope you can tell me," Qin Runyue said. "He's now one of my men," Lu Zhou said indifferently. Qin Runyue. Several disciples from the Qin clan looked over with shocked expressions on their faces. Lu Zhou continued to say, "I'm only telling you this because you're smart. If it were anyone else, I wouldn't have bothered." Qin Runyue suppressed the shock in his heart and asked with a frown, "Brother Lu, what happened?" Lu Zhou rose from his seat and placed his hands on his back as he walked to the edge of the cloud platform. He looked at the mountains and the land that stretched out before his eyes as he slowly said, "Quite a while ago, I was cultivating in seclusion near the cold pond on the peak of a mountain in the Red Lotus domain. At that time, Qin Mozhang ambushed me. I saw that he was young, so I only destroyed one of his birth charts as punishment." Qin Renue's eyes widened. It felt as though an electric current was traveling through his body, and his hair stood on end. He instinctively took a few steps back. Lu Zhou did not pay attention to Qin Renue's reaction and continued to say, "However, I didn't expect that kid to be so stubborn. Not only was he unrepentant, but he even tried to seek revenge." Qin Renue's voice trembled as he asked, "Brother Lu, You killed Mozhang? Lu Zhou turned around. His gaze was profound as he looked at Qin Renyue and asked in return, "Do you think I shouldn't have killed him?" Qin Renyue did not know how to answer this question. The people from the Qin clan were speechless. Despite the gloomy atmosphere, Mingshi Yin scoffed coldly before he said, "Qin Mozhang sent one ghost servant first. Later, he brought 2 ghost servants and Qin Naihe with him. You should know the strength of these people very well." Qin Renyue. Mingshi Yin continued to say, "I heard Qin Mozhang was Venerable Master Qin's successor. I don't believe that Venerable Master Qin is unaware of his temperament." These words hit the nail on the head of Qin Renyue. Qin Renyue certainly understood Qin Mozhang's temperament very well. Indeed, Qin Mozhang was someone who would not let him be at ease. He had to worry about Qin Mozhang constantly. Qin Mozhang lost both his parents when he was young, so he lacked discipline. Moreover, due to his relationship with Qin Renyue, no one dared to be too strict with him. Over time, he developed a domineering and arrogant personality. He became even worse after he became an adult. Although the Qin clansmen were angry, they naturally did not dare to blame him too much. In fact, the first and second elders tried their best to protect him despite his terrible personality. They covered for him and turned big issues into small issues. As a venerable master, apart from cultivating in seclusion, Qin Renyue had many things to attend to as well. It was impossible for him to find time to educate Qin Mozhang. He had once ordered Qin Mozhang to stop causing trouble. In the beginning, Qin Mozhang was rather obedient. However, as time passed, Qin Mozhang returned to his old ways with a vengeance. For this reason, he ordered Qin Naihe, the free man of the Qin clan, to stay by Qin Mozhang's side. This was so Qin Naihe could stop Qin Mozhang from causing trouble or making mistakes. It was unfortunate that, in the end, it still had to come to this point. Qin Renyue sighed heavily before he said, "It's not my intention to doubt Brother Lu's words. However, although Mozhang was arrogant and despotic, he would not have dared to ambush a venerable master. Indeed, Qin Mozhang was a lot of things, but he was not that stupid. He would be a fool if he had knowingly attacked a venerable master. It was no different from seeking death." Lu Zhou shook his head. "He's no different from you when you first met me." Lu Zhou's words rendered Qin Renyue speechless. Indeed, when he had first met Lu Zhou, he did not think there was anything extraordinary about Lu Zhou. If even someone like him made such a mistake, then there was no doubt the inexperienced Qin Mozhang had made this mistake as well. At this moment, a disciple moved to Qin Renyue's side and whispered a few words to him. A frown appeared on his face as he waved his hand. 2 talismans flew out instantly, one above and one below. Then, a projection appeared. Qin De appeared in front of everyone's eyes. "Venerable Master Qin, I've discovered the truth. That traitor, Qin Naihe, has joined the Evil Sky Pavilion. The person who killed the young master is the pavilion master of the evil." All of a sudden, no sound came out from the projection, as though the person had been muted. Qin De seemed to have gone mute when his eyes fell on Lu Zhou, who was standing next to Qin Renyue. He knew Qin Renyue had gone to Yannan. However, Qin Renyue should have had privacy before contacting him, right? Moreover, the person he had been talking about was right next to Qin Renyue. Lu Zhou looked at Qin De and said, "Didn't I tell you I'd be at Yannan?" Qin De was stunned. Indeed, the person in front of him had said such words. At this moment, Qin Renyue said, "I already know about Mozhang." Qin De exclaimed in surprise, "You know?" Qin Renyue nodded. "Where's Qin Naihe?" "The Red Lotus Domain's Sky Martial Academy." "I want to speak to him," Qin Renyue said. Upon hearing this, Yan Zhenlua said with a smile, "That can be easily arranged." Then Yan Zhenlua brought out talismans as well. Since he used more talismans, the circle of light on the ground was bigger as well. After briefly speaking to Si Wuya went to Qin Naihe's room. With this, Qin Renyue saw the seriously injured Qin Naihe. He called out, "Qin Naihe." Qin Naihe hastily got off the bed and kneeled on the ground. He said, It's my fault for failing to protect the young master. This matter has nothing to do with the evil sky pavilion. I hope you can restrain your anger, venerable Master Qin. Qin Renua's eyelids twitched upon hearing these words. The Qin clan had raised Qin Naihe for so many years, but he had never seen Qin Naihe behaving in such a manner. Qin Naihe had just joined the evil sky pavilion a few days ago, and yet, he was willing to shoulder all the burden alone. After a moment, Qin Renue said, "You're the only one I trusted with Mozhang. Back then, I entrusted him to you because I hoped you'd be able to strictly discipline him. I'm greatly disappointed by his death. If you still remember our past relationship, you'll give me a clear explanation." Lu Zhou's expression remained the same. He did not say anything. This matter was like a knot in Qin Naihe's heart. Now that he was given an opportunity to explain himself, how could he hold back? He immediately recounted Qin Moshang's death. After he composed himself, he said with reddened eyes, "Everything I said is true. To prove the veracity of my words, I'm willing to destroy 3 of my birth charts. It's also to repay Venerable Master Qin's kindness to me." Following that, Qin Naihe did not hesitate and mustered up all his energy to manifest his astrolabe. When the astrolabe appeared, he spat out a mouthful of blood. Clearly, the manifestation of the astrolabe had taken a toll on him due to his heavy injuries. Just as Qin Naihe was about to ruthlessly destroy his birth charts, Siwu launched a timely palm seal that hit Qin Naihe's arm. He cried out, "Are you crazy?" Qin Naihe endured the pain and said, "There's no doubt that the young master was in the wrong. However, joining the evil sky pavilion is akin to being disloyal to Venerable Master Qin. This is the least I can do to atone for my sin." During this time, Si Wuya had spent a lot of time comforting Qin Naihe. He was quite surprised that this matter had formed a knot in Qin Naihe's heart, since Qin Naihe was a smart and rational person. Si Wuya chuckled. He said in a tone that carried a hint of anger, "Why do you care so much about that fucking venerable master? If he's appreciative of you, is it possible that he could not even find time to meet you? If he's appreciative of you, why did he not even give you a chance to explain yourself regarding Qin Moshang's matter?" Qin Renue. It was rather strange, but Qin Renue did not know why he was not angry at all when Si Wuya called him a fucking venerable master. Qin Naihe looked at Si Wuya with a helpless expression, not knowing what to say. Si Wuya continued to say firmly, "You've done your best. If Qin Mozhang, Venerable Master Qin, or the Qin clan's elders had listened to you, Qin Mozhang wouldn't have died." Then Si Wuya scoffed before he raised his voice and said icily, "You're not wrong. My master's not wrong. The evil sky pavilion's not wrong. Those who are in the wrong are the elders of the Qin clan and Qin Renue. If the Qin clan doesn't see reason and is stubborn, they can come to the evil sky pavilion to seek revenge. Punishing you for someone else's mistakes is stupid." The cloud platform was abnormally quiet. The room Si Wuya was in was terrifyingly quiet as well. Lu Zhou's expression was still the same. Qin Renue's brows were tightly knitted, but he remained silent. He really could not find any words to refute the young man's words. Putting aside his friendship with Lu Zhou and Lu Zhou's cultivation base, even if he could kill Lu Zhou and avenge Qin Mozhang, this matter would still be a stain in his life. The more Qin Renue thought about it, the more he agreed that Qin Naihe had a clear conscience. Moreover, even if that were not the case, what could he do? Lu Zhou was far better than him. The evil sky pavilion had the ability to disregard the Qin clan, but what could the Qin clan do? After a moment of silence, Si Wuya turned around and cupped his fists at Lu Zhou and Qin Renue. "Greetings, master. Greetings." Lu Zhou interjected, "Don't be rude." "Greetings, venerable Master Qin," Si Wuya said. His expression clearly contradicted his words. Qin Renue closed his eyes and inhaled deeply. When he opened his eyes, he looked at Si Wuya and said with a heavy sigh, "You're right. Qin Mozhang was at fault and I'm at fault. One should pay the price for one's mistake." Si Wuya was slightly taken aback. He thought that Qin Renue would be stubborn and refute his words. He did not expect Qin Renue to admit his mistake so easily. It seemed like Qin Naihe was right. Qin Runyue was a reasonable person. Qin Naihe was still kneeling on the ground, and he still did not know what to say. He really wished he had the courage to cut off the projection. He only said, "Venerable Master." Qin Naihe, he's right. You're not at fault, Qin Runyue calmly said. Let's end this matter regarding Mozhang. When you have the time, you can return and visit me at the Qin clan anytime. Qin Naihe seemed to have forgotten his pain when he heard these words. Just as he was about to agree, Si Wuya moved to stand in front of him and said, I have a few words that I'm not sure if I should say. Si Wuya's earlier words had made Qin Runyue speechless. However, he could not deny that Si Wuya's words were extraordinary. Since Lu Zhou was standing next to him, he could only say, Please speak. Venerable Master Qin, Si Wuya said politely. He bowed before he continued to say, First of all, I disagree with what you said. Qin Moshang's matter can't just come to an end just because you said so. If Qin Mozhang had only launched a sneak attack on my master, it would have been too big of a deal. After all, it's just like an ant trying to shake a tree. However, he sent a 14-chart ghost servant to attack us before he personally led 3 experts to the 12 sects of Cloud Mountain and held the people there hostage. Many disciples of Cloud Mountain died and hundreds of people were injured as a result of his actions. How can this matter end here? You're a high and mighty venerable master, so you know that the overall strength of the Red Lotus domain is far weaker than that of the Green Lotus domain. If venerable masters can bully the weak, can't my master do the same? If my master didn't arrive in time and Qin Naihe didn't stop Qin Mozhang, I'm afraid the thousands of disciples of the 12 sects of Cloud Mountain would have died. The lives of the strong are precious, but are the lives of the weak worthless? Qin Runyue's expression turned slightly unnatural when he heard these words. While Si Wuya spoke, he had been paying attention to the changes in his master's expression. When he saw that his master's expression remained the same, he continued to say, Second, Qin Naihe has already joined the Evil Sky Pavilion. Whether he leaves or not is up to master. If he leaves without permission, the Evil Sky Pavilion will regard him as a traitor. Qin Naihe was stunned by these words. While Qin Runyue spoke to him, he had forgotten that he had already joined the Evil Sky Pavilion. Si Wuya continued on his momentum and said, Finally, your Qin clan's first and second elders have repeatedly provoked the Evil Sky Pavilion. They destroyed our Sky Martial Academy's formation, injured the people of the Evil Sky Pavilion, and destroyed Qin Naihe's birth chart. If it weren't for Qin Naihe, the people of the Evil Sky Pavilion would have been killed by Qin De. With all this said, how can Venerable Master Qin just decide to put an end to this matter? You didn't even ask for my master's opinion. Qin Runyue's frown deepened. At this moment, he realized the situation was much more serious than he had imagined. Si Wuya bowed to Qin Runyue and took a step back. Then he looked at Qin Naihe and said, Brother Qin, I've said everything I can and should. Then, Si Wuya retreated to the side as though he had nothing to do with what was going on. Qin Naihe. At this moment, there were 2 people who were the most upset. Qin Runyue and Qin De. Qin Runyue had always thought this matter was only about Qin Moshang's death. He had thought things through and had accepted everything. However, it seemed like the matter was far from over. The more he thought about it, the angrier he became. He finally lost his temper and cursed angrily, Bastard! Everyone was taken aback. Mozhang had really crossed the line. Qin De was frightened by these words. I thought Mozhang was just immature. I assumed that he would change when he matured. I didn't expect him to be such a bastard. I'm willing to apologize to Brother Lu regarding this matter. As for the dead and injured disciples of Cloud Mountain, please tell me how I can make compensation. As long as it's within my capability, I'll definitely fulfill it, Qin Runyue said in a clear voice. Everyone present nodded. Their expressions were ones of approval. As expected of the venerable master of the Qin clan, he was righteous and was able to distinguish right from wrong. If it were Tuoba Siqing, he would likely twist the facts, shirk the responsibility, or even kill to silence people. Lu Zhou said, I have a good relationship with Nie Qingyun. The the sect master of Cloud Mountain. However, I can't make decisions for him regarding this matter. It's best if you discuss this with him. Thank you, Qin Renyue said. Then, he turned to look at the projection in the air and called out in a deep voice, Qinda. Qinda started. He trembled as he bowed. The venerable master. Destroy one of your birth charts and apologize to Pavilion Master Lu, Qin Renyue said decisively. Qinda. Initially, Qinda was rather certain that Qin Renyue would only lecture him or ground him so he could reflect on his mistake at most. He did not expect he would have to pay with one of his birth charts. What he could not understand the most was the fact that he was dealt such a heavy punishment while Qin Naihe, the traitor of the Qin clan, got away relatively unharmed. Alas, Qinda was unaware of how furious Qin Renyue was at this moment. Currently, in Qin Renyue's heart, he completely blamed the first and second elders for Qin Maoshang's death and mistakes. Moreover, there were many times when he wanted to meet Qin Naihe and Qin Mozhang in the past, but he was fooled by the two elders. Qinda, what are you waiting for? Qin Renyue asked as he raised his voice. Qinda's hands trembled. He raised his hand and stared at it for a long time. He could not help but feel indignant. Lu Zhou felt that Qin Renyue and the Qin clan were rather reasonable people. The more reasonable they were, the higher the chance of them becoming allies. Hence, it was not too good to overdo things. He was about to speak to stop Qinda when a burst of maniacal laughter rang in the air. Qinda clenched his hand into fist as he laughed. I've had enough. Qinda cursed angrily. Venerable Master Qin, you've gotten senile. You're an old fool. Qin Renyue's expression darkened. Qinda continued laughing as he said, You want me to destroy the birth chart that I've painstakingly activated? Are the years of contribution to the Qin clan that I made nothing in your eyes? Lu Zhou, the people from the Evil Sky Pavilion, and Yennan's disciples did not expect a drama to unfold at this moment. Meanwhile, Si Wuya reacted quickly. He drew a few lines behind his back with his finger before he ignited a talisman. At the same time, Yan Jinlua sent movements from one of the talismans at his waist. While everyone's attention was focused on Qinda, he discreetly read the message that Si Wuya sent. Stall Qinda. Following that, he maintained his expression and casually moved to Lu Zhou's side before quietly handing Si Wuya's message to Lu Zhou. Lu Zhou glanced at the message before he destroyed the message in his hand. He naturally could guess Si Wuya's intention. Si Wuya was likely worried that Qinda would go crazy out of desperation and start a massacre. On the other hand, Qin Renyue did not think about all these things. He could no longer suppress his anger as he roared. How dare you! I told you time and time again not to make a move without consulting me. What do you take my words for? Do you remember me telling you to discipline Mozhang strictly? Qinda chuckled, unmoved by these words. Do you know how to corrupt and destroy someone? The answer isn't to kill them. On the contrary, it's to give them whatever they want, support them unreasonably, and spoil them until they're beyond redemption. Qinda continued with his shocking revelation. Everyone by his side was meticulously arranged by me. His food, clothing, accommodation, and everything else were all arranged by me as well. I gave him everything he wanted, and I praised him to the sky. That idiot was very happy with my treatment. Whenever you scolded him, he would come to me. I was his safe haven. Everything was within my grasp until you sent Qin Naihe. Fortunately, it was too late by then. Qinda continued to laugh like a madman again. Qin Renyue was so irascible with anger that he instinctively raised his hand and launched a palm seal. Swoosh! The palm seal harmless passed through the projection in the air. Qinda smiled smugly. At this time, a core disciple of the Qin clan, who could no longer suppress his anger, rebuked loudly. As the first elder of the Qin clan, how could you do such a thing? The Qin clan has always treated you well. Qinda raised his hand. Buzz! An astrolabe appeared before everyone's eyes. They were stunned when they saw the astrolabe. Apart from 17 birth charts that were flashing brightly, they could see a distinct dim birth chart. This meant that Qinda was a venerable master. Swoosh! Qin put away his astrolabe before he asked, "Are you satisfied with this answer?" Qin Renyue said, "I really didn't expect you to keep this matter in your heart." Qin spat on the ground upon hearing Qin Renyue's words. He said resentfully, "If you didn't insist on doing that, I wouldn't have lost a birth chart. I would have been the second venerable master in the Qin clan." Everyone sighed heavily at this turn of events. Qin Renyue asked, "And then? So, from now on, I'm no longer a member of the Qin clan. This means there's no reason for me to obey your orders." Qin said. "You dare!" Qin Renyue barked as his expression darkened. Alas, the duo was too far apart. One was in the Green Lotus domain, and the other was in the Red Lotus domain. Qin said, "Don't provoke me. Otherwise, I'll bury the entire Evil Sky Pavilion with you." Then, Qin turned to Lu Zhou, who had been silent all this time. He cupped his fists together slightly and said, "Pavilion Master Lu, in order to protect myself, I have no choice but to offend you." Then, Qin flicked his sleeve and vanished. The projection was cut off. Qin Renyue roared. However, the projection had already disappeared. He was both angry and worried. He was angry that Qin had degenerated to this extent, and he worried Qin would act recklessly. After all, with Qin's strength, it was too easy for Qin to kill. After a moment, he turned to look at Lu Zhou and discovered that Lu Zhou's expression remained the same, as though this had nothing to do with him. He said, "Brother Lu, even if a sick dog could leap over a high wall if it was cornered, a rabbit would also bite when it's desperate," Lu Zhou remarked. Qin Renyue sighed. "I really didn't expect this of Qin. Human hearts were hard to read. Sometimes, even an old couple who had been together for decades could turn on each other and kill each other. It was not surprising that Qin, who was filled with grievances, turned out this way." After a moment, Lu Zhou asked curiously, "He once had 18 birth charts?" Qin Renyue calmed down before he shook his head and said, "In the past, Qin and I addressed each other as brothers. At that time, there had never been a venerable master in the Qin clan. Hence, Qin and I led thousands of disciples to the unknown land. It took all the power of our clan to finally take down a beast emperor. Initially, the life heart was supposed to be given to him. However, by then, he had lost one birth chart. His situation was dire at that time, and we could not find any mystic profound grass to help him. In the end, the Elder Council decided to give me the life heart. It took me 10 years before I successfully activated 18 birth charts, passed the birth trial, and became a venerable master." After taking a breath, Qin Renyue continued to say, "At that time, I regarded Qin as my confidant and my right-hand man. Hence, I helped him become the first elder of the clan. He was only below one person and stood above thousands of people. I didn't expect. Qin Renyue sighed as he recalled the past. Lu Zhou said, "This is something you have to deal with." Qin Renyue nodded. Then, he turned around and asked Yue, "Elder Yi, can I borrow Yennan's runic passage?" "Of course," Yue replied. Qin Renyue said to his people, "I'm going to clean up the sect." Qin Renyue's people bowed in unison. "We'll wait for Venerable Master's return." With that, Yue quickly led Qin Renyue to the runic passage. At this time, Lu Zhou looked at Wuxia. Wuxia asked, puzzled, "Master, why didn't you stall Qin?" Lu Zhou asked, "Where's Qin now?" "The last time I saw him was yesterday at the Sky Martial Academy. I think he should be nearby. I'm afraid he intends to hold us hostage out of desperation to protect himself." Wuxia replied with a worried expression on his face. Lu Zhou said, "Bring some people to the White Tower Council and seal all the passage." Zhao Hongfu and 8th junior brother went to the Yellow Lotus domain. "I'm afraid we won't be able to seal the passages." "Then destroy them. I'll get to it immediately." With that, the projection cut off as well. With so many runic passages, they needed to move immediately. No matter how profound their cultivation bases were, it was still a race against time. Wuxia destroyed all the runic passages in the Sky Martial Academy before he led everyone to the White Tower Council. 2 hours later, as expected, Xianxia appeared above the Sky Martial Academy. He scoffed coldly as he looked at the empty and slightly desolate-looking place. They ran really fast. Xianxia turned and looked in the direction of Cloud Mountain. Initially, he had planned on acting against Cloud Mountain. However, he recalled that Qin Mozhang had died there and the runic passage that was connected to the Green Lotus domain was located near Cloud Mountain. This meant that there was a high possibility that Qin Renyue would arrive at the runic passage. Hence, he could only dismiss this idea. After a moment, he muttered to himself, "The Golden Lotus domain's Evil Sky Pavilion?" However, he was not sure if there were runic passages here. If there were none, it meant that he could only go to the Golden Lotus domain by flying over the endless ocean or travel through the Blackwater Mystic Cave. This would take too much time. At this moment, a group of people appeared in the Sky Martial Academy. Xianxia immediately waved his hand. Countless energy seals flew out, catching them. These people were just ordinary cultivators. Faced with Xianxia, they were no different from ants. Xianxia asked, "Where did Qin Naiha go?" I don't know. My patience is limited. Where are the runic passages?" Xianxia asked again. "Mr. Seventh destroyed all the runic passages," the cultivator said, terrified. "Destroyed?" Xianxia frowned as Wuxia's figure appeared in his mind. What a cunning young man. "Where did they go?" Xianxia asked. White Tower Council," the cultivator said in a trembling voice. Swoosh! Xianxia loosened his grip, letting the cultivator fall. "Consider yourself lucky that I know of a runic passage to the White Lotus domain." Xianxia flew away, leaving ripples in his wake. An hour later, Xianxia appeared in a quiet forest. He waved his sleeve lightly before a wave of energy swept away the dried leaves on the ground. With that, a circular runic passage appeared before his eyes. He wasted no time and stepped into the circle and activated the runic passage. 15 minutes later, Xianxia found himself standing in a snowy land. The weather was rather gloomy. Dark clouds hid the sky as flying beasts occupied the sky. After surveying his surroundings, he turned around and launched a palm seal at the runic passage. Boom! The runic passage dimmed immediately. In order to prevent it from being repaired, Xianxia struck at it another few more times, completely destroying it before he left. Another hour passed. Xianxia saw a group of White Lotus cultivators surrounding a beast king that was charging around. The cultivators' bodies were all riddled with wounds. With that, Xianxia manifested his astrolabe. The astrolabe shot out a beam of energy that swiftly and accurately pierced the beast king. The beast king could not withstand this blow and fell to the ground immediately. Upon seeing this, the White Lotus cultivators who had just survived a disaster greeted Xianxia as though they had seen their savior. "Thank you for saving us, senior," Xianxia said with a smile. "There's no need to thank me. Fierce beasts are enemies of humans, after all. It's only right for me to help my fellow humans." The cultivators were greatly moved by these words. Xianxia asked, "May I know where's the White Tower Council?" "The White Tower Council? May I ask why Senior is going to the White Tower Council?" One of the White Lotus cultivators asked. How could Xianxia be foiled by this group of cultivators? He had long thought of an excuse. He replied with a smile. "The imbalance is getting more and more serious, so I just want to do my part and help out." "I see," one of the cultivators said. "I admire Senior's sense of duty. The White Tower Council is located 3,000 miles east of this place. It's located in a remote area where many fierce beasts roam." "Thank you," Xianxia said before he vanished in just a blink of an eye. The cultivators' eyes were brimming with admiration as they watched Xianxia leave. Meanwhile, Xianxia flew at top speed. With 17 birth charts, it took him half a day to arrive at the White Tower Council. The white tower that towered past the dark clouds was extremely eye-catching. It stood in the midst of the snowy land, looking like it was holding up the sky. Xianxia smiled. "White Tower Council. Let's see where else you can hide. Everyone knew the White Tower Council was in Great Ming. When Xianxia was still the Tower Master, the White Tower Council was the backbone of Great Ming. The White Tower Council kept chaos and even the Black Lotus domain at bay, and it kept the Black Tower Council in check. It was a famous force in the cultivation world. Qin De was not in a hurry to act as he looked at the White Tower. He had already thought about the next step for him to survive: guerrilla warfare. Apart from that, he was not worried he would not be able to find a place to settle down. The world was so vast, after all. Although venerable masters were powerful, as long as he avoided them, there would be no problem at all. Since Pavilion Master Lu's disciples came to take refuge here, there should be a runic passage somewhere. I'll have to be careful, Qin De muttered to himself. As long as he did run into Qin Renyue and Lu Zhou, there would be no problem at all. Naturally, he knew he had to be on guard against hidden experts as well. Qin De flew forward before he came to a stop a few hundred meters away from the White Tower. He looked at the dark sky. The fact that the White Tower stood strong despite the imbalance showed how extraordinary the tower was. The imbalance started a long time ago, but there were no signs of the equalizers at all. It seemed like those people wanted to shake things up between humans and fierce beasts. I should be cautious and secretly investigate the situation first, Qin De said to himself before he vanished from sight again. At this time, Qin Renyue appeared near Cloud Mountain in the Red Lotus domain. He had come here using the Qin clan's runic passage that connected to the snowy mountain near Cloud Mountain. Qin Renyue's expression was exceptionally grim as he looked at the 12 peaks around him. After a moment, he flew forward. The imbalance here was quite serious. The oppressive dark clouds loomed over everything as flying beasts flew in the sky. Qin Renyue no longer cared about anything. He used all his strength as he flew. In just a blink of an eye, he appeared near a peak that was overrun by fierce beasts. When he approached the peak, he saw a cultivator moving around. In just a flash, he appeared in front of that cultivator. The cultivator was shocked by Qin Renyue's sudden appearance. Why you? Who are you? Qin Renyue asked. How do I get to the Sky Martial Academy? Having been in a high position for a long time, it was difficult for Qin Renyu to change his manner of speech and attitude. It was easy to arouse people's ire. The young cultivator, who did not want to offend anyone, pointed at the 12 peaks and said, It's about 190 miles north of the 12 sects of Cloud Mountain. That's the 12 sects of Cloud Mountain? Qin Renyue was slightly surprised. Upon hearing these words, the cultivator grew wary. Although Cloud Mountain was not a top force, it was still rather famous in the Red Lotus domain. How could the person in front of him not know that? Hence, he said, I have to go now. Why are you in a rush? Qin Renyue asked. The imbalance is really serious. I have to continue patrolling to make sure fierce beasts don't invade the 12 sects of Cloud Mountain. The cultivator replied. You're a cultivator from the 12 sects of Cloud Mountain? The cultivator finally realized he had misspoken, giving away more information than he had intended to. He no longer dared to say anything and hurriedly turned to leave. The cultivator only 6 leaves. In front of Qin Renyue, he was even weaker than an ant. Qin Renyue flashed and appeared in front of the cultivator, who could not catch Qin Renyue's movements at all. Since he was pressed for time, he did not explain anything to the cultivator. He grabbed the cultivator and said, Let's go. When the cultivator regained his senses, he saw trees, mountains, and rivers speeding past him in a blur. He felt incredibly dizzy and disoriented. This continued for 15 minutes before Qin Renyue came to a stop above the 12 peaks. He looked at the cultivator and asked, This is Cloud Mountain? I'm asking you a question. The cultivator was very dizzy, and he felt very nauseous. Qin Renyue saw many flying beasts attacking Cloud Mountain at this moment. The disciples were trying to attack and defend against the flying beasts. A few of them were at the Thousand Realms whirling stage. Near the highest peak, he saw 1,000 cultivators with 2 birth charts flying around. He shifted his gaze and saw the land underneath the cloud platform was charred as though there had been a great fire before. Upon seeing the people of Cloud Mountain struggling, He sighed and said in a deep voice, "I'll help you." The cultivator fell into a daze when he saw a green astrolabe appearing in front of Qin Runyue. Qin Runyue pushed his astrolabe toward the top of Cloud Mountain. It grew and grew until it covered the sky, spanning thousands of meters. The disciples of Cloud Mountain raised their heads and watched this scene in shock and disbelief. Following that, beams of light from Qin Runyue's birth chart power shot down. The astrolabe spun as it shot out of beams of light that killed the flying beasts and fierce beasts in Cloud Mountain. In just a few moments, silence returned to Cloud Mountain. Which expert helped our Cloud Mountain? The elders hovered in the sky. The size of the astrolabe had exceeded their imaginations. Such a huge astrolabe. Where is the sect master? Sect master went to the foot of the mountain to kill a beast king. Quickly, go and get the sect master. At this moment, the astrolabe in the sky shrank rapidly before flying back to Qin Runyue's hand. The elders led the disciples over to greet Qin Runyue. "Thank you for your help, senior." "There's no need for that," Qin Runyue said. "May I ask for your name, senior?" an elder asked. At this time, Qin Runyue brought a piece of jade and tossed it over as he said, "If you're in danger, crush this jade." Then he thought about it for a moment. These people definitely did not know who he was. Hence, he said, "I'm a friend of Pavilion Master Lu of the Evil Sky Pavilion." Upon hearing these words, the cultivator whom Qin Runyue brought here sighed in relief. He patted his chest and said, "As it turns out, you're Pavilion Master Lu's friend. You almost scared me to death." Qin Runyue thought to himself, "As expected, Brother Lu's reputation in the Red Lotus domain is much better than mine in the Red Lotus domain." Qin Runyue thought that while he was here, it was best for him to use Lu Zhou's name. Then he said, "I have matters to attend to, so I'll visit another day. Farewell." Seeing Qin Runyue's anxious expression, the elders of Cloud Mountain did not dare to stop and only bowed. In just a flash, Qin Runyue vanished into the cloud, leaving the dumbfounded elders behind. At the same time, in the White Tower Council's training hall, "Sixth Senior Sister, I'll have to trouble you," Wuxia said after recounting what happened to Yi Tianxian. "There's no need for these words between us. The Evil Sky Pavilion's affairs are naturally mine as well," Yi Tianxian said. "I've already ordered the members to guard the runic hall at all times and to pay attention to even the slightest changes. Master was at the unknown land for half a year, and now he's in the Green Lotus domain. He won't be back so soon. We must deal with Qinda cautiously," Wuxia said. Yi Tianxian was puzzled. "Then why are you the only one here? Moreover, Qinda won't be able to get here from the Red Lotus domain so quickly." Wuxia shook his head. "There's a runic passage that connects to the Green Lotus domain at the peak of the snowy mountain near Cloud Mountain. Hence, there's a possibility they have a runic passage here as well. As for the others, I sealed their auras and told them to hide in the underground prison in Sky Martial Academy. Qinda is definitely worried about running into Venerable Master Qin and Master, so he won't stay in the Red Lotus domain longer than necessary." Wuxia paused briefly before he said, "I'll need to trouble the White Tower Council to cooperate with me. Did you tell everyone to gather at the runic hall, so we can leave at a moment's notice?" Wuxia nodded and said, "We have two options. First, we can go to the unknown land from here and seek Lu Wu's help. Second, we can return to the Sky Martial Academy. After all, Qinda has no idea how many runic passages I have in the Sky Martial Court." Was this not like playing hide and seek? There were so many runic passages in the Sky Martial Academy that it would take Qinda more than half a day at least to search for all of them. Almost as soon as Wuxia finished speaking, a thunderous voice rang from outside. "Hand Qin Naiha over, and I'll spare your lives." Yi Tianxian and Wuxia rose to their feet simultaneously and looked outside the White Tower. "So fast. He really has a runic passage leading to the White Lotus domain," Wuxia said. "Let's go." Swoosh, swoosh. The duo rushed out of the White Tower immediately. At the same time, Qinda searched the White Tower for a long time, but he did not find anyone. He felt as though he had been tricked. He needed to find Xianxia and see Wuya as soon as possible. After he had spoken, no one responded to him. All of a sudden, he sensed a strange surge of vitality energy. He flashed and locked onto the location of the energy surge. Soon enough, Qinda appeared near Si Wuya and Yi Tianxin. He did not waste time and struck with his palm as soon as he arrived. Let's see where you can run now. The palm seal was like a mountain as it flew out. Si Wuya tossed his peacock plume out, and it fanned out in the air. Then, a pair of golden wings that spanned 100 feet unfurled on his back. Since the palm seal was not aimed at Yi Tianxin, she had no trouble avoiding it. Moreover, her cultivation base was higher than Si Wuya's. When she landed, she looked up immediately. Then, she cast the butterfly love flower to pull Si Wuya down. Boom! The palm seal landed on the white tower. However, Si Wuya did not panic at all. Instead, a smile could be seen on his face as he said, "Elder Qin, you've been tricked." Qinda was taken aback. Tricked? I've sent Xianxia back to the Green Lotus domain a long time ago. Annoyance surged in Qinda's heart upon hearing these words. He found the cunning young man in front of him detestable. He barked, "How dare you toy with me?" Swoosh! Qinda left afterimages in his wake as he flew out. He said angrily, "It's the same if I capture you." His goal was to hold someone hostage. It did not matter who his hostage was as long as his hostage could deter Lu Zhou or Qin Renyue. The more he thought about it, the more he thought the young man in front of him would make a better hostage. After all, Xianxia was seriously injured. This meant if he had captured Xianxia, he would have to treat Xianxia's injuries as well. If Xianxia died, he would lose his bargaining chip. With 17 birth charts, Qinda's speed was incredibly fast. It was almost impossible to catch his movements. Si Wuya did not expect Qinda to really dare to target him. He hurriedly said, "Let's go." The runic hall was located at the bottom of the White Tower. "Don't even think about leaving." Qinda smacked his palm on the ground as he landed. Boom! The ground trembled. In the runic hall, all the members of the White Tower Council were present in the hall. The judges, Ning Wanqing and Bai Shuo, could sense something was wrong with the runic passage immediately. "He's familiar with runic passages. Hurry up and activate it." Ning Wanqing cried out as he slammed his hand down. Bang! The runic passage lit up briefly before the light was extinguished. "This is bad. We can't channel energy into the runic passage." So Wuya frowned. "Why aren't you running anymore?" Qinda sneered. Si Wuya raised an eyebrow as he placed his hands on his back and said, "Are you sure you want to make an enemy out of the evil sky pavilion? I have no choice. If it weren't for your master, I wouldn't have ended up like this." "Don't worry, I won't kill you," Qinda said. "I bet that not only do you not dare to kill me, but you don't even dare to touch me." Si Wuya turned slightly to look at the people in the hall, indicating that they were not allowed to make a move. Then Si Wuya inhaled deeply. His expression was calm, and his eyes shone with a strange light. Then he looked inside the runic hall again. Due to the dark sky, it was difficult to see inside. On the other hand, Qinda was taken aback when he heard Si Wuya's words. At this time, Si Wuya began to walk toward the entrance of the runic hall. His speed was moderate and leisurely. At this moment, silence permeated the White Tower. Yi Tianxin called out, perplexed, "Seventh junior brother?" "Don't worry." Si Wuya seemed unreasonably confident. Yi Tianxin naturally knew how meticulous Si Wuya was when dealing with matters. However, at this time, no matter how thorough or clever his plans were, they were useless when faced with absolute strength. The other party was a highly experienced 17-chart cultivator. Qinda said with a sneer, "Young man, you weren't even born yet when I was playing tricks." Qinda mobilized primal chi with his right hand. Si Wuya continued to stride forward. When he was 10 meters away from the entrance of the hall, the snowy white ground was reflected on his lower body. Qinda was about to make a move when he saw a flash of red in Si Wuya's eyes. The flash of red light did not look ordinary. It was like the burning sun or the molten iron in a forging furnace. Strangely, Qinda hesitated when he saw the flash of red light. At the same time, an ominous feeling rose in his heart. At this time, the peacock plume landed on Si Wuya's back again. Swoosh! The wings that spanned 100 feet unfurled in all their glory, coincidentally blocking the main entrance of the hall. Si Wuya's expression was indifferent, and his voice was confident as he asked, "Do you dare?" Si Wuya's confidence actually made Qinda take a step back. Then his eyes widened before he said skeptically, "Impossible! He died a long time ago." Then, Qinda steeled himself. He shook his head, and his expression returned to normal. He was determined to see this through. He said angrily, "Putting on an act? I'm going to catch you anyway." Swoosh! A shadow flashed and arrived in front of the main hall. Si Wuya flapped his wings, shooting out thousands of golden needles. Bang! 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 The golden needles landed on Qinda's body harmlessly. As soon as Qinda landed, Yi Tianxin, Ning Wanqing, and Bai Shua launched a palm seal at the same time. Bang! The white tower shook slightly. Qinda remained unmoved. The trio retreated as their blood and qi surged in their bodies. The cultivation bases of the members of the White Tower Council were higher than Qinda had expected. Their palm strikes showed him that he had underestimated his opponents. Qinda glanced at Si Wuya to determine Si Wuya was unharmed from the backlash. After all, he did not want to kill Si Wuya, he only wanted to take Si Wuya hostage. He said with a smile, "If you don't leave with me, I'll kill them." Si Wuya frowned. Buzz. At this moment, the 30,000 Dao inscriptions on the White Tower Council suddenly lit up one after another in ascending order. Qinda instinctively looked up. With that, he saw a blue-clad woman slowly descending from the sky. Another person who's courting death. Qinda pushed his hand up and launched a huge palm seal. Even if the woman did not die from this palm seal, she would still be heavily injured. The palm seal continued to grow as it shot up the sky. Screech! An ear-piercing cry resounded in the sky at this moment. The sound wave rolled out and destroyed the palm seal immediately. Qinda was shocked. When he looked up, he saw a crimson fierce beast flying toward him. Its body was that of a chicken, and it was emitting a mysterious energy. Qinda hurriedly raised his hand. Boom! Qinda was sent flying back before he spat out a mouthful of blood. He slid back on the snowy ground for a long time before he finally came to a stop. Red dots could be seen on the snow-white ground. At this time, the crimson bird landed on the ground. Then, the blue-clad woman landed on the crimson bird's back. Master's orders state that anyone who trespasses the White Tower will be killed without mercy. Everyone in the runic hall was briefly stunned. After a while, they finally realized reinforcements had arrived. Then, they rushed out one after another. Yi Tianxin and Si Wuya looked at the crimson fierce beast. Compared to the fierce beasts they had seen, it was not very big. It was about the size of a human, and its feathers were slender and glowing with light. Apart from Si Wuya, the members of the White Tower Council recognized the crimson fierce beasts as well. Halcyon divine bird! What a strong great void energy! The people present did not have a clear concept or understanding of divine beasts. They only relied on their limited knowledge and instincts to make judgments. The halcyon divine bird stood proudly with its head held high and its chest puffed out as it stared unblinkingly at Qinda, who had been severely injured with just one of its strikes. The overall strength of the White Tower Council was not weak. There were judges with 8 birth charts and elders with 9 and 10 birth charts. However, compared to Qinda's 17 birth charts, they were rather pitiful. However, even a 17-chart expert could not withstand a strike from the bird. He did not even have a chance to retaliate. There were no magnificent fights, ostentatious displays of power, or overwhelming shows of strength. He simply dropped straight to the ground. Everyone was dumbfounded. Was this the fighting style of a big shot? Was it all about simple and clean attacks? Ning Wanqing could not see, but with his superb hearing, he could guess the situation. Everyone's heartbeats seemed much relaxed now, and their breathing was smoother as well. He could hear the fluctuation of primal chi as well as the Halcyon Divine Bird's great void energy as well. The blue-clad woman standing on the Halcyon Divine Bird looked plain. She jumped down from the bird's back and glanced at the crowd. "Is everyone okay?" Yi Tianxin asked. "Did Tower Master Lan send you here?" The blue-clad female attendant nodded with a smile. "After returning to the Great Void, she told me to keep an eye on the White Tower Council." No one knew if they should feel happy or worried. They were happy that such a powerful figure was watching over them, but at the same time, it was rather discomforting knowing that someone was secretly watching their every move. The blue-clad female attendant walked over to Qin De and asked, "Who are you?" Qin De lay on the ground as he launched into a coughing fit. He tried to raise his head to see who or what had injured him. When he finally had a clear look, he cried out, "H Halcyon Divine Bird?" The Halcyon Divine Bird cried out as though it was responding to Qin De. It was quite intelligent, after all. It enjoyed the fear and reverence it inspired in humans. At this time, Yi Tianxin took the initiative to say, "He's Qin De, the first elder of the Qin clan in the Green Lotus domain. He has 17 birth charts. Stay away from him in case he suddenly acts." Bai Shuo reminded the others. Everyone retreated immediately. The blue-clad female attendant glanced at the Halcyon Divine Bird and said, "He's yours." Upon hearing these words, the Halcyon Divine Bird ran over happily. Qin De's eyes widened and he kept muttering, "No, no, no." Qin De's survival instinct kicked in at this moment. Despite being severely injured, he launched dozens of palm seals at the bird. The Halcyon Divine Bird was completely unharmed. The attacks did not even ruffle its feathers. Continued to run forward. When it arrived at Qin De's side, it pecked its long and sharp beaks at him. Qin De hurriedly manifested his astrolabe to resist the bird. Bang! Qin De let out a heart-wrenching scream. The Halcyon Divine Bird's beaks were curved like a hook and as sharp as a blade. Almost without any suspense, it pierced through Qin De's astrolabe. It pushed downward, piercing his chest and into his heart. Then, it lifted its head, gouging out Qin De's heart. Gulp! The Halcyon Divine Bird swallowed the heart into its stomach as though it was swallowing dates. Following that, 1,000 realms whirling avatar appeared before disappearing again, indicating that Qin De had lost a birth chart. When a human cultivator reached a certain realm, they would not die immediately even if they lost their hearts. If one knew the right method, one could still survive. For example, there were secret techniques such as the heart resurrection technique, blood sacrifice rituals, and parasitic techniques that could keep one alive. There were also some special species such as the Void Chest tribesmen who were not reliant on their hearts to live. Blood from Qin De's heart splashed on his face before it disappeared down the Halcyon Divine Bird's throat. His eyes shone with fear as he cried out, "Get lost!" Subsequently, at the juncture between life and death, Qin De released all the power of his 16 birth charts. A violent and surging energy swept out, forcing the others to bring out their astrolabes to withstand it. Swoosh! Strangely, they discovered that they were unaffected by the wave of energy. Puzzled, they raised their heads to have a look. They saw the crimson wings of the Halcyon Divine Bird spread out like an impenetrable city wall, blocking the wave of energy like Mount Tai. The Halcyon Divine Bird's crimson feathers glinted dazzlingly when the white snow was reflected on them. They looked like shining rubies. Swoosh! The Halcyon Divine Bird folded its wings. If they had sensed its great void energy, did not see it attack, or see its majestic posture when it unfurled its wings, they would not have been able to guess the fierce beast in front of them was a divine beast. However, all its actions indicated that it was truly a divine beast. The blue-clad female attendant said with a smile, "It's inconvenient for Master to come here, so she especially ordered me to ride the divine beast here. Don't be afraid. It's very obedient to Master." Everyone nodded. Bai Shuo murmured, "Truly unbelievable. It's so small." "You're wrong," the blue-clad female attendant said. "Divine beasts can change their sizes at will. However, there are rules in the Great Void that restrict them." Si Wuya asked curiously, Where's the great void? The blue-clad female attendant knew Si Wuya was difficult to deal with, so she had already prepared an excuse beforehand. She said, "Right now, the great void is still far from your reach. The less you know, the safer it is for you." "I don't understand. Tower Master Lan is from the great void. But why did she become the Tower Master of the White Tower Council?" Si Wuya pressed on. "I'm just an attendant, so there are many things I'm not privy to," the blue-clad female attendant said. Si Wuya shook his head helplessly. He knew it was impossible to dig out any information from the blue-clad female attendant. At the same time, Qinda had been completely subdued by the halcyon divine bird's strength. He could not move at all. Even though he had exploded with the power of his 16 birth charts, he was unable to shake the bird off. At this time, the halcyon divine bird's beaks suddenly elongated and ruthlessly pierced Qinda's chest again. It was as though, in its eyes, Qinda was just a reptile on the ground. It was like a machine. It obeyed its order with utmost precision and attacked ruthlessly. One by one, Qinda's birth charts were destroyed. The primal chi storm that was about to brew was also sucked down the halcyon divine bird's throat into its stomach. Qinda finally gave up resisting. He began to laugh. His laughter was a mixture of sorrow and madness. "Great void! How great it is!" The blue-clad female attendant frowned. "What are you laughing about? I worked hard to cultivate and survive, removing all the obstacles that stood in my path," Qinda said as blood gushed out of his chest. "However, in front of you, I'm not better than reptiles. Isn't it laughable?" The blue-clad female attendant shook her head. "You're on the brink of death, but you're still unrepentant." Qinda continued to laugh in between throwing up blood. "You're all hypocrites. How ridiculous. A man's words might not be kind when he was on the verge of death." As though possessed, Qinda continued to ramble on. "All of you think you're the masters of heaven and earth. You constructed a forbidden cultivation land and imposed restraints on others, but you sit alone on a high throne, treating the battles between humans and fierce beasts as entertainment. All of you are too arrogant." Qinda's eyes were bloodshot. Blood was trickling out of his 7 orifices as well. If I were strong enough, I would have killed all of you. Who determined that only you can stand at the peak? I curse you. I curse you to die a horrible death." At this time, the halcyon divine bird emotionlessly pierced through Qinda's chest, taking away his last breath. His mouth opened and closed, but no sound came out. At the same time, his widened eyes slowly lost focus and turned lifeless. Just a moment before his death, he thought he saw death, dressed head to toe in black, and its eyes glowed red. Thud! Qinda lay limply on the ground. His head was tilted to the side. There was no more life left in him at this moment. The crimson blood was a stark contrast against the snowy ground. The metallic stench of blood permeated the air, causing the others to feel disgusted. Meanwhile, the halcyon divine bird walked back arrogantly to the blue-clad female attendant's side as though nothing had happened. The blue-clad female attendant glanced at Qinda's corpse before she said, "It's not appropriate for the halcyon divine birth to stay in this place for too long. Moreover, we snuck out this time. You can deal with the rest yourselves. I'll take my leave first." After the blue-clad female attendant leaped on the halcyon divine bird's back, the members of the White Tower Council bowed in unison. The halcyon divine bird flapped its wings. However, instead of flying away, it flew to Si Wuya. Then it lowered its head and its hook-like beak. Si Wuya instinctively took a step back as he looked at the halcyon divine bird warily. The blue-clad female attendant called out to the halcyon divine bird, "Let's go. Don't waste time." The halcyon divine bird nodded before it suddenly flapped its left wing and sent Si Wuya flying. Following that, everyone watched as the halcyon divine bird flapped its wings and shot to the sky at lightning speed. In just a blink of an eye, it disappeared into the clouds high above the 100,000 feet White Tower. Its speed was terrifyingly fast. At the same time, 2 white-clad cultivators had stepped forward to catch Si Wuya. When they raised their heads, the halcyon divine birth was nowhere to be seen. Yi Tianxin said with a smile. It was teasing you. Si Wuya looked at the sky. Alas, there was nothing to be seen in the dark sky. His expression was complex as he said, That bird isn't simple. Everyone was silent. After all, they could see for themselves that the halcyon divine bird was definitely extraordinary. Only Ning Wanqing asked, Mr. Seventh, you mean to say the bird's hostile toward you? Si Wuya was slightly surprised that Ning Wanqing understood his ambiguous words. He glanced at Ning Wanqing and asked, How do you know? Ning Wanqing smiled. Although I'm blind, I have keen senses. I could sense its hostility. As a divine beast, it's too easy for it to kill someone. However, it didn't kill you. Si Wuya said, That's because it didn't dare to kill me. In fact, there were many words the members of the White Tower Council wanted to say upon hearing Si Wuya's words. After all, he was too confident to the point of being conceited. It made people feel rather uncomfortable. However, in the cultivation world, the strong were absolute. Without power, it was pointless even if they had reason and logic on their sides. Hence, in view of the evil sky pavilion, none of them refuted his words and only nodded in agreement. Si Wuya shifted his gaze from the sky to the corpse on the ground before he said, Clean it up. Several disciples stepped forward immediately. At this moment, buzz, the sound of energy resonating rang in the sky. Everyone raised their heads in shock as they watched someone continuously cast their grand technique in the distant sky. In just a blink of an eye, the person was already near the White Tower. Go in. Hurry up, Si Wuya said. Everyone hurriedly retreated. At this time, the figure in the sky lowered his altitude and said, I'm a friend of Pavilion Master Lu. There's no need to panic. When Si Wuya took a closer look, he exclaimed in surprise, It's you! The person who just arrived was Qin Renyue, the venerable master of the Qin clan in the Green Lotus domain, whom Si Wuya had seen earlier through the talisman's projection. Qin Renyue nodded. I remember you. Venerable Master Qin, did you come to catch the traitor? Si Wuya asked before he looked at the corpse on the ground. I went to the Sky Martial Academy, but I didn't see anyone there. Hence, I rushed here using a runic passage, Qin Renyue said. He followed the direction of Si Wuya's gaze and frowned when he saw Qin De's corpse on the ground. Qin De is dead? Si Wuya said. You arrived too late. Although Qin Renyue's expression did not change, he was inwardly surprised. He assumed Lu Zhou was the only fearsome figure in the Evil Sky Pavilion. He did not expect there to be another hidden expert in the Evil Sky Pavilion. For that expert to be able to kill Qin De, the expert had to be a venerable master as well. Qin Renyue studied Si Wuya carefully, but he did not detect the aura of a venerable master from him. He wondered if Si Wuya's cultivation base was higher than his, so he could not detect Si Wuya's cultivation base. However, he quickly shook his head and dismissed the idea. It was impossible. Qin Renyue surveyed his surroundings and sensed the fluctuations in the air. Alas, the fluctuations were not strong. In other words, Qin De died without being able to retaliate. Even a venerable master was incapable of such a feat. Finally, Qin Renyue asked, How did he die? Si Wuya naturally knew the thoughts in Qin Renyue's mind. He said with a smile, There's no need for you to worry about that. What you plan to do about Qin De's death? Venerable Master Qin. Qin Renyue scoffed. He deserves to die. Upon hearing this, the members of the White Tower Council sighed in relief before walking out one after another. Then, they greeted Qin Renyue in unison. Greetings, Venerable Master. Qin Renyue's gaze fell on Yi Tianxin, who stood out from the crowd. Dressed in white, she looked otherworldly and untainted by the filth of the mortal world. He asked, You are the current Tower Master of the White Tower Council, Yi Tianxin. Yi Tianxin said. Ning Wanqing added, She's also Pavilion Master Lu's sixth disciple. Qin Renyue smiled. I grow more and more envious of Brother Lu. He has so many outstanding disciples. Previously, Qin Renyue had met all of the disciples whom Lu Zhou brought to the unknown land. They were all extraordinary. He did not expect to meet another one in the White Lotus domain. You flatter me, Venerable Master Qin. I'm really curious. How did you kill Qinda? Qin Renue asked again. He could feel that something was amiss, but he could not put his fingers on it. At this time, Si Wuya sensed movements from the talisman at his waist. He hurriedly lit it up. A projection appeared in front of everyone's eyes immediately. Greetings, Master. Greetings, Pavilion Master Lu. Lu Zhou nodded before he said, Venerable Master Qin, this matter is finally over. You shouldn't stay in that place for too long. Qin Renue smiled awkwardly before he said, Qinda was an elder of the Qin clan. Since he made a mistake, I naturally have to take responsibility. This is my compensation to all of you. Following that, Qin Renue brought out a mystic microstone and a mystic life grass before tossing them out. After Si Wuya caught them, Qin Renue said, The mystic life grass will be able to restore Qin Naiha's birth chart. If possible, I'd like to meet him. Si Wuya said, We'll discuss this in the future. Currently, he's heavily injured and recuperating. All right, if there's a need, you can look for me in the future. I'd like to apologize to everyone again, Qin Renue said. Following that, he waved his hand. A surge of energy carried Qinda's corpse up. Farewell. Farewell. Everyone responded in unison. After Qin Renue left, everyone sighed in relief again. I didn't expect that a venerable master to be so reasonable. It's unexpected. If he's as muddle-headed as Qinda, we would have died. Si Wuya shook his head and said, It's difficult to judge a person based on their appearance. Don't make judgments so quickly. Everyone nodded. At this moment, Lu Zhou, who was still projected by the talisman, called out, Old Seventh. Yes, Master. I have something to say to you, Lu Zhou said before cutting off the connection. Si Wuya's heart jolted slightly upon hearing these words. Everyone tactfully bowed and left one after another. Then, Si Wuya flew into an empty hall before he set up the communication formation and lit up a talisman again. Master, what are your orders? I'll do my best to help you, Si Wuya said. In fact, Lu Zhou had been observing Si Wuya and the others the entire time. He was surprised at how powerful the Halcyon divine bird was, and he was also surprised by Si Wuya's boldness. I know you've always been confident. However, your opponent was Qinda. Weren't you afraid that he would kill you? Si Wuya naturally did not know Lu Zhou had been watching him, so he assumed this was just his master speculation. He said, Qinda wants a life-saving card, so he definitely won't kill me. Aren't you afraid that he might snap? Nothing is absolute after all. Even if he acted out of my expectations, I still have a backup plan. Si Wuya replied. Then he brought out a figurine. It was not big and seemed to be made from clay. It did not seem to be very well made. Lu Zhou recognized the thing immediately. Puppet. Lu Zhou did not expect Si Wuya to keep such a thing. Si Wuya began to explain. This is different from the puppets we know. Puppets were usually carved on or embedded in one's body. However, there's no need for that with this puppet. We only need to carry it with us. It's equivalent to having an extra life. Qinda was knowledgeable and definitely knew about puppets. However, he definitely didn't know about this new variation. This puppet has 3 other uses. 1. It could emit a light bright enough to blind people. 2. Lu Zhou interjected and waved his hand. All right, that's enough. Lu Zhou felt his head ache when he listened to Si Wuya's long speech. In the future, I won't care about you anymore since you want to act cool. Lu Zhou changed the topic and asked, Who killed Qinda? The Halcyon divine bird. It's Tower Masterland's mount. Si Wuya replied honestly. The Halcyon divine bird? It should be a divine beast. It has a very rich great void energy. Qinda wasn't its match at all, Si Wuya said. Si Wuya continued to say, Based on this, it's obvious that Tower Master Lan has been keeping a close watch on the White Tower Council. I plan to bring everyone back to the Evil Sky Pavilion. It was uncomfortable to be watched at all times, after all. Lu Zhou nodded. I'll leave it to you to decide. How's everyone's cultivation bases coming along? Si Wuya smiled and said, the 4 elders are improving at an astonishing speed. A month ago, they sprouted their 11th leaf. Due to the imbalance, fierce beasts are everywhere. Hence, the evil sky pavilion doesn't lack life hearts. I believe it won't be long before they progress again. Guardian Meng has also reached the Thousand Realms whirling stage. However, he's not as talented as the 4 elders, so there's a gap between them. Guardian Xin and Guardian Li have activated a birth chart each recently. It's a pity their birth palaces aren't big, so there's a limit to the number of birth charts they can activate. In the future, their progress will likely be limited. Zhou Jifeng and Pan Zhong are quite talented and have sprouted the 8th leaf. 5th senior sister should be attempting to sprout the 11th leaf. I'm not sure if she has succeeded or not. As for 8th junior brother, I sent him to the Yellow Lotus domain. Before he left, he still had 11 leaves. Based on time, he should have arrived at the Yellow Lotus domain. Since they did not have a runic passage at the Yellow Lotus domain, Zhu Honggong and Zhao Hongfu could only fly there. It would take them at least 3 to 5 months before they arrived. Fortunately, Zhao Hongfu went along. She could construct a runic passage there, and their return would be much faster. Lu Zhou nodded in satisfaction before he asked, what about you? Si Wuya said a little awkwardly, I'll try to break through to the Thousand Realms whirling stage within a month. Lu Zhou silently studied Si Wuya for a moment before he finally asked, Old 7th, are you hiding something from me? Si Wuya was startled. He hurriedly fell to one knee and said, Master, I'm loyal and devoted to you and the evil sky pavilion. I don't dare hide anything from you at all. Si Wuya had learned from his past mistakes. He knew his master placed a lot of importance on loyalty. Moreover, as the saying went, even a master for a day is like a father for life. Apart from that, everything Lu Zhou had done was worthy of the respect of everyone from the evil sky pavilion. You're still unwilling to tell the truth? Lu Zhou asked. Si Wuya was confused. He kowtowed and said, Master, I have a clear conscience. Forget it, Lu Zhou said. After all, he could not say that he found Si Wuya's behavior strange. Since Si Wuya was unwilling to speak, he did not want to force Si Wuya too much as well. Everyone was entitled to their privacy. As long as they did not harm the evil sky pavilion, everyone could do whatever they wanted. Upon hearing this, Si Wuya solemnly said, Thank you, Master. Lu Zhou said, I have a collective teleportation jade talisman. I need the runic inscriptions for a fixed runic passage to be carved onto the jade talisman. Send the runic inscriptions over later. Collective teleportation jade talisman? Si Wuya's eyes lit up, filled with the urge to study this thing he had never heard of before. Lu Zhou said, This thing is very precious. It's like having a portable runic passage. It's made from a special jade that holds a unique energy. Upon hearing these words, a slightly regretful expression appeared on Si Wuya's face before he said, I understand. I'll speak to Zhao Hongfu and ask her to prepare the runic inscriptions as soon as she can. Lu Zhou nodded. After Lu Zhou cut off the connection, he wiped the sweat off his face before he left the hall. After bidding farewell to Yi Tianxin, he returned to the Sky Martial Academy through a runic passage. In the underground prison in the Sky Martial Academy, Xiao Yunhe said with a smile, Don't worry, Si Wuya is very capable. You'll be surprised by the things he's capable of. Qin Naihe leaned against the wall as he said, Qinda isn't easy to deal with. He's very good at scheming. He deceived Venerable Master Qin for so many years, and Venerable Master Qin didn't even notice it. You're still too young, Xiao Yunhe said with a sigh. How long has Venerable Master Qin lived, and how long have you lived? His experience and knowledge are far above yours. Do you really think he's unaware of it? Qin Naihe widened his eyes in disbelief. Why, you mean to say he knew about Qinda? Xiao Yunhe glanced at Qin Naihe and nodded. I think you know this in the depths of your heart as well. As a venerable master, Qin Renue had lived for nearly 30,000 years. He had suffered losses in the past and had seen the world. He naturally could see through what was hidden. However, why did he allow Qinda to become the first elder of the Qin clan if he was aware of Qinda's deception? Why did he not discipline Qin Mozhang if he knew Qin Mozhang was unruly, arrogant, and domineering? Why did he let the elders hunt Qin Naihe when Qin Naihe had made great contributions to the Qin clan? The answer could be summed up in 3 words. They weren't important. To him, none of them were important. What need was there for him to care about the matter if they were not important? When the Qin clan finally hung on a precarious balance, which would affect him as well when it was important, he had shown up. Qin Naihe shook his head. Selfishness has always been inherent in humans. Creak. The door opened and Si Wuya walked in. Everyone rose to their feet immediately. Mr. Seventh, are you okay? I'm fine. Qinda is dead, Si Wuya said. What? Qin Naihe struggled to stand up. As soon as he stood up, he staggered and almost lost his balance. Qinda is dead. Venerable Master Qin took his corpse away. Apart from that, Venerable Master Qin told me to give this to you, Si Wuya said as he brought the mystic life grass out. Mystic life grass? Qin Naihe looked at it. He did not reach out to take it. You don't want it? Si Wuya asked, confused by Qin Naihe's behavior. I'm still young and in the spring of life. To think I'll be like this now. Do you want it or not? Si Wuya asked before tossing the mystic life grass over. After catching the mystic life grass, Qin Naihe said, I'm just sad. I didn't expect I'd need the mystic life grass one day. Si Wuya said, my master said you can visit Venerable Master Qin. No need, Qin Naihe said. From now on, I'm part of the Evil Sky Pavilion. I won't leave. Xiao Yunhe laughed heartily upon hearing this. That's right. At the same time, in Yannan's quiet training hall, Lu Zhou nodded in satisfaction when he saw the scene in the underground prison in the Sky Martial Academy. At least you know your place. Lu Zhou looked outside and thought it was time for him to leave Yan'an. Since Yi Zheng's death was related to him, it was weird to stay here. As soon as Lu Zhou rose to his feet, Ding! Your disciple, Zhao Yu, has successfully sprouted her 11th leaf and comprehended the dagger technique. Acacia. She has met the requirements to complete her apprenticeship. Ding! Zhao Yu has met the requirements to complete her apprenticeship. Will you let her complete her apprenticeship? Zhao Yu. Before this, Duan Mushang, Zhao Yu, Si Wuya, Zhu Honggong, Little Yuan, and Conk were the only disciples who had yet to complete their apprenticeships. Little Yuaner and Conk had met the requirements to complete their apprenticeships, but Lu Zhou rejected them. Lu Zhou always thought Duan Mushang would be his next disciple to complete his apprenticeship. Although Duan Mushang was slow, he had fused the Great Void Seed, Lu Wu's Qi Essence, and the Lily's corrosive energy. His improvement over this short duration had been tremendous as well. He had absorbed 5 or 6 life hearts recently and was just a step away from sprouting his 11th leaf. He did not expect Zhao Yu to beat Duan Mushang to it. Yu Shangrong did not meet the requirements to complete his apprenticeship when he sprouted his 11th leaf. He only met the requirements after he comprehended a new sword path. Does the system have different standards for all of them? It was obvious that Yu Shangrong's requirements were higher. However, he had mastered calm disturbance when he only had 10 leaves. From the looks of it, 2 conditions had to be met for his disciples to complete their apprenticeships. First, their strength had to be at the Thousand Realms whirling stage. Second, they had to comprehend a unique cultivation method. The first one was easy to measure, but the second one was rather vague. Complete apprenticeship. Ding! Your disciple, Zhao Yu, has successfully completed her apprenticeship. Ding! Disciples will provide more rewards for their master after leaving their master and entering the world. Ding! You're rewarded with a random card. When you use this card, a rare item will be randomly awarded to you. Ding! After Zhao Yu completes her apprenticeship, she can establish a sect and accept disciples. Maximum number of disciples, 3. Ding! You will no longer receive merit points for teaching Zhao Yu. Lu Zhou waved his hand. A translucent card appeared in his hand. He chose to skip his routine and said, "Use." Ding. Used the random card. Obtained. Advanced Enhanced Reversal Card X10. Duplication Card X1. Lu Zhou was familiar with the Enhanced Reversal card. The advanced and enhanced version should be even more powerful. He had many years of life now, so he did not have much need for reversal cards. Nevertheless, they were better than nothing. After putting away the reversal cards, he looked at the duplication card. Ding! Duplication card. Can duplicate any item card. The effect of the duplicated card is 100% of the original. There's a probability of doubling the effect. Lu Zhou nodded in satisfaction. The card was very useful. If he duplicated the impeccable card and triggered the doubled effect, did it not mean he would be invincible for an hour with the 5-layered golden Buddha's body? There was also the advanced enhanced reduction card. What would it be like if the effect was doubled? Items. Critical block card X120. Passive. Golden Taishu mirror. Deconstruction card X3. Concealment card X3. Remaining merit points, 282,760. Lu Zhou did not find a suitable item card to duplicate. He knew the further he progressed, the more he could not rely on item cards. The price of a reduction card was 22,000 merit points now. Every time he bought one, it would increase by 1,000 merit points. 9 cards would cost him 234,000 merit points. For synthesis cards cost 80,000 merit points. It would cost him 314,000 merit points to synthesize an advanced enhanced reduction card. It was ridiculously expensive. Lu Zhou wanted to synthesize this card because needed to obtain a life heart that was suitable for him. Although he now had 13 birth charts, he was still far from becoming a venerable master. At this moment, Duanmu Shang's voice rang from outside. "Master, Venerable Master Qin has returned." "All right." After gathering his thoughts, Lu Zhou left the hall the Yi-Wei had prepared for him. When Lu Zhou arrived near the cloud platform, Qin Renyue tossed Qinda's corpse to the ground before he cupped his fists together and said, "Brother Lu?" Fortunately, Qinda did not do anything irreversible. "It's unfortunate that he's dead, so I can't make him apologize to you." Lu Zhou said, "It's best that nothing like this happens again." "Brother Lu, don't worry," Qin Renyue assured him. Lu Zhou flew toward the flying chariot, and the people of the Evil Sky Pavilion followed suit. At this time, Qin Renyue asked, "Brother Lu, why don't you come to my clan for a visit?" "What's the matter?" Lu Zhou asked, puzzled. He did not want to waste time on meaningless pleasantries. Qin Renyue replied, "The imbalance has worsened. The Green Lotus domain seems peaceful, but I'm still worried. This is the 5th imbalance in nearly 1,000 years. This time's imbalance is the most serious. In the past, the equalizers would interfere. However, this time, the equalizers didn't appear at all." Lu Zhou thought of Lan Shiha. When Lan Shiha let the halcyon divine bird kill Qinda, was she not interceding for the White Tower Council? Naturally, he could not ask this question. He asked, "Are you afraid of the equalizers?" "I'm not afraid. However, it's hard to resist the equalizers. 30,000 years ago, there was a brilliant venerable master from another domain. In the end, he was taken away but an equalizer," Qin Renyue replied. "A brilliant venerable master?" Lu Zhou raised an eyebrow. "That's right. Alas, I've never met him. I've only heard of him. Coincidentally, his surname is Lu as well," Qin Renyue explained. Lu Li's eyes lit up like the sun immediately. If it were not for Lu Zhou's previous order, he really wanted to tell Qin Renyue that the brilliant venerable master was right in front of him. Nevertheless, he could not help but nod and say, "You're right. He's truly brilliant." "You know him?" Qin Renyue asked. Yan Jinlua smiled as he said, "Venerable Master Lu is his ancestor." "Ancestor?" Qin Renyue was shocked. The Evil Sky Pavilion was truly filled with hidden experts. First, there was the mysterious expert who killed Qinda, and now, there was a descendant of the brilliant Venerable Master Lu. Venerable Master Lu was someone capable of defeating another venerable master, Lord Jinan and Tianwu. One could only imagine how heaven-defying Venerable Master Lu was. The more he heard about the evil sky pavilion, the more he felt ignorant. That's all in the past. A hero doesn't mention past glories, Luli said with unconcealable pride. It's an honor to meet you, Qin Runyue said. At this time, Lu Zhou interjected, Are there many equalizers? Their numbers aren't small and aren't big. There's at least one equalizer in each domain. They come from the great void and maintain the balance. If an existence that tips the balance appears, their duty is to get rid of it, Qin Runyue said. Where's the great void? Mingshi asked. Qin Runyue shook his head and said, I don't know either. The only thing I'm sure of is that the great void exists. Lu Zhou nodded before he said, I have something to attend to today. Let's talk another day. A regretful expression appeared on Qin Runyue's face as he said, All right, let's talk another day. At this time, Yi Wei and the other elders walked over and cupped their fists together to send Lu Zhou off. Lu Zhou glanced at Yi Wei and called out, Yi Wei, please speak, old sir. Do you know Yi Zhen? Lu Zhou asked. Yi Zhen. Yi Wei shook her head. I've never heard of him. It seemed like Lu Zhou would not be able to find out about the origins of the purple glazed ceramic and Yi Zhen even in Yannan. Take care of yourself, Lu Zhou said before he turned around and entered the flying chariot. After the flying chariot flew to the distance, Yi Wei and the other three elders sighed in relief and sat down one after another. At this moment, Qin Runyue glanced at Yi Wei and the others before he said, Although I don't get along with Yannan, Yi Zheng's dead. From now on, there'll be no conflict between my Qin clan and Yannan. Yi Wei, the three elders, and Yannan disciples were silent. This was considered very good and rare that they were not kicked when they were down. Qin Runyue left Yannan after that, carrying Qin De's corpse with him. The flying carriage traveled at a constant speed in the sky. Old sir, although Yannan's matters have been dealt with, don't be in a hurry to return to the unknown land. Why don't you come to my house as a guest? Zhao Yu asked. Your house? Xianxia. Lu Zhou asked curiously. Zhao Yu said, my house isn't in the capital. However, if you want to go to Xianxia, we can go to Xianxia. I have a mansion there. As soon as Zhao Yu's voice fell, a notification rang in Lu Zhou's mind. Ding! Worshipped by 105,050 people. Reward, 105,050 merit points. Lu Zhou did not expect to receive so many merit points. This should be the most merit points he received from his disciples at once. With these merit points, he could synthesize an advanced enhanced reduction card. Lu Zhou's thoughts began to wander. 10 seeds were born from 10 pillars of destruction. Coincidentally, he obtained all 10 seeds. The pillar of destruction in Yuzhong had recognized Mingshi. His cultivation would surely increase by leaps and bounds. Lu Zhou thought he should bring his disciples to the remaining 9 pillars of destruction to seek the pillar's recognition. However, he could not count on being lucky like he was in Yuzhong. He was not afraid of venerable masters, but the likes of Lord Jinan would be troublesome to deal with. After Lord Jinan uprooted himself, even Tuoba Siqing, who had 20 birth charts, was no match for him. It was best for him to learn more and obtain more information before doing anything. Finally, Lu Zhou said, All right, let's go to the capital. Zhao Yu was overjoyed. Thank you for your favor, old sir. Mingshi frowned. You don't have any ulterior motive, do you? Zhao Yu said sheepishly, I do have a presumptuous request. You really can't trust this guy. If he's being nice, he's either scheming or stealing. Master, we can't trust him. Why don't I kill him for you? Mingshi said. Lu Zhou found Mingshi Yin's seemingly unreasonable hostility toward Zhao Yu strange. Mingshi had never been rash, the complete opposite of Duan Musheng. In the end, he said, Stop messing around. Mingshi could only glare at Zhao Yu unhappily. Zhao Yu said, Brother Mingshi, don't be mad. To tell you the truth, my mother has been afflicted with a strange illness and is bedridden all year round. Over the years, the illness has gotten worse. The doctors said that we need the fire lotus, snow lotus, and blood ginseng from the unknown land to treat me. These 3 things are very precious. I'm afraid some rats will covet them. If old Sir visits my humble abode, I'm sure my mother's illness will be cured. Really? Mingxian looked at Zhao Yu skeptically. If I lie, I'll die without a burial ground and my son would have not butthole. Okay. Your oath is ruthless enough. I believe you, Mingxian said. The flying chariot adjusted its course and slowly flew toward Xianxia, the capital of Great Qin, crossing lofty mountains and a sea of clouds. Lu Zhou asked, "You're from the royal family. Why would you be afraid of those rats?" "I'm not afraid of making a joke out myself in front of you, old sir. The royal family is like this. The more loyal you are, the less likely people will believe you," Zhao Yu said with a sigh. "I have an informant. His name is Jiang Aijian. You're somewhat like him." Jiang Aijian. His real name is Lu Chun. He's the 3rd prince of Great Yin. He's the only survivor of a massacre of more than 1,000 people that happened due to internal strife. He's really annoying, Mingxian said. It was fine if no one brought up Jiang Aijian, however. Now that Jiang Aijian was mentioned, Mingxian felt that he quite missed Jiang Aijian. At least, Jiang Aijian was more likable than Zhao Yu. When he returned, he decided to have a drink with Jiang Aijian. Lu Zhou no longer joined in the conversation. Instead, he busied himself with synthesizing an item card. With 100,000 merit points, he could synthesize an advanced enhanced reduction card. Merit points, 387,810. In the end, he bought 9 reduction cards and 4 synthesis cards. After all that, he was only left with 73,810 merit points left. Lu Zhou felt a hint of anticipation before he duplicated the card. If the effect was not good, he would just save the merit points and buy the beast essence to upgrade Wizard. Lu Zhou brought out the duplication card and placed it with the card he had just synthesized. Duplicate. Ding. Duplication successful. Lu Zhou watched as the exquisite translucent item card in his hand shimmered before it transformed into the advanced enhanced reduction card. It was exactly the same as the original. There was a huge hand in the middle of the card that looked as though it was about to dig out a life heart. Even the patterns on the back were the same. Ding! Duplicated advanced reduction card. New effect obtained after duplication. There's a chance of destroying 2 of the target's best life hearts. Note: this only applies to those who are weaker than saints. Weaker than saints. Lu Zhou raised an eyebrow. Prior to this, there was no limit to the card. According to the law of conservation, all energies had a source. Then, where did his energy come from? Could it be that a supreme being is secretly helping me? When he was in the Golden Lotus domain, the opponents he faced had fewer than 8 leaves. At that time, with his cultivation base, he would not even be able to withstand a sneeze from 1,000 realms whirling cultivator. Moreover, the deadly strike card back then could not even compare to a palm strike from 1,000 realms whirling cultivator. A hidden supreme being? Lu Zhou looked around as he activated his power of sight, power of hearing, and power of smell at the same time. With the flying chariot in the center, a unique energy rippled out in all directions, covering 10,000 meters. With this, he could see, hear, and smell everything. Apart from a few birds flapping their wings in the sky, there were no abnormal movements. Everything seemed normal. Lu Zhou cut off the heavenly writing power. He shook his head and felt that he was overthinking. If his power and the system came from a supreme being, then, how powerful was a supreme being? When Lu Zhou thought of this, he was reminded of the Kuan in the Endless Ocean. Now that his system had been upgraded twice, he wondered if he would be able to deal with the Kuan. Perhaps he should attempt it in the future. If he obtained the Kuan's life heart, it would definitely boost his cultivation beyond imagination. After a while, Lu Zhou silently recited the mantra for the power of sight to observe Zhu Honggong. The first thing Lu Zhou saw was Zhu Honggong sitting lazily on a golden throne. Zai Hong, the emperor of Great Qing, sat next to him on equal footing. Civil and military officials in the hall stood respectfully at the sides. Zai Hong said as he grabbed Zhu Honggong's hand, Younger brother, I really missed you to death. The moment you returned, you solved Great Qing's crisis immediately. You're really Great Qing's lucky star. Zhu Honggong chuckled. A satisfied expression could be seen on his face as he said, "It's a piece of cake to solve the crisis. After I left, I've missed this place as well. I felt as though I'd returned home when I returned to this place. It's truly comfortable here." Zai Hong said, "Now that you've returned, you mustn't leave again." "I won't leave again," Zhu Honggong said. "That's great. I've already ordered people to build a palace for you. From now on, we'll sit on equal footing and treat each other as brothers. What do you think? Isn't that inappropriate?" Zai Hong said, "How's it inappropriate? Who dares to defy my decree? Moreover, you're the Divine Lord. How many contributions have you made to Great Qing and its people? You're respected by millions of people. Zai Hong was just short of giving up the throne. After you left, my sister lost her appetite for days, and she couldn't sleep. Now that you're back, why don't I arrange for both of you to be married? What do you think?" Zhu Honggong laughed until his eyes could not be seen. He was just about to agree when, "Mr. Eighth, come back to your senses. We still have business to attend to." The voice rang from among the civil and military officials. The person who had spoken was none other than Zhao Hongfu, who came to the Yellow Lotus domain with Zhu Honggong. "Who's this?" Zai Hong asked in confusion. "Miss Zhao is one of my subordinates," Zhu Honggong said. Zai Hong frowned. How can a mere subordinate speak to the Divine Lord in such a manner? Zhao Hongfu was displeased by Zhu Honggong's words. She said, "Mr. Eighth, this isn't what you said before we came." Zhu Honggong waved his hand and said, "Lock her up for now. There's something wrong with my subordinate's brains." "Understood." Zhao Hongfu. Zhao Hongfu was truly amazed by Zhu Honggong's face-changing tactics after experiencing it. She protested, "Brother Zhu, aren't we brothers? How can you treat me like this? Why are you standing there? Bring her away. She can't even differentiate between men and women. Her brain is getting more and more muddled," Zhu Honggong said as he waved his sleeve. Several guards entered the main hall. However, these guards were ultimately weaklings. They might be experts in the Yellow Lotus domain, but in front of Zhao Hongfu, they were nothing. Zhao Hongfu spun around and kicked them away easily. Upon seeing this, Zai Hong frowned. He looked at Zhu Honggong, asking for his help. Zhu Honggong pointed at Zhao Hongfu and said, "Zhao Hongfu, do you think I'm a pushover just because I don't show my might?" Zhu Honggong removed his outer robe and walked down the stairs. Zhao Hongfu retreated. "I'm warning you. If you hit me, I'll complain to Mr. Seventh. Go ahead and complain. I'm not going to stoop to his level. If I really hit him, he won't be able to withstand it," Zhu Honggong said as he continued to move forward. The main doors of the main hall closed with a creak, and the civil and military officials moved to the sides. Zhu Honggong said with a smile, "Why don't you let me enjoy a few days of bliss? Anyway, we're so far away, they won't know." Zhao Hongfu said, "The imbalance is very serious. There are many fierce beasts in this place. What if?" Zhu Honggong cracked his knuckles threateningly. The guards watched intently. "There's no need to fear or worry. If the sky falls, my master will take care of it. If you don't listen to me, I'll let you have a taste of my power," Zhu Honggong said before he stepped forward and threw his fist out. Thud! Zhu Honggong suddenly fell to his knees and slid forward in that position on the smooth floor. Zhao Hongfu. Zai Hong and the others. The hall was completely silent. The guards, civil and military officials, and Emperor Zai Hong were all stunned. They thought they were seeing things, so they quickly rubbed their eyes before they looked again. However, they found that their eyes did not deceive them. The Divine Lord they respected was truly kneeling on the ground. For a moment, they did not know how to react. Zhu Honggong's smile froze on his face as soon as he fell to his knees. He looked in the direction of the entrance. Hallucination? Auditory hallucination. Zhu Honggong ruthlessly pinched himself and determined he was indeed hallucinating. It must be due to the psychological trauma from the past. With this, he moved to stand. Alas, before he could rise to his feet, a deep and sonorous voice rang in his ears. Kneel. Zhu Honggong's eyes widened, and he began to tremble. Then he said loudly, Master, I'm just joking around. I promise to complete my mission. Zhu Honggong longer cared about his dignity as the Divine Lord. He lost the air of someone who was on equal footing with the emperor. Zai Hong was the ruler of Great Qing. Upon seeing Zhu Honggong disregarding his image, he felt slightly embarrassed. Nevertheless, he did not dare to have any opinion, nor did he dare to voice them out. Zhao Hongfu scratched her head in confusion as she said, Mr. Eighth, you're really funny. I thought you were going to arrest me, but it turns out to be a joke. Zhu Honggong smiled and said, I was afraid that Miss Zhao isn't used to this new place, so I decided to lighten the mood. Upon hearing this, Zhao Hongfu was greatly moved. She said, As it turns out, Brother Zhu is still the nicest to me. Mr. Seventh is always so serious. He's always studying or giving me missions. It's too tiring. I've been to Ms. Sixth's place once. However, she's so cold, so it wasn't fun at all. Ms. Fifth is even scarier. She's just like the Emperor. Oh wait, perhaps it's inappropriate for me to say these things. Zhu Honggong. Zhao Hongfu continued to say, Anyway, this place is quite good. I didn't expect you to have such great prestige here, Brother Zhu. Even then, you didn't forget about me. Brother Zhu? You're a lady. Is it appropriate for you to refer to us as brothers all the time? Zhu Honggong was speechless. Zhao Hongfu said, All right, it's settled then. Hurry up and give me an official post, so I can enjoy a comfortable life. Upon seeing this, Zai Hong said, I see. So you're doing to cheer Ms. Zhao up. Your magnanimity really knows no bounds. Although we're on equal footing, you're so broad-minded. I really can't compare to you. It's truly Great Qing's blessing to have someone like you. Then, Zai Hong said, Lady Zhao, I'll issue a decree to. Zhu Honggong hurriedly rose to his feet and grabbed Zhao Hongfu before he interjected. A joke is just a joke. You can't take it seriously. We still have important matters to attend to. Huh? What do you mean by huh? We must complete the runic passage in half a month. Zhu Honggong said vehemently. Zhao Hongfu. Zai Hong was speechless as well. Brother, you keep changing all the time. I really can't keep up with you. Lu Zhou cut off the power of sight. His eighth disciple was not very reliable. Without Lu Li supervising his eighth disciple, he would grow lazy. It was best to continue letting his seventh disciple keep an eye on his eighth disciple. Following that, Lu Zhou regulated his breathing and began to cultivate. On the deck, Zhao Yu pointed to Yu Shangrong and Yu Zhenghai, who were standing side by side, before asking curiously, Are your eldest senior brother and second senior brother always like this? You'll get used to it, Mingshi Yin replied lazily. Zhao Yu said with a smile, There are many sword experts in Great Qing. In fact, there's one in the capital. He's from a remote place in the Green Lotus domain. He learned the sword from Master Qiu, and later, he became a famous general of Great Qing. May I ask what his sword skills are like? Yu Shangrong asked. If we don't consider cultivation in terms of sword skill, he's definitely the best in Great Qing, Zhao Yu said confidently. Yu Shangrong smiled and said, If there's a chance, I hope I'll be able to meet him. Zhao Yu assumed it would not be easy to get close to the people of the Evil Sky Pavilion. He did not expect Yu Shangrong to be so polite and gentle. Zhao Yu felt his level was about that of Mingshi Yin, so he lowered his head slightly and said, Second senior brother is really eloquent. Mingshi Yin immediately said, You're really just spewing whatever nonsense that comes to your mind. At this moment, Yu Zhenghai asked, Are there any saber experts? Zhao Yu thought for a moment before he said, General, she is quite skilled. Quite skilled? Forget it. Quite skilled means he's mediocre. He's a far cry from being an expert, Yu Zhenghai said. Zhao Yu said, somewhat embarrassed, although General Shi's saber skills may not be the best in the world, He's definitely not mediocre. He once carried a saber and crossed the northern desert, killing tens of thousands of rebels in Zhongzhou. His saber skills are honed through bloodshed and war. He dislikes ostentatious techniques and thinks that they're just flashy trash. I agree. Yu Zhenghai nodded. If there's a chance, I'd like to spar with him. I'm afraid that's impossible, Zhao Yu said. He doesn't like sparring. He practices by killing. Yu Zhenghai shook his head. What a pity. I can't kill him just to prove my saber skills. Forget it. At this moment, Zhao Yu's subordinate who was manning the helm pointed up ahead and said, Young Master Zhao, we're here. Zhao Yu nodded before turning to face the others. Everyone, we've arrived at Xiangyang. Everyone moved to the sides of the deck and looked down. Little Yuaner and Conk were clearly excited. In the evening, that's a pity. I can't kill him just to prove my saber skills. Forget it. Yu Zhenghai shook his head. At this moment, the subordinate in charge pointed to the clouds ahead and said, Young Master Zhao, we're here. Zhao Yu nodded. Everyone, we have arrived at Xianyang. Everyone came to the deck. They looked down. Little Yuaner and the conch also ran out and looked down excitedly. The flying carriage lowered its altitude, attracting the commoners and cultivators on the street to look up. The flying carriage flew over and landed in a villa in the south of the city. In the evening, Zhao Yu had arranged for the accommodations of the people of the Evil Sky Pavilion. Lu Zhou continued to cultivate in the room that had been arranged for him. He wanted to stabilize his 13th birth chart. He did not use the Pillar of Impermanence since they were now in the capital of Great Qin, and it would affect ordinary people. At the same time, a figure flashed out of the residence into the street. It moved erratically at a speed that was difficult to capture with the naked eye. After walking down the long street, it left the bustling area and arrived at a quiet area in the north. Finally, it came to a halt in front of a dilapidated mansion that was overgrown with weed and vines. The figure stood at the entrance of the mansion for a long time, looking at the broken plaque that hung on the entrance. There was only one word on the plaque, which was vaguely visible, Meng. Following that, the figure leaped over the wall at the side and landed with movements as light as a swallow. The garden was overrun with weeds that were taller than a person, but a small path was faintly discernible. Someone's here. The figure moved stealthily along the small path and arrived at the rundown main hall. The doors and the windows were gone. A large hole could be seen on the roof. At this moment, the sound of snoring from inside the hall. The figure moved to the entrance and peeked inside. He shook his head and said in a barely audible voice, It's just a beggar. However, the beggar's hearing was rather keen. He suddenly raised his head and called out, Who's there? I'm just passing by, wanting to find a place to rest. You can find a place to sleep, but don't disturb me, the beggar said before he turned around and continued to sleep. The figure did not enter the main hall. Instead, he asked, How long have you lived in this place? The beggar shifted and squinted as he looked at the figure standing at the entrance. He said fearlessly, If you want to come in, then come in. Stop hovering around and disturbing my sleep. The figure hesitated for a moment before walking into the hall. It was dark, and the smell of something old and rotten permeated the air. There were rats scurrying around as well. The figure saw a plank at the side and took a seat before he called out, Mister, young man, I know the conditions aren't ideal, but make do for the night. It's not safe out there, so don't run around outside during the night, the beggar muttered. I asked you a question, the figure asked. What question? The beggar sat up, somewhat impatient. He shivered from the cold and hurriedly took a flint out from the side, igniting a small flame in an old brazier. When it was finally a little warmer, he raised his head to look at the person in front of him. Due to the lack of light, he could not see the other person's appearance clearly. I remember the family who used to live here bore the surname Meng, the figure said. The old beggar's interest was piqued. The night was long, and he had slept enough. It was not a bad idea to chat with a junior to kill the boredom and loneliness that cold nights tended to bring. The old beggar moved closer to the fire. It illuminated the stone-like surface of his mottled skin. He said, "Indeed, the family who used to stay here bore the surname Meng. They're from the ancient Bailey clan." The figure asked curiously, "Then, where did everyone go?" "They all died," the old beggar said as he casually pointed at the hall. "In the days of old, this place was like a treasure land. How did they die?" the figure asked again. The old beggar looked away and said, "I don't know. About 200 years ago, there was a chaotic war in Zhongzhou. At that time, Great Qin wanted to unify the lands. At that time, Meng Mingshi appeared out of nowhere and became Great Qin's general. He led the army and defeated the powerful Great Qin and slaughtered millions of enemies on Mount Shao. After that, Great Qin came into power." The figure said with a hint of disapproval, "Wasn't he a defeated general?" "Indeed. It's true that he lost many battles. However, the battle with Great Qin was too memorable. Sometimes one battle is superior to 100 battles. Meng Mingshi was too cautious and cowardly. It's normal that he was defeated. He only got lucky," the figure sneered. The old beggar shook his head, indicating that he disagreed. "Not entirely. He was tenacious and very tolerant. He was very hard to kill due to how cautious he was. He knew how to wait for the right chance to strike, and he knew to strike at the vital point. The battle on Mount Shao proved his ability. He could be considered a legend. Hard to kill? Didn't he die in the end? Well, you'd have to consider his opponent. How could he possibly defeat the Emperor of Great Qin?" "You're saying the Emperor killed him?" The old beggar sighed and lay down before he slowly said, "It's just a rumor. Don't take it so seriously." "Old beggar, you really aren't simple," the figure said as he rose to his feet. Then, without any warning, he attacked. His hand glowed as he grabbed the old beggar's neck. The old beggar was startled as he was lifted off the ground by his neck. His eyes were wide with fear, and his entire body trembled when he saw a pair of eyes that surged with killing intent. Upon seeing this, the figure loosened his grip. The old beggar fell to the ground, clutching his chest as he coughed violently. "You're not a cultivator?" "I apologize," the figure said. Following that, he vanished into thin air. The old beggar was speechless. What bad luck! Following that, vines suddenly grew wildly in all directions. At the same time, the tree within a radius of 1,000 meters grew, blocking the cold wind and hiding the dilapidated mansion from sight. The next morning, at the Zhao residence, crash! Zhao Yu smashed the table into pieces with his hand as he roared. "What? You lost the blood ginseng and the fire lotus." The attendant trembled all over and said with his head lowered, "General, she said he met with a thief who's an expert. It's hard for ordinary people to defend against that person. However, General, she has left to look for the treasures again. Please give him some time." Zhao Yu sat down, panting. He had worked hard and risked his life to obtain those treasures. How could it be gone just like that? After a moment, he said angrily, "Give him time? Do I have time?" The attendant remained silent. Everyone in the Zhao residence knew Zhao Yu's mother was critically ill and needed the natural treasures urgently. Zhao Yu lowered his head, remaining silent for a long time. He had tried his best, but it was not enough. The attendant said tentatively, "General, she has said that if he can't find the snow lotus and blood ginseng, he won't know how to face you. Get lost." After dismissing the attending, Zhao Yu rose to his feet expressionlessly and walked out. He walked through a corridor that led to another building. When he arrived in front of the building where Lu Zhou was staying, he did not hesitate as he fell to his knees outside the door. "Zhao Yu is here to pay respect to the old sir." With this, Yu Zhenghai and Yu Shangrong flashed over, landing on the roof. "Zhao Yu." Yu Zhenghai raised an eyebrow. Zhao Yu said anxiously, "I have something important to ask of the old sir. I hope that both of you will help me. When my master cultivates, no one's allowed to disturb him," Yu Zhenghai said. Bam! Zhao Yu kowtowed heavily without mobilizing his vitality energy. He said, clearly agitated, "I lost the snow lotus and blood ginseng. I have to save my mother." I have no other choice but to come to the old sir for help again. Xianxia said, you know how important those things were, and yet you dare to entrust it to another person? What should be given to you has already been given to you. It's impossible for us to give you more. If everyone's like you, no matter if the evil sky pavilion has a lot of blood ginseng and snow lotus, it still won't be enough. The evil sky pavilion isn't a charity hall. You should leave. Bam! Bam! Zhao Yu kowtowed twice again with all his might. Xianxia frowned upon seeing this. Zhao Yu was a member of the royal family. To think he was so ruthless with himself. At this moment, a figure appeared behind Zhao Yu and asked, how did you lose it? Zhao Yu turned around and saw Ming-Shirin. He quickly recounted what had happened. That person with the surname, she is really good at acting, Ming-Shirin casually said after listening to Zhao Yu. Zhao Yu looked confused. He ignored the pain on his forehead and asked, General Shi? Acting? Are you stupid or are you pretending to be stupid? Ming-Shirin asked. He continued to say, Shi Qishu has passed 2 birth trials at least. How powerful is the thief to be able to steal something from him? If the thief is so powerful, is there a need for him to be a thief? Zhao Yu exclaimed in shock. Impossible. General, she has always been very good to me. It's impossible for him to do something like this. How naive, Ming-Shirin said with a hint of scorn. If you summon him here now, do you think he'll show up? Upon hearing this, Zhao Yu turned around on his knees and began to kowtow to Ming-Shirin. Brother Ming-Shir, please help me. I'm begging you. Ming-Shirin remained unmoved. You shouldn't simply kneel. If you do this, it'd only make me disdain you. A conflicted expression appeared on Zhao Yu's face before he finally rose to his feet. I have no choice. Ming-Shirin said, Don't say I didn't help you. Summon Shi Qishu over. Zhao Yu shook his head. General, she went to look for blood ginseng and snow lotus again. He won't be back so soon. Ming-Shirin stepped forward and grabbed Zhao Yu's collar before he said slowly, I'm warning you. You better listen to me. Otherwise, no one will be able to help you. Zhao Yu was frightened by Ming-Shirin's gaze. From the first time they met, Ming-Shirin had been hostile toward him. He had asked Ming-Shirin about it, but he did not obtain an answer. He always felt it was just a misunderstanding. However, at this moment he was truly afraid of Ming-Shirin. Xianxia and Shangrong exchanged a look. They were very familiar with Ming-Shirin's temper. Ming-Shirin did not get angry easily and was very good at dealing with his emotions. Moreover, Ming-Shirin always had a sense of propriety when dealing with things. However, at this moment, Ming-Shirin seemed to have turned into a different person. At this moment, don't be impudent. Upon hearing Lu Zhou's voice, Ming-Shirin finally realized he had lost control. He loosened his grip on Zhao Yu. Zhao Yu fell limply to the ground immediately. Creak. Lu Zhou emerged from the room with his hands on his back. Ming-Shirin bowed and said, Please forgive me, master. I lost my composure for a moment. Lu Zhou glanced at Ming-Shirin before he shifted his gaze to Zhao Yu's bloody forehead. He said, The blood ginseng and the snow lotus are so precious, but you actually entrusted them to another person. Zhao Yu said, annoyed at himself. If I knew this would happen, even if you beat me to death, I wouldn't have given it to him. The more I hope that something like this doesn't happen, the more likely it'll happen. It was like this previously as well. Previously. As the saying went, fool me once, shame on you. Fool me twice, shame on me. Ming-Shirin felt speechless. He turned around. He could not be bothered to look at Zhao Yu. They were also natural treasures. Medicinal herbs, Zhao Yu said in a small voice. Lu Zhou nodded slightly. 2 things. 1. Summon that person with the surname Shi to see me. 2. Bring me to your mother. Zhao Yu was overjoyed upon hearing these words. Without saying another word, bang, bang, bang. Zhao Yu kowtowed thrice before he rose to his feet. He ignored the pain on his forehead and hurriedly said, This way, please. Subsequently, Zhao Yu led everyone to a quiet courtyard. Lu Zhou stopped at the arched entrance and sniffed the air. There's a very strong scent of medicinal herbs here. My mother needs medicinal herbs all year round. Her condition has worsened over the years, so we grew many herbs here as well, Zhao Yu explained. Mingshi rolled his eyes. How filial. When they walked inside, they saw several female attendants walking in and out of the building. Zhao Yu ordered someone to send a message to Shi Qishu before he led Lu Zhou into the building. When Shi Qishu received Zhao Yu's message, he did not pay attention to it at all. He took a swig from the wine cup before he said cheerfully, "The things I took from that brat are really amazing. After eating them, I can feel my energy surging, and it hasn't shown any sign of slowing down at all. Moreover, I can feel my cultivation improving as well." The person seated next to Shi Qishu was Xianxia, someone whom Shi Qishu treated like a brother. He said, "Elder brother, you deserve those things. Anyway, what are you going to do now that the brat wants to see you?" Shi Qishu said dismissively, "Just because he wants to see, do I have to see him?" The duo laughed heartily. "Elder brother, why don't I see him? I heard he still has a fire lotus in his possession," Xianxia said. Previously, Zhao Yu had obtained the fire lotus first. The snow lotus and blood ginseng that he obtained later were given to Shi Qishu for safekeeping. Shi Qishu nodded. "Go." However, he's still a duke whose title was personally conferred by the Emperor of Great Qin. "Don't go too far. Don't worry." With that, Shi Qishu nodded and said, "Go." However, he is still a duke personally conferred by the Qin Emperor. "Don't go too far. Don't worry." With that, Xianxia flashed and headed to the Zhao residence. At the Zhao residence, Lu Zhou looked at the unconscious woman before he checked her pulse with 2 fingers. A vague idea appeared in Lu Zhou's mind after his divine power coursed through the woman's 8 extraordinary meridians. After he withdrew his hand, he looked at Zhao Yu, who wore an expectant expression on his face, and asked, "Are you sure those medicinal herbs are used to treat people?" Zhao Yu nodded. Then, he asked anxiously, "Old sir, is there something wrong with the medicinal herbs?" Lu Zhou did not say anything. Instead, he brought the golden Taishu mirror out and secretly used the concealment card before shining the mirror on the woman on the bed. When the light shone on his mother, Zhao Yu saw black gas emerging from his mother's body. His eyes widened in shock. How's this possible? Lu Zhou turned around and shone the mirror on the herbs on the table. Similarly, the medicinal herbs were emitting black gas as well. "How's this possible? This was prescribed by Dr. Zhong. The attendants follow my orders strictly," Zhao Yu said as he continued shaking his head. Lu Zhou said, "This mirror can distinguish the truth, but it can't reveal people's hearts." Zhao Yu felt his mind go blank. If he could not understand the implications of Lu Zhou's words, then he would be really stupid beyond saving. It was not that he had never doubted the people around him. He had changed the attendants in the residence many times and even personally recruited them. Lu Zhou put the golden Taishu mirror away before he said, "You don't need the blood ginseng, snow lotus, or fire lotus to treat her." Zhao Yu regained his senses and asked, "Truly? When Venerable Master Fan came to have a look at my mother, even he said she needed blood ginseng and the other herbs." Venerable Master Fan? It's not only Venerable Master Fan, but General Shi, General Bai, and the imperial physicians in the palace said the same thing. "They told me I need those 3 things to treat my mother," Zhao Yu said. He still found it hard to believe Lu Zhou's words. "You don't believe me?" Lu Zhou asked. Zhao Yu hurriedly waved his hand. No, I definitely believe you, old sir." Lu Zhou turned around and raised his hand. A golden lotus bloomed above his palm before floating toward the woman. Zhao Yu stared at his mother and the golden lotus, too nervous to breathe. Following that, the golden lotus spun above the woman, bursting with vitality energy, quickly dispersed the black gas. Suddenly, the sound of fighting rang from outside. Outside the building, 2 figures exchanged palm strikes. "Who are you?" "I want to see young Master Zhao," Xianxia said as he looked at Mingshi. Mingshi looked at the person in front of him for a moment before he said, "You're Shi Qishu's man? How dare you address my brother by his name? Get lost." Xianxia said before launching a palm seal. Ming-Shirin held up his astrolabe and blocked the green palm seal. He said, Shi Qishu should come here himself. If it weren't for young Master Zhao, do you think you'd still be alive? Xianxia asked. At this time, Zhao Yu ran out, waving his hand as he said, It's a misunderstanding. A misunderstanding. Stop fighting. Xianxia said, Young Master Zhao, elder brother sent me here after receiving your message. I didn't expect that you have guests here. I apologize for my disrespect. Zhao Yu said, He's a friend. Why isn't General Shi here? General Shi asked me to deliver a message. He has found clues. However, he needs the fire lotus to lure the thief out. So, Xianxia trailed off meaningfully. Zhao Yu frowned. The fire lotus? Young Master Zhao, don't worry. We're just using it as bait. With elder brother and I making a move, we'll definitely catch the thief, Xianxia said. How do you know I have the fire lotus? This was a rhetorical question. Xianxia quickly recovered before he said with a smile. Young Master Zhao went to the unknown land to look for 3 things. It's impossible for you to return if you only obtained 2 things. Ming-Shirin shook his head and said with a sigh, What a terrible acting skill and shoddy excuse. Xianxia said, slightly angry, Young Master Zhao, believe it or not, the blood ginseng and the snow lotus are almost within General Shi's grasp. Zhao Yu's expression turned solemn as he said, Tell General Shi to come and see me. Are you joking, young Master Zhao? Xianxia was slightly taken aback. Xianxia, I'll say it one more time. Tell General Shi to come and see me, Zhao Yu said. Xianxia cursed in his heart. Outwardly, he said, Understood. I'll return and convey young Master Zhao's message. Before Xianxia turned to leave, he glanced at Ming-Shirin and smiled coldly. Just as he was about to turn, he heard a thunderous voice. Stop! Ha! Xianxia felt chills running his spine. When he turned to look, he saw a fiend monk's hand seal that was dozens of feet tall shooting toward him at lightning speed. Bam! The fiend monk's hand seal landed on Xianxia. He was shocked. He felt as though all the power in his body was being suppressed. Bam! The fiend monk's hand seal continued pressing Xianxia down. Xianxia said through gritted teeth, You dare to... Before Xianxia could finish his words, the fiend monk's hand seal closed around him. Crack, 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 ding. Destroyed 1 birth chart. Reward, 1,500 merit points. Ding. Destroyed 1 birth chart. Reward, 1,500 merit points. Ding. Destroyed 1 birth chart. Reward, 1,500 merit points. Ding. Destroyed 1 birth chart. Reward, 1,500 merit points. Ding. Destroyed 1 birth chart. Reward, 1,500 merit points. Ding. Destroyed 1 birth chart. Reward, 1,500 merit points. Ding. Destroyed 1 birth chart. Reward, 1,500 merit points. Ding. Destroyed 1 birth chart. Reward, 1,500 merit points. Ding. Destroyed 1 birth chart. Reward, 1,500 merit points. With these, Xianxia went from having 9 birth charts to 0 birth charts. He looked up as fear gripped his heart tightly. When he tilted his head slightly, he saw Lu Zhou standing calmly in the courtyard. Zhao Yu was also shocked by this scene. He asked, Old sir, why you? He's General Shi's man. You can't kill him. Lu Zhou waved his hand expressionlessly. Bam! The fiend monk's hand seal tightened one last time around Xianxia. At the same time, Lu Zhou asked, Is he better than Tuoba Sicheng? Lu Zhou's meaning was clear. He could even kill Tuoba Sicheng, a venerable master. Was there a need for him to spare someone like Xianxia for someone like Shi Qishu? Crack. Ding. Killed 1 target. Reward, 2,000 merit points. Domain bonus, 1,000 merit points. Someone like Xianxia was definitely no match for Lu Zhou. He did not even need to use his divine energy. Apart from that, he also did not want to reduce this place to rubble. As it was, even without the divine power, the fiend monk's hand seal had left a huge hand-shaped hole in the courtyard. When Xianxia was about to die, he finally realized that Zhao Yu had found an expert to help him. Unfortunately, it was too late. Lu Zhou waved his hand, and something flew out of Xiangao's pocket. It hovered in the air in front of everyone's eyes. That thing was the blood ginseng. To be precise, it was only 1/3 of the blood ginseng. Zhao Yu's eyes widened in shock before an unsightly expression appeared on his face. Xianxia is General Shi's right-hand man. There must be a mistake. This can't be true. There must be a misunderstanding somewhere. Ming Shiyin turned around and slapped Zhao Yu. Zhao Yu stumbled back in fear. He did not expect Ming Shiyin to have already predicted his reaction and moved forward to kick him. He held his cheek in a daze. Lu Zhou did not expect Ming Shiyin's sudden move as well. Moreover, Ming Shiyin had taken action in front of him. Indeed, Ming Shiyin's behavior was growing more and more abnormal. Ming Shiyin cursed. Not only did she Chishu steal your blood ginseng and snow lotus, but he even harmed your mother. My master killed that fellow to avenge you. It's fine if you're not grateful, but why are you still whining? Ming Shiyin said coldly, You're nothing but a fool. Zhao Yu held his cheek and stepped back. He did not want to admit it, but Ming Shiyin really did slap some sense into him. They're all lying to me? Why are you stating the obvious? But why? You'll have to ask that she person, Ming Shiyin said. At this time, Lu Zhou called out, Old Fourth. Ming Shiyin's heart skipped a beat. He hastily said, Master, I know I'm wrong. I'm not saying you're in the wrong, Lu Zhou said. Similar to Si Wuya, he was too lazy to ask more than necessary. His disciples were not children who needed to be controlled, and they had their own thoughts. As long as they did not cross the line, they could do whatever they wanted. Lu Zhou turned around and walked away. He planned to return to his cultivation. Ming Shiyin scratched his head, at a loss. After Zhao Yu calmed down, he asked, Brother Mingshi, what should I do now? Do you trust me? I have no other choice but to trust you. Ming Shiyin's eyes flashed coldly as he said, Send his head to Shichishu. I help you send it. Ming Shiyin brought out his separation hook and easily decapitated Xianxia. Following that, he grabbed Zhao Yu's robe, cut a piece off it, and wrapped Xianxia's head with it. I almost forgot. Where does he live? Ming Shiyin asked. Zhao Yu replied, still in a daze. His home, 10 miles south of the city. With that, Ming Shiyin flashed away and vanished into the distance. At the same time, outside the Zhao residence, a green-clad swordsman looked at Ming Shiyin who was flying away and murmured to himself, Old Fourth, you're too rash. Following that, he tilted his head slightly and transmitted his voice. Eldest senior brother, I'll leave this place to you. I'm gonna go check on Old Fourth. Not long after, a voice rang in his ears. All right. Night. The nights in the Green Lotus domain were not very peaceful. The bitterly cold wind swept through the city and into the periphery of the city where fierce beasts roamed. In Shi Chishu's residence, the lights were brightly lit at this moment. Shi Chishu sat cross-legged behind a screen to cultivate. Bang! At this moment, a human head smashed through the window. Shi Chishu opened his eyes and raised his hand, blocking the human head with energy seals. With that, the human head fell to the ground and rolled to a stop near his feet. Upon seeing the head, Shi Chishu's eyes gleamed with killing intent. Xianxia. At this moment, a voice rang from outside the window. You're next. Swoosh. Shi Chishu flew out the window, following the direction of the voice. In just a blink of an eye, he had flown out of the residence. He saw a figure flying at a low altitude and said in a low voice, Rat, let's see where you can run. Shi Chishu flew at top speed, chasing after the figure. After a moment, he suddenly came to a stop. You're trying to lure me into a trap? You're too inexperienced. The person he was chasing turned around and cursed. Coward! Xianxia frowned as he crushed a talisman. Then, he retorted. HM? Have you ever seen a coward chasing after someone? Aren't I looking at you now? Xianxia had fought on the battlefield for many years. How could he be angered by just a few words? He asked, Who are you? Someone who wants to kill you. Just you alone? You'll die here. The figure landed before slapping his hand on the ground. Bang! Vines grew rapidly. Xianxia exclaimed in surprise. A technique that accelerates growth? Who are you? The figure did not respond to Xianxia. The figure landed on the ground and slapped his palm on the ground. He controlled the vines and used them to lash at Xianxia. Swoosh! 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 Xianxia dodged back and forth, shuttling between the vines. At this moment, a cold light flashed as he brought out his astrolabe. Bang! The astrolabe expanded 1,000 times, cutting off the vines. Young man, you're too inexperienced, Xianxia said before suddenly tossing the astrolabe out. 12 birth charts flashed on the astrolabe as it flew out. It continued to expand, covering a radius of 100 meters before it fell down. At the same time, the power of the 12 birth charts shot out. Boom! Xianxia landed on the ground. When the astrolabe vanished, a shallow pit could be seen on the ground. Contrary to Xianxia's expectations, he did not see a corpse. He frowned as he walked forward. With every step he took, he would sense his surroundings for changes. When he was 1/3 of the distance away from the pit, bang! A figure shot out of the ground. Something glinted coldly in his hand as he struck at Xianxia's vital points. Bang! 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 The figure unleashed a flurry of attacks. The speed, the method, and the timing could be considered perfect. Get lost! Xianxia released a burst of energy, trying his best to push his opponent away. The figure flipped back in the air and landed on the ground, holding a weapon that looked like a hook. Xianxia said with a dark expression, I have no enmity with you. Why are you targeting me and my man? No enmity? The figure chuckled. Although it was just a chuckle, Xianxia could clearly sense the disdain and hostility contained in it. He frowned as he said, Tell me your name. My surname is Ri. Ri. That's right, you bastard. I'm your grandfather. Ah, no. How can a dumbass like you be my grandson? Flames of fury surged in Xianxia's heart. With his current status, when had he ever been repeatedly insulted like this? Swoosh! Xianxia charged toward Mingshi. Mingshi flipped back in the air. With just a wave of his hand, tens of thousands of trees grew, forming a small forest. Xianxia brought out his astrolabe again and expanded it by 10,000 times. He was about to use the same tactic as before when Mingshi shot toward him, targeting the birth charts on his astrolabe. At this moment, Mingshi emitted a terrifying killing intent. Xianxia scoffed. You're sending yourself to me? Die! The astrolabe suddenly shot out a beam of light and sent Mingshi flying. Bang! Mingshi held the separation hook in front of him. He let out a muffled groan as his arms grew numb. He quickly disappeared into the forest. Xianxia put away his astrolabe and landed on the ground, sensing the changes in the surroundings. As he moved forward, he said mockingly, You want to kill me with such a low cultivation base? I've killed more people than you've eaten rice. The forest was eerily silent. The moonlight cast its silvery light on the forest. Xianxia raised his hand and grabbed the blue wood. His vitality energy surged, forming an energy saber that swiftly destroyed the blue wood in his hand. A light flashed. Xianxia scoffed. Just an ant trying to shake a tree. Xianxia launched a palm seal. However, this time Mingshi explosive power reached an unprecedented level. His separation hook slashed at the palm seal in a frenzy. Bang! 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 In just a blink of an eye, Mingshi had made hundreds of slashes. Xianxia did not expect Mingshi attack to be so fierce. The palm seal pushed against him, causing him to glide backward as Mingshi continued attacking. At this time, Mingshi Yin released a conical golden energy. When Shi Qishu saw Mingshi Yin's face that was illuminated by the golden light, his eyes widened in surprise. Golden energy seal? It's you. Mingshi Yin increased the speed of his attack, brandishing the separation hook in a frenzy. Due to his incredible speed, it seemed as though he left afterimages in his wake when he moved. Bang! 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 At this time, the green palm seal looked as though it was about to shatter. Shi Qishu was in shock. His eyes were filled with disbelief when he saw Mingshi Yin. The powerful force continued to push him back, leaving 2 shallow ditches on the ground. He glided back for 100 meters. During this time, Mingshi Yin had lost count of the number of times he had attacked. At this time, he suddenly manifested his astrolabe, unleashing the full power of his birth charts. At the same time, his hand wielding the separation hook did not stop moving at all. Boom! The explosive attacks shattered the green palm seal. The shockwave from the attack hit Shi Qishu's chest. He flew back in the air like a kite with a broken string. When he landed, he continued to slide back on the ground. When he slid 100 meters back, he grunted and spat out a mouthful of blood. You! Shi Qishu glared at Mingshi Yin and pointed at him. He laughed angrily before he said, I remember now. I remember now. Mingshi Yin put away the separation hook and his astrolabe and asked, What do you remember? I didn't expect a bastard like you is still alive. Shi Qishu wiped the blood from the corner of his lips as he rose to his feet. Mingshi Yin did not think much of Shi Qishu's words. Shi Qishu raised his head to look at the dark sky and the stars as his eyes burst with killing intent. Little bastard. I really didn't expect that Mingshi didn't kill you. Mingshi Yin asked expressionlessly. Did you kill him? Shi Qishu laughed wildly. You want to know? You can ask him after I send you to hell. Bang! Shi Qishu shot out, leaving an afterimage in his wake. He arrived in front of Mingshi Yin in just a blink of an eye. Samsara / energy sabers burst forth from Shi Qishu's palms. Mingshi Yin flashed to the side. Bang! The energy sabers hit Mingshi Yin's energy barrier, shattering it like glass. Consequently, he was sent flying in the air. Shi Qishu suddenly stopped moving and said, I was just toying with you earlier. Let me show you my specialty. When a crimson saber appeared in Shi Qishu's hand, he licked the edge of the saber with a bloodthirsty expression on his face. He took advantage of the time Mingshi Yin was flying backward and shot out at blinding speed. When Mingshi Yin landed on the ground, he smacked his hands on the ground. The blue wood in the surroundings grew bigger and bigger at a crazy rate, shielding him. Boom! Shi Qishu collided with the mass of blue wood. When they did not yield, he crashed against them over and over again until they were smashed into pieces. However, at this time, Mingshi Yin had already disappeared. Shi Qishu landed and sensed his surroundings again. Little bastard, you're a coward just like your grandfather. Come out. Shi Qishu's deep voice reverberated in the air as he said, Mingshi was a coward all his life and suffered a lifetime of defeats. During the battle on Mount Shao, Bai Yi and I helped him win the battle. A general's victory is built upon 10,000 bones. After he succeeded, he wanted to kill me and Bai Yi. I slept among the dead. How can I die so easily? Why was he hailed as the god of war, while I was despised by others for generations? After a pause, Shi Qishu roared, Come out! At this time, there were movements under Shi Qishu's feet. Mingshi Yin shot out from the ground behind Shi Qishu. The separation hook burst forth with thousands of energy hooks. Shi Qishu spun around and launched his energy sabers. Boom! 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 Once again, Shi Qishu was pushed back by Mingshi Yin. However, he had learned from his mistakes. He would not make the same mistake twice. He stomped his feet fiercely and manifested his avatar. The avatar expanded swiftly until it was more than 1,000 feet tall. I was waiting for you to manifest your avatar, Mingshi Yin said before he manifested his avatar as well. Buzz. Shi Qishu's expression darkened as he spat out, Only 6 birth charts? Who told you that the height of the avatar determines the number of birth charts? Mingshi said before his avatar swept out horizontally. Bang! Shichishu's avatar was sent flying back. The battle between two avatars was like the fiercest and most primitive of battles. 7 birth charts? No, 10, Shichishu said through gritted teeth. Bang! Shichishu looked surprised when he was sent flying by an explosive energy. Such speed, such explosive power. Is he an assassin? Assassin never fought head-on. Experienced assassins were patient and were often able to challenge those with a higher cultivation base. Shichishu's blood and chi surged violently in his body. He hurriedly withdrew his avatar before he fell to the ground. Mingshi said, "Didn't I say that you'll die here today?" After a pause, he added, "Meng Mingshi's death doesn't concern me. I just think you should die." Shichishu, who lay motionless on the ground, inhaled deeply. He closed his eyes. When he opened his eyes again, he suddenly stood up like a zombie. Then, he quickly tapped a few acupoints on his body before he laughed and said, "Little bastard, you actually hurt me with your 10 birth charts." Mingshi frowned. The explosive energy should have severely injured Shichishu. Shichishu's tenacity had exceeded his expectations. "I always thought Meng Mingshi would throw a bastard like you out to feed the dogs. I didn't expect you to end up in the Golden Lotus domain. After all these years, are these all you've learned?" "How disappointing," Shichishu said darkly. Then, he added confidently, "Didn't anyone tell you there's an insurmountable gap between the first birth trial and the second birth trial?" Shichishu's astrolabe appeared again. Energy sabers spun on its surface rapidly. Not only did Shichishu have 12 birth charts, but he had also passed the second birth trial. This meant that no matter how strong one was, if one had yet to pass the second birth trial, it would be extremely difficult to kill someone who had passed the second birth trial. Shichishu cast his second birth trial ability at this moment. Swoosh, 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 swoosh. The energy sabers on the astrolabe shot out. The destructive force of the energy sabers destroyed the blue wood in the surroundings like a hot knife through butter. It looked as though nothing would be able to stop them. At the same time as the energy sabers shot out, the astrolabe unleashed the full power of the birth charts. Mingshi was shocked. He retreated in the air, dodging the energy sabers and birth chart power. At this moment, it was no longer possible for him to escape into the ground. It would only confine him, making him no better than a lamb waiting to be slaughtered. All he could now was to widen the distance and stay away from the area where the energy sabers were the most powerful. He tried with all his might to evade the attacks, flashing back and forth, trying to find a way out. The difference between passing 1 birth trial and passing 2 birth trials was too big. At this moment, one of the energy sabers that was imbued with Shichishu's full power arrived in front of Mingshi. Mingshi eyes widened. It's over. There was no way for Mingshi to dodge this. Buzz. Mingshi manifested his astrolabe. When the energy saber landed on the astrolabe caved in immediately. Bang! The astrolabe only managed to hold on for a moment before it broke. With that, Mingshi felt an overwhelming force landing on his chest. He spat out blood and dropped to the ground immediately. When the energy saber vanished, Shichishu waved his right hand, and the crimson saber fell into his hand again. When Mingshi broken astrolabe vanished, he exclaimed in surprise, "The astrolabe broke, but you didn't lose your birth chart. Little bastard. Looks like I underestimated you. Nevertheless, it won't change the outcome." Shichishu continued to advance as the night wind blew and the moon shone down. It was a night suitable for killing. He advanced and stared at Mingshi like a starving wolf eyeing its prey that was lying on the ground, unable to move. His arrogant demeanor was that of a victor. He came to a stop 30 meters away from Mingshi and raised his head. Backlit by the moonlight, he saw a person dressed in a green robe. He held a long sword in his right hand with the tip pointing down. Blood, which seemed to be glowing strangely, flowed down the sword, dripping on the ground. At this time, the green-clad swordsman said, "It's best you put the saber in your hand down. This way, you won't feel pain when my sword passes through your head." When Xianxia saw the blood on the longevity sword, his eyelids twitched. He said in a deep voice, "So you brought help." Xianxia clapped his hands. The sound reverberated loudly in the silent night. He realized now that the blood on the sword belonged to the reinforcements he had called for earlier. His eyes surged with killing intent as he asked, "You killed them? If it weren't for these circumstances, I wouldn't even look at them. They should feel honored to die under my sword," Yu Shangrong said, as calm as ever. Xianxia glanced at Mingshi, who was lying on the ground, before he said, "You overestimate yourself." Then, Xianxia stomped his feet and flew out like an arrow. He wielded his saber with both hands, and an incredibly large energy saber shot out horizontally. His entire body shone with a green light. Yu Shangrong shook his head slightly. How stubborn! Just as Xianxia arrived in front of Yu Shangrong, he brandished his sword. He seemed to turn incorporeal as he moved. Xianxia attacked 1, 2, 3, 4 times, but his attacks passed through Yu Shangrong. He did not cause any damage at all. He was puzzled. He quickly spun around and brandished his saber again, unleashing 10,000 energy sabers. Bang! 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 Yu Shangrong accurately deflected the energy sabers. He thrust, stab, lift, strike, and block, perfectly displaying the basic sword movements. He was so fast that it looked as though they were multiple people brandishing swords at the same time. The storm-like attacks shocked Xianxia. His sword technique isn't inferior to Bai Yi. Yu Shangrong pressed Xianxia back. The fierce sword technique left him with no breathing room. He felt as though Yu Shangrong had blocked off all his paths of retreat. Meanwhile, Yu Shangrong's expression was as usual. He did not seem to be struggling at all. Xianxia did not give up. He refused to believe he would be bested by the person in front of him. He activated his protective energy, and when he could, he would use his energy sabers to block the attacks as well. If Yu Shangrong's attack was like the violent wind earlier, it was now like a tsunami. Xianxia's technique was crude to begin with. How could he deal with such an exquisite and extreme sword path? When he could no longer hold on, he roared, "Enough!" Boom! A ring of light appeared around Xianxia immediately. Yu Shangrong leaped into the air and flipped a few times before he rushed out again. Xianxia felt chills running up his spine. What kind of opponent was this? Was his fighting style so monstrous? "You want to exhaust my vitality energy?" Xianxia joined his palms together. The saber in his hand flew out and spun around him. Everything was meaningless in the face of absolute power. Xianxia wanted to end this quickly, so he manifested his avatar again. This time, he cast his first birth trial ability. The green avatar expanded swiftly. At the same time, the green lotus spun and increased in size as well. The lotus was a cultivator's strongest defense. If used properly, its offensive power would be just as strong. When the green lotus expanded until it was about to reach Yu Shangrong, he leaped up onto Xianxia's lotus seat. Upon seeing this, Xianxia laughed loudly. "I was waiting for you to do this." This method had been tried and tested. Every time Xianxia used his first birth trial ability, his opponent would instinctively jump onto his lotus seat. Now that Yu Shangrong had done as he had expected, he tossed his crimson saber out. As the crimson saber spun around the lotus, Yu Shangrong noticed that 12 birth charts were lighting up successively. He was slightly surprised. It seemed like not only astrolabes could release the birth chart power, but the lotus seat was also capable of releasing the birth chart power. However, after thinking about it, he thought this was as it should be. The birth charts on the astrolabes and the birth palaces were the same, after all. Just as Yu Shangrong expected, pillars of light shot up to the sky from the lotus seat. He tossed his sword out and dodged the pillars of light, weaving in and out of the gaps between the pillars. However, unlike Mingshi, he was not just dodging. The longevity sword was like a swimming dragon as it shuttled between the pillars of light before it arrived in front of Xianxia. Bang! 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 The longevity sword kept attacking Xianxia. Xianxia's movement technique was slightly inferior. After taking a few consecutive strikes, he had no choice but to fly backward. He unleashed his grand technique and flashed 1,000 meters away, bringing his lotus with him. The pillars of light continued shooting up into the sky after losing their target. Xianxia hovered in the air and joined his palms together, controlling the longevity sword from an incredibly long distance. The longevity sword followed closely behind Xianxia. Upon seeing this, Xianxia's expression turned grim. Sword control technique? Although Baiyi's technique was brilliant, it still fell short of the person in front of him. Xianxia was left with no choice but to fight. He drew his saber and slashed wildly. The longevity sword was so fast that it seemed like it was everywhere at the same time. When Xianxia was about to lose ground again, he suddenly pricked his finger and drew blood. Then he smeared it on his saber. The saber glowed even redder than before as an incredibly huge energy saber shot out. Xianxia withdrew the longevity sword, avoiding the energy saber. Upon seeing this, Xianxia said, "Too late." At some point, Xianxia had appeared beneath Xianxia's feet. At the same time, his green avatar, which was over 1,000 feet tall, rose from the ground. Following that, he flew into the avatar and hovered near its heart. He wielded the saber with both hands and flew out along with his avatar that was pushing both its hands out. Xianxia was slightly surprised. "You're stronger than I thought." Xianxia held the longevity sword in front of him as the sword released countless energy swords that formed a wall in front of him. Bang! The energy swords and energy sabers collided and struggled against each other with a might that seemed capable of leveling mountains and overturning the rivers. Both of them had life hearts that were related to flying, defenses, and strength, so for a time it was difficult to tell who was stronger. At this moment, Xianxia smiled coldly as he stared at Xianxia. He laughed as he said, "It's ready. It's time to send you to hell." Xianxia's maniacal laughter rang thunderously, sending chills up people's spines. The sword and saber struggled against each other as the golden energy and the green energy clashed. Through the energies, Xianxia saw Xianxia's eyes turn abnormally red as blood oozed out of his arms, and his hair grew longer. Creak! The longevity sword began to bend. Xianxia's sword was his life. He was the sword, and the sword was him. Hence, he hurriedly withdrew the longevity sword and allowed the energy sabers to land on him. At this time, 100 Tribulations Insight Avatar suddenly appeared above Xianxia. It wielded a sword with both hands and brought it down with all its might. Bang! An overwhelming force bore down on Xianxia and his green avatar. At the same time, the energy sabers that were shooting at Xianxia dropped down and slashed at his waist. His belt was cut into two, causing his green robes to flutter noisily in the wind. Xianxia spun around and glared at the golden avatar. 100 Tribulations Insight Avatar? The 100 Tribulations Insight Avatar held a golden leaf in its hands and stabbed it downward like a sword. Bang! The shockwave rippled out in the sky. Bang! 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 The golden avatar continued stabbing down without stopping. Xianxia gritted his teeth. His eyes glowed red as he cried out, "Break!" Xianxia, along with his avatar, spun 180 degrees before he released a 1,000-foot-long energy saber into the sky. Xianxia flashed and flew into his avatar. He did not dodge Xianxia's attack. Instead, he joined his palms together. Boom! Xianxia caught the huge energy saber between his palms. However, Xianxia laughed. "Let's see how you'll dodge this." The energy saber grew again. At the same time, the fresh blood oozing from Xianxia's arms shot out like spiderwebs, weaving an inescapable net. Great birth chart. Xianxia withdrew his avatar. The inescapable net emitted a strange energy. At this time, Xianxia seemed as though he had lost his mind. He roared, "Strangle him to death!" Swoosh! 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 Xianxia looked around. He could keenly sense the danger from the inescapable net. Golden halo! Xianxia reached out and held the golden halo in his hand. The golden halo suddenly expanded by 100 times, resisting the net. 11 100 tribulations inside Avatar? Shichishu was stunned. Then he laughed maniacally again. No wonder you're able to fight me for so long. It's a pity that you don't have birth charts. You won't be able to win. Shichishu seemed to be showing off as he manifested his astrolabe and aimed it at Yu Shangrong, who was surrounded by the net. Why would the sword devil need birth charts? Yu Shangrong said as his avatar appeared in front of him. At the same time, the longevity sword flew into the avatar's hand as an energy saber appeared around it and began to grow until it was 1,000 feet long. The avatar brought the sword down on Shichishu. Bang! Shichishu was shocked. He could only lift his astrolabe to block the strike. Following that, the golden 100 tribulations inside Avatar vanished, and the longevity sword flew back to Yu Shangrong's hand. Shichishu had learned from his mistake and maintained a distance from Yu Shangrong. He lifted his astrolabe, shooting out a few pillars of light at Yu Shangrong. Whoosh! 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 The golden halo in Yu Shangrong's hand grew several sizes again. As it grew, the strange red net strained, looking as though it was going to break soon. At the same time, Yu Shangrong controlled the longevity swords to hover in front of him before launching millions of energy swords to form a wall in front of him to block the pillars of light. Bang! 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 When the last pillar of light vanished, the longevity sword flew back into Yu Shangrong's hand. However, Shichishu was nowhere to be seen at this moment. Yu Shangrong held the golden halo and flew forward. At this time, cold laughter rang from behind him before he heard one word. Farewell. Yu Shangrong forcefully turned his body and saw Shichishu rushing at him with a huge saber and energy saber in his hand. No matter how one looked at it, this was clearly Shichishu's strongest killing move. Blood essence, trump cards, great birth chart power, techniques, and even possibly forbidden pills were all used in this move. Yu Shangrong held the golden halo up and faced the huge saber. Bang! When the energy saber landed on the golden halo, it burst with a golden-green energy that rippled out into the surroundings. Shichishu was surprised when he saw that the golden halo managed to withstand his energy saber. He grew even more furious. All his primal chi in his Dantian Sea of Chi surged down his arms into his hands, enlarging the energy saber before he continued to press it down on Yu Shangrong's golden halo. He was determined to use the rebound force to cleave the golden halo into two. Shichishu's strength had exceeded Yu Shangrong's expectations. A question popped up in his mind at this time. Was it really impossible to defeat this person who had passed 2 birth trials? He shook his head. He believed that there was no opponent in this world who could not be defeated. Over the years, Yu Shangrong had tested the strength and abilities of his 11 leaves countless times. When he first sprouted the 11th leaf, he had killed Su Heng, one of Duan Shihua's men. At that time, his strength was comparable to 5 birth charts. After he stabilized his cultivation base, he continued to absorb life hearts, but the height of his avatar was that of someone with 6 birth charts. Every time a cultivator activated a birth chart, the height of his avatar would increase. Fortunately, Yu Shangrong was not too obsessed with these changes. As long as his strength increased, he thought his 100 tribulations inside avatar was pretty good. He continued to absorb life hearts. Up until now, he had absorbed nearly 15 life hearts, including their abilities. With that, his cultivation had increased tremendously. Moreover, after traveling to the unknown land, with the help of the Pillar of Impermanence, it continued to improve by leaps and bounds. At this moment, Yu Shangrong sensed the threatening aura from the energy saber pressing down him. He murmured as he lowered his altitude, "There's that feeling again." Upon hearing these words, Shichishu sneered. "Is it the feeling of dying? Does it feel good?" No, Yu Shangrong raised his head to look at the sky. Shichishu frowned. Yu Shangrong smiled slightly before he pushed the golden halo out. Avatar. Buzz. A 650-foot 100 tribulations inside Avatar appeared and swiftly increased in height. 700 feet. 800 feet. 900 feet. Crack. A crisp sound rang from the golden halo at this time. With that, the 12th golden leaf sprouted from the golden halo. Bang! The crimson net broke, and the green energy saber was bounced back. Yu Shangrong's golden halo burst with an energy that sent Shichishu flying to the horizon. At this moment when the sword devil sprouted the 12th leaf, he felt as though his Dantian sea of qi had broken free of some shackles. His 8 extraordinary meridians, energy, essence, and spirit were energized in just an instant. It was as though the suppressive force, which was like an incomparably hard glass, that had been bearing down on him finally shattered after he had continuously beaten it. Suddenly, he felt that Shichishu had become weaker. Yu Shangrong pushed the golden halo out again. The 12 leaves spun at the same time. Bang! 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 The golden leaves hit the energy saber, destroying it before they moved onto the crimson saber. They broke the crimson saber easily as though it was a twig. Following that, the golden halo landed on Shichishu's chest. Shichishu's eyes widened as he cried out in a trembling voice, "T12 leaves! Longevity sword!" Yu Shangrong called out calmly. The longevity sword flew into his hand. With that, he started a new round of demonstration of his sword path. Left, right, up, down, front, and back. It seemed like Yu Shangrong was everywhere at the same time. More than 10 figures flashed around, some holding golden leaves and some holding the longevity swords. All of them attacked Shichishu at the same time. Before the green avatar could move, the 100 Tribulations Insight avatar had already appeared above the green avatar. Then, it stomped its feet fiercely on the green avatar. Bang! The green avatar shook violently along with heaven and earth as clouds rolled in. Yu Shangrong unleashed his unbeatable and oppressive sword path. Under his assault, Shichishu's protective energy lasted only a few breaths before it was shattered by his energy swords. With that, the remaining energy swords landed one after another on Shichishu's body. The green avatar suddenly vanished, indicating Shichishu had lost a birth chart. Anger and hatred had completely taken over Shichishu at this moment. He said decisively, "Don't even think about leaving." Boom! The explosion of a great birth chart was like fireworks blooming in the night sky. Shichishu laughed. Although he was certain that he had succeeded, his laughter contained a hint of despair. However, when the explosion died down, he was stunned. Shichishu saw the 100 Tribulations Insight avatar kneeling with its back toward him, and its hands were holding Yu Shangrong. The golden halo with 12 leaves spun on the avatar's back. Most importantly, the avatar was bathed in flames. When Yu Shangrong sprouted his 12th leaf, he had awakened the karmic fire as well. A smile could be seen on Yu Shangrong's face at this time. He raised his longevity sword, and the avatar gradually vanished. Then, he turned to face Shichishu and said indifferently, "Die, Shichishu." With that, countless energy swords shot out of the longevity sword looking like a long dragon and pierced through Shichishu's chest. At this moment, Shichishu finally revealed a frightened expression on his face as he fell. He looked at the sky filled with energy swords that looked like dragons pouncing at him, and despair overwhelmed him and devoured his will to resist. Boom! Shichishu fell to the ground. The battle ended. The energy swords and the green energy dissipated, and the broken crimson saber lay quietly on the ground. Shichishu's eyes widened as he looked at Yu Shangrong, who was hovering in the air. It seemed like he was trying to speak, but only the sound of blood gurgling in his throat could be heard. After a while, he grinned like a madman as he finally succeeded in saying, "The Emperor of Great Qin won't let you off for this." At this moment, a figure pounced on Shichishu like a mad wolf. A cold light glinted in his hand as he repeatedly stabbed Shichishu's body. It was not until Shichishu's body became a bloody mess that he slowed down. At this point, he had lost count of how many times he had stabbed Shichishu. At the same time, he cursed, "You're the bastard! You're the bastard! All your family members are bastards!" At this moment, a voice rang from above. "Old Fourth, that's enough." Mingshi did not stop. He did not care about the blood or his injuries. He kept stabbing with his separation hook. Yu Shangrong said again, "That's enough." The sound wave was gentle and just enough to push Mingshi back. Mingshi sat back and looked at the bloody separation hook. The moonlight hit the book, refracting the light on his face. He looked at Shi Qishu. Shi Qishu's head was tilted to the side and staring back at Mingshi lifelessly. A smile could still be seen on his face. He was no longer breathing. Mingshi did not have Duanmusheng's boldness and rashness, so he seemed weak and timid in many battles. However, this did not mean he was really afraid of the enemy. Nevertheless, he was slightly frightened when he saw what he had done to Shi Qishu. Under the moonlight, Shi Qishu's corpse looked even more ghastly. Mingshi did not know how to feel at this moment. He had killed many people, from high-ranking officials and dignitaries to peddlers at the roadside. However, none of them made him feel nervous like Shi Qishu did. It was not because Shi Qishu was strong, nor was it because he was afraid of Shi Qishu. It was because of an inexplicable feeling that was a mix of anger, hatred, sorrow, and joy. After sitting for a long time in a daze, Mingshi finally returned to his senses. He inhaled deeply and wiped the blood off his face as he cursed. "What a filthy man!" A burst of golden energy appeared around Mingshi and seeped into his pores before coursing through his 8 extraordinary meridians into his Dantian Sea of Qi. The golden energy vaporized the blood on his body, but there was nothing he could do about his stained clothes. Then, he used his sleeve to clean his separation hook over and over again. At this moment, Yu Shangrong asked, "Do you have anything to say?" Mingshi scratched his head. "I lost my composure earlier. Fortunately, second senior brother appeared in time. Otherwise, I would have been done for." Yu Shangrong frowned at Mingshi making light of the situation. However, he was not one to force others to do things they did not like. This was especially true in regard to his fellow disciples. He was the sword devil that everyone respected, a gentleman who treated others with courtesy. Mingshi sighed before he said awkwardly, "I'm actually from the Green Lotus domain." Yu Shangrong nodded and landed next to Mingshi. He raised his head to look at the bright and beautiful moon that hung in the night sky. "Second senior brother, you're not surprised?" "I suspected as much," Yu Shangrong replied, as calm as ever. "There's a corpse lying next to us while we talked and admired the moonlight. It's quite creepy." "Let me deal with it," Mingshi said before he used an energy seal to bury the corpse. Under the full moon, at the periphery of the city, Mingshi sighed. "I had a brother. He was innocent, foolishly so. He couldn't speak. Every time he wanted to communicate with others, he would gesture with his hands and feet. He couldn't hear, but he liked listening to others as though he could hear them." "Deaf-mute?" Yu Shangrong asked. "Yes, deaf-mute." Mingshi nodded. He did not want to use this word to describe his brother. Perhaps the heavens felt that the world's too dirty, so they removed noises from his life. Mingshi, who was sitting on the ground, clenched a fistful of grass, reducing them to dust as he said. He was like a piece of white paper, untainted. He liked to laugh. Even if you hit, he'd smile at you. Yu Shangrong was puzzled. Is he not sound of mind? Mingshi shook his head. No. He suffered beatings for me, stole food for me to eat, and did all sorts of dirty work for me. He was just naive. He's a righteous man, Yu Shangrong said with a faint smile before he asked, "Where's he now?" "Dead," Mingshi said without any difficulties. It was as easy as crushing a bug in his hand. Leaving a residue behind that annoyed him. He added, "He was beaten to death by Shi Qishu. At that time he was only 8 years old. A year younger than me. No one cared." Yu Shangrong frowned. How could Meng Mingshi, the most cowardly person in Great Qin, dare to care? Mingshi cursed. Trash will always be trash. It's impossible for him to change just because he got lucky and became known as a god of war. When Yu Shangrong saw that his fourth junior brother's emotions were under control, he asked with a faint smile, "Who is he to you?" Mingshi replied, "An enemy." Yu Shangrong did not say anything in response. He only stood next to Mingshi as he held the longevity sword and looked into the distance. After a moment, Mingshi continued to say, "We lived in the Meng residence since we were young. However, I can't remember the things that happened before I was 5. My memories from that time are vague and dreamlike. Since there's a hierarchy in the world, sometimes I wonder why a noble place like the Meng residence allowed my brother and me to exist. Yu Shangrong asked, "How did you get to the Golden Lotus domain?" Mingshi shook his head. "I can't remember. I only remember that I boarded a flying chariot with many other children. Later, the flying chariot crashed, and everyone fell to their deaths. I was the only one who survived. I have to say, my life is really fucking great." "It is quite great," Yu Shangrong solemnly said. "When I woke up, I saw Master," Mingshi said. Then he looked to the left and right before he said in a low voice, "Second senior brother? Don't you think I was really unlucky? I get beaten up every day when I was in the Green Lotus domain, and I was still beaten up every day after joining the Evil Sky Pavilion." Yu Shangrong really wanted to say something. He wanted to say the other disciples experienced the same thing as well. However, out of consideration for his fellow disciples, he remained silent. It finally made sense to Yu Shangrong now why Mingshi seemed so against the Green Lotus domain and was so hostile to Zhao Yu. The past was too unbearable after all. "It's getting late. Let's go back," Yu Shangrong said as he gently tapped the ground and flew into the air. Mingshi rose to his feet and patted the dust off his robes. He bowed at Yu Shangrong once before he flew after Yu Shangrong. At this time, Lu Zhou cut off his power of sight. In fact, ever since he obtained a steady stream of merit points, he had been briefly observing his disciples before he finally locked onto Mingshi and Yu Shangrong. "Meng residence," Lu Zhou muttered to himself. He racked his brain to see if he knew anything about it. However, after a while, he still did not find anything. Lu Zhou was very confused. Was it a coincidence that Ji Tiandao accepted these people as his disciples? The bright moon shines over the sea. From far away, we share this moment together. Lu Zhou sighed softly, closed his eyes, and continued to cultivate. The next morning, the news of Shi Qishu, a general of Great Qin, spread throughout Xiangyang, causing a stir. Some officials, including the sword expert Bai Yi, who had a close relationship with Shi Qishu, hastily gathered. In the hall of an unknown residence, the atmosphere was gloomy. More than a dozen of General Shi's capable men were killed by a sword expert. All of them were killed with just a strike. The birth charts were taken away in one go. If I weren't drinking with General by last night, I would have suspected him. A man with a beard and a bun on his head who was dressed in a simple white Taoist robe, holding a sword in one hand, asked, "Sword expert, Shi Qishu's corpse has been found. The wounds are very strange. There are wounds that were caused by hook and sword. Moreover, based on the condition of his corpse, the culprit is very vicious and ruthless." Everyone's expressions were grim. This means there's more than one culprit. Moreover, the culprit's cultivation bases are very high. Since they dare to attack General Shi near the capital, they must be strong. However, what's their purpose? At this time, an older official said, "I heard that the Meng residence was covered by trees and vines overnight. They're lush and verdant as well. Is it possible that Meng Mingshi returned to seek revenge?" As soon as these words fell, everyone exchanged a glance. They felt chills running up their spines, and their hair stood on end. There are no ghosts in this world. Don't scare yourself. Meng Mingshi died a long time ago. I've already ordered people to investigate this matter. Shi Qishu's man, Xianxia, went to the Zhao residence yesterday before he died. Young Master Zhao has something to do with this. Bai Yi frowned in confusion. Zhao Yu. Recently, many things have happened. Venerable Master Tuoba and Venerable Master Yi have died one after another. Venerable Master Fan is cultivating in seclusion, and Venerable Master Qin is as elusive as ever. I have a feeling that the imbalance is affecting much more than we imagined. Bai Yi said, "Let's report this matter to His Majesty first, and let His Majesty decide." Everyone nodded in agreement. Afternoon, at the Zhao residence. Pavilion Master, Mr. Seventh has sent the inscriptions for the Jade Talisman over, Yan Jinlua said and handed a talisman filled with inscriptions over. Lu Zhou nodded as he took the talisman. Then, he brought the collective teleportation jade talisman out before lighting up the talisman. In the next moment, the talisman disintegrated into spots of light before shooting into the jade talisman. Subsequently, the jade talisman glowed and gradually grew hotter before it returned to normal. Luli said, "With this jade talisman, we'll be able to reach the Evil Sky Pavilion in 15 minutes. Not only would the jade talisman provide support when needed, but it also gave them a means of self-protection." Lu Zhou put the jade talisman away and looked at Ming Shirin. Ming Shirin had tidied up and changed his clothes, looking as though nothing happened. Lu Zhou called out, "Old Fourth." Ming Shirin shuddered before he stepped forward and bowed. "Master, you just received the recognition from the Pillar of Destruction not too long ago, and your cultivation has increased by leaps and bounds. Let me see how much you've improved," Lu Zhou said before he pushed his hand out. A palm seal shot toward Ming Shirin immediately. Ming Shirin was shocked. He did not expect his master would suddenly make a move, and he had never thought of putting up a defense against his master. Moreover, even if he did, it would be useless. At a loss, he crossed his arms in front of him and withstood the palm seal. Bang! Needless to say, Ming Shirin was no match for the palm seal at all. He was pushed back more than 10 steps and almost fell. After he managed to stabilize his footing with great difficulty, he coughed violently. When he recovered, he suppressed the panic threatening to overwhelm his heart and forced a smile on his face. "Master, your strength is unrivaled. How can your disciple be a match for you?" Everyone averted their eyes, feeling awkward. They could sense the strength of the palm seal. Its speed was not particularly fast as well. Even if Ming Shirin were caught off guard, he would not have been pushed back and coughed so violently. Clearly, he was acting. His acting skills are very good. He has grasped the essence of old 8th skills. Since Yu Shangrong was aware of Ming Shirin's situation, he hastily added, "Master's palm seal contained a mysterious aura. It's indeed unpredictable and powerful." Everyone in the Evil Sky Pavilion was very familiar with Yu Shangrong's character. Unlike Zhu Honggong, the Sword Devil would never flatter others. Lu Zhou looked at Ming Shirin's slightly disheveled appearance and did not expose his deeds. Instead, he only said tonelessly, "Remember one thing. The Evil Sky Pavilion is your backer." Everyone's hearts jolted. It seemed to them that Lu Zhou was trying to educate Ming Shirin and reminding him not to embark on the path of betrayal. On the contrary, Ming Shirin understood the meaning behind his master's words. His heart moved. He bowed and said, "I'll remember your words, master." At this moment, an attendant walked in and said respectfully, "Old sir, someone from the palace is here to investigate General Shi's murder. Young Master Zhao would like to invite you over." Lu Zhou rose to his feet before he calmly said, "No." Then Lu Zhou returned to his room to cultivate. The attendant was speechless. Ming Shirin glared at the attendant and said, "Is my master someone you can meet just because you wish to meet him?" The people of the Evil Sky Pavilion came to the Green Lotus domain to understand the general situation and to rest after staying in the dark and harsh unknown land for such a long time. If they had to meet everyone who wanted to meet them, would they not be exhausted to death? The attendant said nervously, But this is an urgent matter. I'll go with you and have a look," Ming Shirin said. Yu Zhenghai walked out as well. "Let's go together." In the end, everyone from the Evil Sky Pavilion, except for little Yuaner, Kong Wan, and his brother, followed the attendant to the Zhao residence's reception hall. When they arrived outside the hall, they saw many cultivators and soldiers stationed at the courtyard. There were more than 100 people in total. Ming Shirin sneered. The crowd isn't small. They did not stop for long and walked directly into the hall. Upon entering the hall, they saw 2 unfamiliar people. One was fat and one was thin. Their hair was braided, and they wore armor. There was a black flower painted on their faces, and the corners of their eyes looked as though they had been drawn with eyeliner. They looked very conspicuous. Ming Shirin was really shocked by their appearance. On the contrary, Yu Shangrong and Yu Zhenghai looked as though they were used to seeing something like that. Zhao Yu hurriedly rose to his feet to greet them before he asked, "Where's the old sir?" Ming Shirin said, "My master doesn't have time to care about your affairs. Tell me, what is it?" Zhao Yu said awkwardly, Allow me to make the introductions. This is Lord Ji Wuzi and Lord Ji Wenzi from the palace." A civil and a military official had come. Ming Shirin only nodded coldly. The two people's high and mighty attitude had already disgusted him from the get-go. Then he said, "If there's nothing else, I'm leaving." "Wait!" Ji Wenzi called out. Ming Shirin said impatiently, "If you have something to say it quickly. I'm busy." Ji Wenzi said, "We're under the orders of the Emperor of Great Qin to investigate the murder of General Shi. General Shi's right-hand man, Xianxia, died here. Is this true?" Ji Wenzi was very direct. Ming Shirin glanced at Zhao Yu. He did not know what Zhao Yu had said earlier. After all, Zhao Yu was present when his master killed Xianxia. In the end, he feigned surprise. "He's dead. Who killed him?" Ji Wenzi frowned. Zhao Yu smiled as he said, "I've already told you earlier. Xiao Gao's death has nothing to do with us." Ji Wenzi stared at Ming Shirin and continued to ask, "Where were you last night?" "What a load of rubbish. Do I have to report each of my movements to you?" "I was taking a bath in Zhao residence. I even answered the call of nature before I took a bath." "Satisfied?" Ming Shirin said. Ji Wenji said, "At the time of Xiangao's visit, someone heard the sound of fighting. I've sent people to have a look at the courtyard in the south where the sound of fighting came from. My men found that the blue tiles have just been freshly replaced, and there are traces of a fight." "How do you explain this?" Zhao Yu was about to speak when Ji Wenzi said, "I'm asking him a question. Not you, young Master Zhao. Please have a sense of propriety." The way Ji Wenji had interjected was clearly very rude. Ming Shirin raised an eyebrow. "Why don't you just accuse me of killing Xianxia? Is there a need to beat around the bush?" Ji Wenzi nodded before he waved his hand. "I have enough reasons to suspect you." The cultivators outside swarmed into the hall immediately, and those who remained outside quickly surrounded the building. Some of them even flew up into the air. At this moment, Zhao Yu roared, "Enough! Young Master Zhao? I've always respected the two lords, but what do you take me for? I'll say this one more time. This matter has nothing to do with my friends. Now, get lost," Zhao Yu said. Ji Wenzi and Ji Wuzi were shocked by Zhao Yu's attitude. When did the weak young Master Zhao become so fierce? "Are you going to defy His Majesty's orders?" Ji Wenzi frowned. "His Majesty asked you to investigate the murder, not to slander others without evidence. I'll speak to His Majesty about your conduct today," Zhao Yu said angrily. Ji Wenzi and Ji Wuzi stood up and bowed to Zhao Yu. Ji Wenzi said, "Young Master Zhao, please don't be angry. We admit to being rude today. We'll take our leave first. Farewell." Following that, Ji Wenzi waved his hand and led everyone away. He had acted very straightforwardly. Silence returned to the hall. Ming Shirin rolled his eyes and said, "It seems like anyone can just trample on you and flaunt their power." Zhao Yu's flushed red before he sighed. "Those two aren't simple. They're the right-hand men of the Emperor of Great Qin. They handle many affairs on the Emperor's behalf. Seeing them can be considered seeing the Emperor himself." Ming Shirin said sarcastically, "Wow, you're a hero today then for standing up to them." Zhao Yu sighed. These two were experts from the old nation of Great Qin. After Great Qin fell, they followed the Emperor of Great Qin and became known as the Emperor's Gemini. Their cultivation bases and skills are profound. Ming Shirin asked, "Do you still believe those people?" Upon hearing this, Zhao Yu took a seat. A disappointed expression could be seen on his face as he said, "You're right. I'm a fool. The fool of Zhao residence." Although it was hard to accept, the cruelty of reality forced Zhao Yu to sober up. Yu Shangrong looked outside the hall and asked tonelessly, "What are the cultivation bases of the Emperor's Gemini?" "I don't know. I think they should be stronger than Shi Qi Shu," Zhao Yu replied. After Ji Wenzi and Ji Wuzi left the Zhao residence with their men, Ji Wuzi asked, "Elder brother, are you sure?" Ji Wenzi nodded. "Yes, that young man killed Xian Gao and Shi Qishu, and the young man holding the sword is the accomplice." "Then, why didn't you capture them?" Ji Wuzi asked, puzzled. "There's a new discovery," Ji Wenzi said as he turned to look in the direction of the Zhao residence. "They're stained with the smell of Shi Qishu. No matter how hard they try, they can't get rid of it. Moreover, they reek of blood as well. This isn't something you can sense with cultivation. I, naturally, trust elder brother in this regard," Ji Wuzi said. Ji Wenzi continued to say expressionlessly, "About the new discovery I mentioned, I smelled a unique scent on that young man." "What is it?" "Meng Mingshi." Ji Wuzi was taken aback. "Meng Mingshi? The great general who defeated Great Jin on Mount Shao. They smell the same. There's no mistake," Ji Wenzi said confidently. "Elder brother, if you'd told me this earlier, I would have captured all of them," Ji Wuzi said, frustrated. Ji Wenzi shook his head. "If it was possible, I would have given the order myself. That person holding the sword is too composed. The person carrying a saber at his waist has a strong aura. They're definitely not ordinary people. Most importantly," he paused for a moment before he continued to say, "the sword user, saber user, and that young man seem to share a common energy fluctuation in their bodies. That young man's energy is very turbulent while the sword user and the saber user's energies are calmer. Despite the similarities, there are obvious differences as well." "How strange," Ji Wuzi frowned. "I suspect they're Meng Mingshi's men who survived," Ji Wenzi said. "If my speculation is right, then their motive in killing Shi Qishu and Xian Gao is clear. Shi Qishu had manipulated Zhao Yu for a long time. If Zhao Yu is privy to that now, it makes sense that he's standing firmly on those people's side." Ji Wuzi nodded. "Elder brother, your analysis makes sense. In order to be safe, I'll think of a way to set a trap and take them down in one fell swoop," Ji Wenzi said. "If you want to play it safe, why don't we ask one of the venerable masters for help?" Ji Wuzi asked. "With the imbalance, the world's not peaceful, so the venerable masters won't easily leave their homes. Tuoba Siqing and Yi Zhang are dead, so Qin Renue and Fan Zhong are even more cautious now," Ji Wenzi said. At the mention of Tuoba Siqing, Ji Wuzi sighed. "I admired venerable master Tuoba a lot. I didn't expect him to die. With Lord Jinan and Tianwu guarding Yuzhong, not to mention Tuoba Siqing who was alone, even if the other venerable masters joined forces, they would still have to think twice about going against Lord Jinan and Tianwu." After a moment, Ji Wuzi said tentatively, "Elder brother, I have a question that I don't dare to ask. I don't know if I should ask. We're brothers. You can speak freely to me," Ji Wenzi said. After thinking about it for a moment, Ji Wuzi asked in a low voice, "The cultivation base of the Emperor of Great Qin." Ji Wenzi raised his hand immediately and interjected, "The walls have ears. Let's return to the manor." "All right." Night. Zhao residence. Compared to the unknown land, this place was extremely quiet. Lu Zhou muttered to himself, "I still need some time before activating my 14th birth chart." With the Pillar of Impermanence and the Divine Soul bead, his speed of improvement was too fast. It was almost like he was pulling on a seedling to help it grow. He would need some time to stabilize his cultivation first before he continued. He had activated 2 great birth charts. Even a venerable master might not have 2 birth charts. His next few birth charts could be placed in the human and earth regions. In other words, he needed Beast Kings or Beast Emperors' life hearts. It would be best if they had special abilities like Yong He. In any case, now was not the time for him to collect life hearts. Lu Zhou glanced at the night sky outside the window before he called up the system's interface. Merit points, 141,310. Yu Shangrong and Mingshi Yin had brought him more than 50,000 merit points for killing Shi Qishu and more than 10 of his men. The reward was not bad. It had been a long time since he drew the lottery, so he decided to try his luck. Lucky draw. Ding. Used 50 merit points. Thank you for your participation. Luck point +1. Lucky draw. Ding. Used 50 merit points. Obtained. Mystic Microstone X1. Lu Zhou paused. Mystic Microstones can be obtained through lucky draws? Currently, he had 10 Mystic Microstones. This was the result after searching all over the unknown land. If it were not for Kong Wan and his brother's tracking talisman, he probably would not even be able to find one. Mystic Microstones were the main items needed to upgrade weapons to the infinite grade. In light of their importance, he had carried them around. 10 should be enough. Mystic Microstones were different from obsidian essences. As long as there was an ore, it would not be difficult to obtain obsidian essences. On the other hand, Mystic Microstones were very mysterious. They seemed to contain the subtle essence of heaven and earth and were very small. They were rare and scattered in the world with no rhyme or reason, which meant that it was even more difficult to find them. When Lu Zhou brought out all the Mystic Microstones and arranged them in a circle in front of him, ding! Mystic Microstone. Used to upgrade fusion-grade items to infinite-grade items. Lu Zhou nodded in satisfaction. Then he looked at his weapons. Weapons? Unnamed, Jade Horsetail Whisk, Heaven Grade, Purple Glazed Ceramic, Fusion Grade, Confinement Seal, Fusion Grade, 7-Star Sword, Saint Staff, Wind Spirit Bow, Pillar of Impermanence, Infinite Grade, 20% Spirituality, Azure Scimitar. Unnamed seemed to grow stronger along with his cultivation base, so there was no need to care about it. Among all the weapons, the purple glazed ceramic was of the greatest help to him. The others were just waiting to be deconstructed. Lu Zhou bought a refining talisman and placed the purple glazed ceramic in the center of the Mystic Microstones. The 10 Mystic Microstones glowed with a red light instantly and connected with each other before it burst into flames, looking like a bonfire, while the purple glazed ceramic began to glow brilliantly. With that, all he needed to do was wait. Following that, Lu Zhou deconstructed the Saint Staff, Azure Scimitar, 7-Star Sword, and the Jade Horsetail Whisk. He obtained a Mystic Microstone from deconstructing the Azure Scimitar, and 3 obsidian essences each from the Saint Staff and the 7-Star Sword. As for the Jade Horsetail Whisk, he obtained what looked like a pinch of dust. Lu Zhou kept the Mystic Microstone for himself and left the rest for the others. He did not deconstruct the Floodgrade Wind Spirit Bow. After all, there was only one godly archer in the Evil Sky Pavilion. It was best to give it to Hua Yuesheng. When Lu Zhou saw the Pillar of Impermanence's spirituality was at 20%, he knew it meant that he could only use 1/5 of its power. The higher the spirituality, he would naturally be able to access more power as well. However, the increase would be slow. Lu Zhou looked at the burning Mystic Microstones. The purple glazed ceramic was glowing red at this time. After he shifted his gaze away, he brought the Pillar of Impermanence out. It's time to upgrade my blue avatar. The blue avatar was now a 2-leaf 100 Tribulations Insight avatar. Sprouting 1 leaf required 10,000 years. Lu Zhou raised his hand. 10 advanced enhanced reversal card appeared in his hands. He did not hesitate and crushed them immediately. Vitality energy surged and converged swiftly in the sky above the Zhao residence, forming a vortex. The low-level cultivators patrolling the grounds of the Zhao residence stopped moving and looked at the sky in surprise. For the ordinary maidservants and attendants, they merely felt a gust of strong wind. Nothing was out of the ordinary for them. On the other hand, the people of the Evil Sky Pavilion were not surprised and went about their business as usual. Only Kongwen looked at the sky in confusion and asked, "Left Envoy Yen, what's the Pavilion Master doing?" "It's a healing-type grand technique. Just don't go near the Pavilion Master, and you'll be fine," Yen Jinlua said. Kongwen nodded and no longer paid attention to the sky. At this moment, Kongwen ran over in a panic. "What happened?" Kongwen explained, "There's no need to panic. The Pavilion Master is cultivating a healing-type grand technique." Grand technique. Zhao Yu looked at the sky churning with vitality energy that kept converging from all directions in shock. Then, he recalled his mother's complexion and health that were getting better after being treated by Lu Zhou and exclaimed, No wonder. At the same time, in the White Palace, the blue-clad female attendant rushed over and bowed. Master, the Sacred Hall has detected an anomaly. They said there is something other than the imbalance at play. Xianxia opened her eyes and frowned in confusion. Continue. The blue-clad female attendant said, the scales of justice has detected a huge amount of vitality energy moving westward. It should be heading toward the Green Lotus domain. They've already sent an equalizer to investigate. Green Lotus domain? Xianxia slowly rose to her feet. Her long robes trailed on the ground as she flashed toward the blue-clad female attendant. Yes, Mr. Ouyang said it himself, the blue-clad female attendant said. To be able to move the scales of justice, the amount of vitality energy must be huge, Xianxia said, puzzled. Mr. Ouyang said this is likely a brief phenomenon. There's a possibility that someone in the Green Lotus domain is about to become a venerable master or a saint. Xianxia nodded. You and the Halcyon divine bird had left once. If you leave again, it'll attract attention. During this period of imbalance, you're not to make decisions without consulting me. Understood. After the vitality energy converged, Lu Zhou looked at his lifespan. Remaining life, 5,096,862 days, 13,964 years. His lifespan had exceeded 10,000 years. The 10 advanced enhanced reversal cards had given him 5,000 years of life. He found it strange that when so much vitality energy was being absorbed in Transient City, it did not create such a huge commotion like the reversal cards. Why did the reversal cards always cause such a commotion? It was too conspicuous. In the Green Lotus domain where experts were as numerous as clouds, it was easy to attract unwanted attention. It was just as Lu Zhou expected. There were many cultivators watching the Zhao residence's movements at this moment. When they saw the converging vitality energy, they were shocked. Should we go have a look? Lord Ji said not to act rashly before we understand the situation of the Zhao residence. Lord Ji also said that we should act according to the circumstances and find the right time to test the Zhao residence. This is a great opportunity. To be able to draw such a massive amount of vitality energy, it's most likely a divine artifact. These words swayed the other cultivators. Who could resist the temptation of a divine artifact? There were also other cultivators who were afraid of Zhao Yu's status and only curiously watched from afar. There was no lack of people who liked watching shows. A few figures appeared in the sky above the Zhao residence. They greedily breathed in the remaining vitality energy in the air before they looked down at the Zhao residence. This is young Master Zhao's manor. Let's go. The tactful cultivators quickly left. The cultivators who wanted to use this opportunity to investigate the situation began to entice the others. If we don't have a look, don't you think it'd be a waste? We're not stealing or robbing. Let's go closer and have a look before we leave. Many cultivators were enticed and flew forward. When they drew close, a voice rang from below. I advise everyone to leave quickly. In just a flash, the green-clad Yu Shangrong appeared in the sky. He looked at the cultivators silently. May I ask your name? We're all cultivators. Can we? Yu Shangrong interjected with an indifferent smile on his face. No, I haven't finished speaking. Yu Shangrong said, I only interrupted you because no matter what your request is, I'll definitely reject it. Where's young Master Zhao? We want to visit him. Can you convey our intention to him? As soon as the cultivator finished speaking, Yu Shangrong said as he flashed forward, Sorry for the offense. Clank. Yu Shangrong unsheathed the longevity sword. It shot out like a streak of red light. With the red runes, it glowed dazzlingly. Swoosh, swoosh, swoosh. With a speed that could not be seen with the naked eye, the longevity sword shot toward the cultivators. They did not have time to react at all when the sword flew past them. It shuttled back and forth among them for a few breaths like a dragon before it flew in a semicircle and returned to its scabbard. The night was quiet, and the scenery was pleasant. All the cultivators saw was a red light streaking past them harmlessly with a whooshing sound before silence returned. Nothing had happened apart from that. Everyone looked at Yu Shangrong, who was hovering at low altitude, in confusion. They did not understand what was going on. What was the offense? Was he just trying to frighten them? After a brief moment, crack, 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 all of the cultivator's weapons broke one after another. Those without weapons had their belts slashed. My saber! When some of them saw the straight and neat cut on their weapons, they shuddered and gulped. What an amazing sword skill! Sorry, we didn't mean to bother you. We're leaving now. Swoosh! When the several cultivators took the lead and flew away, the others no longer hesitated and followed suit. With that, peace returned to the sky above the Zhao residence. At this time, Yu Zhenghai flashed and appeared next to Yu Shangrong. Second junior brother, your sword skills have improved. It's just luck. I believe eldest senior brother is very close to the second birth trial, Yu Shangrong said. Yu Zhenghai shook his head. I'm still far from reaching the second birth trial. It's too difficult cultivating with the golden lotus. If I want a breakthrough, I'll need some luck. Cultivating after severing the lotus is the most difficult cultivation path. Just the act of severing the lotus requires one to be unafraid of death, Yu Shangrong said. There's no need for that now. With the life-saving pills, it's much easier to sever the lotus now, Yu Zhenghai said. Yu Shangrong said, there was no life-saving pill at the beginning of the lotus-severing era. At this time, a sigh sounded from below the duo. Little Yuaner was rendered speechless by the duo's ridiculous behavior. She shook her head and muttered under her breath, here it comes again. Ninth junior sister, in your opinion, is it easier to sever the lotus or cultivate with the golden lotus? Yu Shangrong asked before he said, you just have to answer truthfully. Don't let the fact that you cultivate with a golden lotus affect your answer. I don't know. Don't ask me, little Yuaner said before she turned and ran away. The little fire phoenix hurriedly flew after her. Yu Zhenghai and Yu Shangrong. After little Yuaner left, no one else could be seen as well. Only when Yu Zhenghai and Yu Shangrong returned to their rooms to rest did everyone come out to get some fresh air. At the same time, a few cultivators who had just left the Zhao residence landed at a quiet corner of the city. How did the investigation go? Ji Wenzi asked. He placed his hands on his back as he looked at everyone. Indeed, there's an expert in the Zhao residence. If I'm not mistaken, that person should have about 12 birth charts. Why do you say that? Ji Wenzi naturally would take these words at face value. The cultivator replied, he's highly skilled with the sword. He cut down everyone's weapons with just one move. Based on his aura, his control, and his skills when he attacked, his birth charts are definitely no fewer than 12. Only 12? Ji Wenzi was puzzled. If the other party only had 12 birth charts, it did not seem possible for the other party to kill Shichishu. This is the Qi orb. If you imbue a little energy into it when you get close to an expert, it'll emit a strong and weak flash of green light. Go to the Zhao residence again with the Qi orb. Ah! The Qi orb can only be used for a short period of time. Now go and return quickly. Don't make any mistakes. Yes. The cultivator hurriedly left with the Qi orb. Following that, Ji Wuzi appeared next to Ji Wenzi and said, elder brother, isn't it too much of a waste to use the precious Qi orb? Knowing yourself and your enemy will allow you to win the battle, Ji Wenzi replied. After a short interlude, the Zhao residents returned to silence. However, there were still a few cultivators hovering in the distance, wanting to watch the show. Moreover, due to the commotion around Shichishu's death, there were rumors going around that his death had something to do with Zhao Yu. Over the years, the stability of Great Qin depended a lot on the four venerable masters and the Emperor of Great Qin. With Tuoba Siqing and Yi Zheng's deaths, even without the imbalance, there would still be chaos on both sides of the red line. Those who wanted peace prayed fervently for the imbalance to be over. Most of these people were ordinary folks. However, there were also those who liked excitement and even hoped for the end of the world to come. They wanted to see the frail balance between humans and fierce beasts break so they could watch an epic battle. There had never been a lack of people who liked watching shows in this world, after all. in a room at the Zhao residence. Lu Zhou was unaware that his actions had attracted the attention of the world and the people from the Great Void. He looked at the increase in his lifespan and nodded in satisfaction. The advanced enhanced reversal cards he had obtained from the lucky draw were very useful. Now that he had 13,000 years of life, he could sprout one leaf. However, he did not intend to use his lifespan to sprout the leaf. Instead, he brought the pillar of impermanence out and placed it on the ground in front of him. Then, he manifested his 100 Tribulations Insight avatar, which was still under the effect of the concealment card. Since the last upgrade of his system, the effect of the concealment card had increased to 10 days. Upgrade. The 100 Tribulations Insight avatar began to spin on the spot. It absorbed the vitality energy from the pillar of impermanence without any difficulty. At the same time, Lu Zhou could feel the vitality energy in the pillar of impermanence slowly decreasing as well. Fortunately, he had enough vitality energy in the pillar to sprout the leaf. Otherwise, he would have a hard time satisfying the vampire-like blue avatar. The 100 Calamity Cave started to spin on the spot. With the experience gained several times, the lifespan of the spell body in the life-suppressing stake was being absorbed smoothly. He could feel that the lifespan in the life-suppressing stake was slowly decreasing. Fortunately, the lifespan stored in the life-suppressing stake was enough. Otherwise, it would not be enough to satisfy the vampire-like blue spell body. The golden avatar would absorb one's lifespan first before increasing it after a breakthrough. The blue avatar would only absorb one's lifespan without giving anything back. If he did not have the golden avatar or reversal cards, even if he had the heavenly writing, he would only be able to use his extraordinary power. Then, when his mind wandered to the astronomical amount of lifespan would he need to upgrade his Thousand Realms whirling avatar, he felt his head ache. After the blue avatar becomes a Thousand Realms whirling avatar, will I need to activate birth charts like the golden avatar as well? Since he seemed to be the only person with a blue avatar, he had no reference or experience to draw from. Lu Zhou sighed and continued to cultivate. After receiving Xi Wenzi's order, the cultivator mustered up his courage and approached the Zhao residence again. Seeing that there were still a few cultivators lingering around, he flew over to them. When he arrived, someone said to him, "You're too late. The show is over." The cultivator really wanted to say he was a returning audience, but in the end, he held back. Instead, he asked, "Aren't any of you going closer to take a look?" "Take a look, my ass. That swordsman is incredibly skilled. He broke everyone's weapons with just one move. He's likely young Master Zhao's guest." In Great Qin, many dukes and wealthy young masters like to invite experts to their homes as guests. These people gave the experts fame, status, and power while the experts worked for them. It's been a long time since there has been any movement. I don't think there'll be any more shows to watch. Let's go. With that, the people began to leave one after another. On the other hand, the cultivator remained in his spot and surveyed his surroundings. When he confirmed there was no one around, he hurriedly snuck into the Zhao residence like a thief. After he landed in the backyard, he crawled on all fours like a Tibetan mastiff. His entire person seemed to have changed at this moment. When he arrived near a building, he uncovered the black cloth that was wrapped around the chi orb and waited silently. When the chi orb lit up, he put it away before he crawled forward again. The Zhao residence was very quiet, making him even tenser. He restrained his aura and controlled his breathing and heart rate. Fortunately, I have a high-grade life heart from a dog-like beast. He thought to himself as he approached the next building. He lowered his head and looked at the chi orb. The brightness was only average. With this, he speculated that whoever the orb sensed was someone who had just broken through to the Thousand Realms whirling stage not too long ago. At this moment, his nose twitched. What's that smell? He lowered his head and sniffed as he made his way to the base of the wall. After a moment, fuck! What kind of bad luck is this? There was the smell of urine at the base of the wall. What kind of place is the Zhao residence? Why are there people urinating in this kind of place? Following that, he quickly made his way to the other side of the building and brought the chi orb again. When he saw the chi orb lit up, he muttered, "Around 5 birth charts." He knew someone like that was definitely not the target of the Emperor's Gemini. He continued to move forward, traveling along the wall and observing the Qi orb. At this time, the Qi orb suddenly lit up. Since he came in, this is the first time the orb had shone so brightly. 2 birth trials? He was shocked and hurriedly put the Qi orb away with trembling hands. Just as he was about to move, "Doggy, don't mess around." "Doggy," he shuddered. "Have I been discovered?" He hurriedly moved to the last building, which seemed to be the grandest in the Zhao residence, when the Qi orb shone even brighter than before. 2 birth trials and 13 birth charts? He covered the Qi orb and lay on the ground, waiting, when the orb suddenly dimmed. "Huh? 100 tribulations insight." He scratched his head with a confused expression on his face. No matter who one disguised one's cultivation base, one would not be able to escape from the Qi orb since it could sense one's breathing, vitality, 8 extraordinary meridians, and other things before making a judgment of one's cultivation base. The cultivator did not understand how the Qi orb that had shone so brightly a moment ago would suddenly dim. He looked at the orb with a dumbfounded expression. How could a person go from having 13 birth chart to only being at the 100 tribulations insight stage? This change was too exaggerated. He shook his head, unable to figure this out, when the Qi orb shone brightly again. This time it seemed to indicate the other person had 14 birth charts. Then, in the next moment, the Qi orb dimmed again. The cultivator was even more baffled. He really did not know what to think. The Qi orb continued to shine and dim. However, the intensity of its brightness remained quite consistent. It did not go past the brightness of a 14-chart expert. The cultivator knew the person in the building must be cultivating at this moment and was not paying to his surroundings. He decided to leave now. Otherwise, he would be easily discovered. Fortunately, thanks to his life heart ability, his breathing, heartbeat, temperature, aura, and so on were like that of a dog. If not, he would have been discovered long ago. He withdrew his vitality energy from the orb and turned to ashes immediately. Then, he looked to the left and right before he returned the way he came. When he arrived at the building near the place he had landed earlier, his nose twitched again. What's that smell? He smelled another strange smell and could not help but turn to have a look. After a moment, he shook his head. It was said that wealthy families were noble, but it seemed like that was not the case. He had only raised his body slightly when he heard a low growl. His body stiffened as an ominous feeling rose in his heart. He slowly turned around. Not far from the base of the wall he had sniffed at earlier, he saw a pair of eyes shining with a dim light staring at him. He did not dare to move. He knew very well that if he moved, the beast hidden in the darkness would definitely alarm the others. He thought to himself decisively, if the enemy doesn't move, then I won't move. Subsequently, he restrained his aura, trying to be as inconspicuous as possible, and tried to stay calm. It did not take long before he saw a dog-like beast emerge from the darkness. Under the moonlight, its fur was sparkling and looked almost translucent. Its wings were folded, its body was muscular, and its eyes were much brighter up close. The cultivator's eyes widened in shock. Qiong Qi. He did not dare to move at all. Xianxia no longer growled. Instead, it walked over. Its speed was not fast. It walked at a leisurely pace with its head lifted proudly, looking elegant and noble. It finally came to a stop 3 meters away from the cultivator. Then it began to sniff. Xianxia smelled a special and familiar scent when it sniffed the cultivator. It barked once before it stuck its tongue out with saliva dripping down. When Xianxia finally arrived next to the cultivator, it raised its paw and grabbed the cultivator's body before it moved its nose closer and began to sniff. The cultivator's expression at this time was very interesting. One could see fear, humiliation, anger, embarrassment, and all kinds of emotions on his face. Just as he was about to explode, "Doggy, if you run around again, I'm going to stew you." Xianxia retracted its tongue and closed its mouth before it quickly ran back in the direction of the voice. The cultivator did not waste time. He immediately rose to his feet and tapped his toes lightly on the ground before he flew into the night sky and darted into the forest at lightning speed. This was the fastest he had ever moved in his life. After flying for several thousand meters, he finally landed on the ground before he vomited. I'll become a laughingstock if anyone knows about this. After calming down, he flew away again. It did not take long before he arrived where the Emperor's Gemini was waiting for him. The cultivator hurriedly ran to Ji Wenzi and Ji Wuzi and fell to one knee before he said, "Lord Ji, I've already investigated the Zhao residence. What's the result? I've repeatedly confirmed that the strongest person there doesn't have more than 14 birth charts," he replied. "Is there anything strange about the Qi orb's reaction? Don't miss any details." In the beginning, the Qi orb reacted as it should. However, when it was near one person, the orb turned strange. It kept flashing as though it could not make up its mind if the person was someone with 13 birth charts or someone at the 100 Tribulations insight stage. Ha! Ji Wenzi and Ji Wuzi looked at each other, equally confused. The difference is too exaggerated. "Elder brother, do you think it's some secret technique?" Ji Wuzi asked. "Impossible. Generally, there are two ways to determine someone's cultivation base. The first is through perception. It's difficult for weaker cultivators to hide from those stronger than, after all. However, this method is not very accurate since it'd be useless if one wants to determine the cultivation base of someone stronger. The second way to determine someone's cultivation base is through special items, techniques, or formations. For example, there are mirrors that can reveal the truth, but they're rare. As for formations, they're quite troublesome since they have to be set up in advance, and one has to get the target in the range of the formation. The Qi orb is one of said special items. It's very accurate. One of the reasons Thousand Realms whirling cultivators are powerful is due to their accumulations of vitality energy. One cultivates with vitality energy to increase one's lifespan, defying the heavens. The orb can accurately sense the vitality energy. Not only that, but it senses other things as well. Ji Wuzi nodded before he said, "It's truly a waste to use the Qi orb on them. Elder brother, now that we've confirmed they killed General Shi, what are we waiting for? Let's catch all of them now." Ji Wenzi shook his head. "We're not bandits. Let's wait a little longer." "Wait a little longer?" Ji Wuzi was confused. 3 days at most, Ji Wenzi said. Great Qin's hunting party should be returning soon. Upon hearing this, Ji Wuzi's eyes lit up as he exclaimed, "Elder brother, you're truly wise. The weak should have the awareness of the weak, and the strong will make the judgment," Ji Wenzi said. "Even if we're confident, we should still see what the Venerable Master's thoughts are. During these 3 days, we'll have to see what their stances are. Nevertheless, I'm confident the Venerable Masters won't care about these trivial matters. Moreover, the Emperor doesn't have much interaction with them as well." "You're right, elder brother. I'll send people to visit the Venerable Masters. Go." The next day, when dawn arrived, Lu Zhou was still immersed in meditating on the heavenly writing. He only stopped when the scripts in his mind began to jumble up. When Lu Zhou saw his blue avatar, he was shocked. Stop. Then he looked at the lotus and began to count out loud. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. The blue avatar had 2 leaves before, and he wanted to sprout the 3rd leaf. However, after a night, it had sprouted 5 leaves. He waved his hand and the pillar of impermanence flew back into his hand. He sensed the vitality energy in it and found that he was missing 1/3 of the vitality energy originally in the pillar. "It's really a vampire. The system didn't even alert me, let alone ask for my opinion." Lu Zhou looked at the 100 Tribulations Insight Avatar. Ding! 5 leave 100 Tribulations Insight Avatar. You'll require 10,000 years to advance to the next level. Lu Zhou thought it was lucky that he had used the Pillar of Impermanence. If he had let it absorb his lifespan, he would have died by the end of the night. Lu Zhou looked at the Pillar of Impermanence again and noticed that the golden light on the pillar seemed to have dimmed a little. Clearly, the loss of so much vitality energy had greatly reduced its power. In the end, Lu Zhou was not really bothered about it. After all, to him, the value of the Pillar of Impermanence was its ability to help his blue avatar evolve, which in turn would make him stronger. Lu Zhou raised his hand. The 5-leaf 100 Tribulations Insight avatar flew forward and hovered above his palm. Apart from being able to provide me with a little extra divine energy, what else can it do? Is it like the golden avatar? With just a thought, he managed to move the blue avatar's arm. Lu Zhou tried. He willed the blue avatar to move its other arm. I can control it with my mind? Usually, avatars lacked mobility. They were like statues. When one severed the lotus, it was akin to severing the avatar's restraints. By removing the lotus, the avatar could be moved to a certain extent. Lu Zhou did not expect the blue avatar, which still had its lotus, could be controlled with his mind. He was a little annoyed with himself. He should have noticed this long ago. Previously, he thought it was quite weak, so he did not bother testing its power and uses. However, it seemed to him now that the blue avatar was much more powerful and exaggerated than he had imagined. Let's try something else. He raised his right hand and spread his fingers. As expected, the avatar mirrored his movement. However, its movement was a little stiff. Nevertheless, after a few tries, it seemed to have gotten familiar with moving and quickly lost the stiffness. Lu Zhou put 3 fingers down. This movement was more subtle. Energy sword. An energy sword appeared in Lu Zhou's hand immediately. Similarly, an energy sword appeared in the blue avatar's hand as well. However, it only appeared for a brief moment before it disappeared. Lu Zhou's eyes lit up upon seeing this. All in all, after this round of practice, he felt that his second avatar was not that easy to control. His mind was like a remote control. He was not very skilled with subtle movements, but he had no problem with bigger movements. Lu Zhou waved his hand again, sending the blue avatar 10 meters away. With that, it returned to its immobile state, looking like a statue again. Based on this, he found out that he could not be too far from his avatar if he wanted to control its movements. Lu Zhou shook his head. It's still too weak. Let's have a look at the lotus now. Lu Zhou continued to control his blue avatar. The blue avatar with 5 leaves was not comparable to the 1,000 Realms whirling avatar, but its power should not be underestimated. Under his control, the blue lotus under the avatar began to speak along with the 5 blue leaves. Stop! The lotus stopped spinning. Jump! The blue avatar jumped. Its feet left the lotus seat. When it was up in the air, it seemed to become slightly translucent. It seemed like it did not have enough energy. When it landed and its feet touched the lotus seat, it returned to normal. Golden Avatar. Lu Zhou manifested his golden 1,000 Realms whirling avatar with 13 birth charts. The 2 avatars stood side by side in front of him. Lu Zhou tried to make the golden avatar move just like he did with the blue avatar, but the golden avatar's feet seemed welded to the lotus seat. It looked no different from a golden statue. Even if it moved, it would just flip its entire body around or something like it. Lu Zhou withdrew the golden 1,000 Realms whirling avatar. Then, he made the blue avatar jump up again. This time, it jumped higher. It could be seen that the further it was from the lotus, the more translucent it would become. After Lu Zhou withdrew the avatar, he reached out and brought the lotus in front of him. It was like an exquisite piece of art, tempting people to touch it. When he touched it, the 5 leaves suddenly detached from the lotus. Ha! Lu Zhou was surprised that he could separate the leaves from the lotus. Usually, the leaves were inseparable from the lotus. When the lotus severing method became known, many golden lotus cultivators severed their lotuses. Later on, many cultivators from the other domains learned about this method, but none of them dared to try it. After all, they did not need to rely on such a method to raise their cultivation bases like the golden lotus cultivators did. For those who severed their lotuses, they would gain halos that were surrounded by lotus leaves as though they grew around the halo. In this case, the leaves could be separated from the halo as proven by Xianxia. Lu Zhou made the lotus grow bigger. The leaves grew accordingly as well. Following that, he tried to control the leaves, and as expected, they flew out into the air. Unnamed. Unnamed hovered in the air as the 5 lotus leaves flew over to it. This is somewhat reminiscent of old Second's move. Lu Zhuo was rather happy that the leaves could be separated from the lotus. This meant that the blue avatar possessed the abilities of avatars with and without lotuses. After he put Unnamed away, he returned the 5 leaves to the lotus. Lu Zhuo was secretly delighted. This meant that the blue Dharma body contained all the abilities of the other Dharma bodies. Putting away the nameless sword and dispersing his thoughts, the 5 blue leaves flew back to the lotus seat. He no longer tested the abilities of the blue avatar. There would be time for that in the future. Nevertheless, he was filled with anticipation for the blue avatar's future. He decided to make more of an effort to upgrade the blue avatar. Once it became a 1,000 realms whirling avatar, the divine energy it would provide him would be considerable as well. After gathering his thoughts, he looked at the mystic microstones and the purple glazed ceramic that was shrouded in fire. The fire from the mystic microstone emitted a faint light that entered the purple glazed ceramic. With that, the purple glazed ceramic continued to grow brighter. Based on the current speed, it would take another 2 days before the upgrade would be completed. Let's continue to stabilize my cultivation base. The improvement he gained from the Divine Soul Pearl was a little too much, so he had to stabilize his cultivation base. It would take away before he could attempt another breakthrough. Nevertheless, he could still look for his 14th life heart while he stabilized his cultivation base. He could not activate another great birth chart for now. In that case, he could look for a Beast King's life heart and place it in the Earth region of the Birth Palace. After a moment, Lu Zhou recalled he still had Yonghe's life heart. Hence, he summoned Lu Li and told him to bring Yonghe's life heart to Yu Zhenghai. Yu Shangrong had just sprouted his 12th leaf. For the time being, Yonghe's life heart was not suitable for him. Moreover, according to his calculation that 1 leaf was equivalent to 6 birth charts, Yu Zhenghai was lagging behind Yu Shangrong. After 2 days, when the sunlight streamed into the room through the window, Lu Zhou heard a system notification. Ding! The purple glazed ceramic is successfully upgraded to the infinite grade. The speed has increased greatly. Its ability has been upgraded to freeze. Ding! Freeze. Releases all the power of the purple glazed ceramic and freeze all targets within its range for a few seconds. Freeze! This reminded Lu Zhou of Tian Wu's ability. It was like the power of the Tao that could control time and space. Since Lu Zhou could not use the power of the Tao yet, the purple glazed ceramic was definitely a huge trump card. Moreover, with his divine power, he was also immune to the power of the Tao. At the very least, the power of the Tao did not have any visible effect on him. Unfortunately, mystic microstones are so rare. Up until now, I only found 10. Lu Zhou rose to his feet and left him room, stretching his limbs and muscles by practicing Tai Chi. After he stopped, feeling refreshed, he sat on the stone bench. He surveyed his surroundings and felt that something was amiss. Where's everyone? Why isn't anyone in this place? At this time, a flying chariot hovered in the air in front of the Zhao residence. More than 30 cultivators guarded the flying chariot. There were also over 100 cavalrymen riding on warhorses hovering in front of the Zhao residence entrance. At the same time, the people of the Evil Sky Pavilion stood in the main courtyard of the Zhao residence, looking at the cultivators, warhorses, and the flying chariot. They're here again? Mingshi sneered. Zhao Yu's expression looked rather stiff as he said, I'm afraid things have gotten complicated. You called us here so early in the morning just to tell us this? Yu Zhenghai asked. Zhao Yu said, the Emperor's Gemini has always been cautious in doing things. However, I really didn't expect them to ask for Zhou Ping's help. Who the hell is Zhou Ping? Mingshi asked. Zhou Ping is one of the Emperor's secret weapons. During the war that destroyed 20 kingdoms, the team made up of the Emperor's secret weapons swept through 10 kingdoms in 10 days. Their average strength is above that of a one-trial cultivator. Zhou Ping himself is close to being a venerable master. Their mounts came from the northern desert of the Green Lotus domain. They're the fiercest and best flying warhorses, Zhao Yu explained. Mingshi looked at the warhorses. If it were not for Zhao Yu's explanation, it would be difficult to see that the warhorses that were dressed in silver armor had wings. Ming-Shi stroked his chin and said, "Indeed, they look rather awe-inspiring," Yu Shangrong said disapprovingly. "In comparison, Jiliang's like the clouds while they're just like mud." Zhao Yu continued to say, "Zhou Ping's 100 of cavalrymen are like the army of Great Qin. They can travel 10,000 miles in a day. A while ago I heard they went to the Pillar of Destruction in Pingdan. Without using a runic passage, they flew to Rending. Apart from obtaining many precious resources, they also flew back to the Green Lotus domains and dealt with the feudal lords. They're truly a legendary troop." Kong Wen nodded. "What young Master Zhao said is true. I've heard a lot of their stories in the past. At that time, my brothers and I idolized them. After all, who wouldn't idolize such a legendary troop?" Upon hearing this, Kong Wu chimed in, "Elder brother is right. I dreamed about joining them for a period of time. Later, I learned that it was almost impossible to join them." Kong Wen frowned. "I thought you dreamed about joining the monster hunting squad? When did it change?" It's just for a short time. It's not just them. In fact, I dreamed about joining many squads and troops." Kong Wu trailed off. He cleared his throat before he continued to say, "Of course, all of them are inferior compared to the Evil Sky Pavilion. In front of the Evil Sky Pavilion, this so-called legendary troop is nothing but a bunch of brats, shrimps, and crabs. Am I right, Miss Ninth?" Little Yuaner merely grunted in response. She carried the little fire phoenix and walked to the side to take a seat before she played with the little fire phoenix. She was not interested in such a scene. It did not take long before a cultivator flew out of the flying chariot and looked at the crowd on the ground. He said, "Lord Ji has ordered for the capture of a murderer so he can be brought to justice. I hope young Master Zhao will cooperate with us." Zhao Yu replied in a clear voice, "Tell Lord Ji." At this time, Ming-Shi suddenly interjected, "Wait." Then he moved to stand in front of Zhao Yu and said to the person in the sky, "Tell that person with the surname Ji to come out and speak to us himself." The cultivator was at a loss for words, shocked by Ming-Shi. Ming-Shi continued to say, "Zhao Yu is a duke personally conferred by the Emperor of Great Qin. Who are you to make a commotion here?" The cultivator was frightened into flying back to the flying chariot. Ming-Shi turned around and patted Zhao Yu's shoulder as he said, "You're a duke after all. You must show your imposing air." Zhao Yu nodded, feeling moved. He could feel Ming-Shi was not very hostile toward him anymore. Zhao Yu thought that sometimes, life was not only cruel, but it was laughable as well. He once thought that in this world, apart from his mother, the people who treated him well were his father, the Emperor of Great Qin, Shi Qishu, and the members of the Zhao family. In the end, everything turned out to be an illusion. Moreover, the people who helped him see through the illusion were a group of strangers. Shortly afterward, Ji Wenzi and Ji Wuzi flew out of the flying chariot and came to a stop at the 10-meter mark. Ji Wenzi said, "Young Master Zhao, we meet again." Zhao Yu was unlike his usual kind and timid self as he said, "Lord Ji, it seems like you really have no regard for me at all." Ji Wenzi said, "I dare not. What are you trying to prove by bringing so many people here? Are you going to raid the Zhao residence?" "Young Master, you're exaggerating this matter. I'm only here because of General Shi's murder. I've already discovered the truth and found the murderer. Young Master Zhao, don't misunderstand me. I'm not here to cause trouble at the Zhao residence. I'm only here to arrest the murderer," Ji Wenzi replied. Zhao Yu frowned. "Murderer?" Ji Wenzi pointed at Ming-Shi in the crowd and said, "Young man, you should take responsibility for what you've done. You have an extraordinary bearing, and your cultivation base isn't weak. I'm sure you're smart as well." Everyone turned to look at Ming-Shi at the same time. Yu Shangrong did not expect Ji Wenzi would be able to link Shi Qishu's death to Ming-Shi. He was there that night, so he was aware of the situation. None of Shi Qishu's men survived and no traces were left behind. So how did Ji Wenzi find out? Nevertheless, he remained calm as always. Ming-Shi pointed at Ji Wenzi and said, "Hey, hey, hey! You look so dignified and noble, so how can you spew garbage from your mouth? Ji Wenzi frowned slightly. Ming Shirin said, I didn't kill anyone. Upon hearing this, Ji Wuzi smirked. As expected, there aren't any murderers in this world who'll own up to their crime. That's right. Is that why you're not admitting to killing him? Ming Shirin retorted. Upon hearing this, Ji Wuzi, who was a straightforward person, said angrily, Don't slander me. General Shi is someone I respect. Why would I kill him? Is there a murderer in this world who'll own up to his crime? Ming Shirin said, returning Ji Wuzi's words to him. Ji Wenzi and Ji Wuzi suddenly felt that Ming Shirin was incredibly annoying. Zhao Yu said, Lord Jiwu, you have to present your evidence. How can you just arrest people without evidence? Aren't you making a fool of yourself by doing such a thing? At this moment, Zhou Ping laughed before he said from the direction of the cavalrymen and warhorses, Young Master Zhao is right. You have to have evidence. As officials, we have to follow the law. Ji Wuzi said, My brother's words are evidence. Ming Shirin almost spat upon hearing these words. He said mockingly, In that case, my dog's words are also evidence. Woof, 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 woof. However, what happened next caught everyone off guard. Xianxia suddenly launched itself at the flying chariot, sailing across the sky like a released arrow. Ji Wenzi and Ji Wuzi were taken aback. At this time, Xianxia hovered high in the sky and barked at the flying chariot a few times. All of a sudden, it lifted its hind leg and peed in the air. Xianxia was not an ordinary beast. Moreover, after being nourished by the great void seed, its growth was tremendous, and its intelligence was not low. It knew the flying chariot was dangerous, so after it peed, it turned and flew back. Everyone was caught off guard and confused. They did not understand Xianxia's behavior. Woof, 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 woof. Upon hearing this, Conk conveyed Xianxia's meaning. Xianxia said that person belongs to it. Ji Wenzi. Realization dawned on Ming Shirin immediately. He pointed at the cultivator in the flying chariot and said, No wonder Doggy was running around a few days ago. As it turns out, you seduced my dog. The cultivator's face flushed red in embarrassment, and his expression was incredibly unsightly. Nevertheless, he waved his hand and denied vehemently, No, 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 I was just passing by. When did I seduce it? A heated discussion broke out in the Zhao residence for a moment. Ji Wenzi and Ji Wuzi frowned, thinking that their subordinate was really a good-for-nothing. Zhao Yu seized the chance and asked, Lord Ji, this is irrefutable evidence. How do you plan to explain this? Ji Wenzi said, It's true that he came to Zhao residence. However, there was an abnormal surge of vitality energy above the Zhao residence that day. Hence, I ordered my man to have a look. He was not the only one around that day. Many cultivators were attracted by the commotion as well. If you don't believe me, you can ask any cultivator in Xiangyang. That aside, he trailed off before he continued to say with a smile, That young man wasn't in the Zhao residence the night General Shi died. Ming Shirin said, You have a glib tongue. It's a pity my 7th junior brother isn't here. Otherwise, you'd have to stand back. Ji Wenzi maintained the smile on his face as he said, You want evidence? I'll show you the evidence. Bring it up. Then, 2 cultivators carried a stretcher out of the flying chariot and landed in the Zhao residence main courtyard. Then, they removed the white cloth covering the stretcher, revealing Shi Qishu's corpse. Little Yuaner only glanced at it and was startled. She bent over and made a vomiting gesture before she pulled Conk to the side and said, So disgusting. These people are really annoying. Let's go look for Master. All right. The 2 young women hurriedly made their way to the back of Zhao residence. The others did not pay attention to the 2 young women and looked at the corpse instead. Yu Shangrong and Yu Zhenghai lived their lives on the edge of a knife all year round and had seen many corpses in their lives. Hence, they were unfazed by Shi Qishu's corpse. When Yu Shangrong looked at the miserable state of Shi Qishu's corpse, He was reminded of how his fourth junior brother had gone crazy that night. On the other hand, Zhao Yu frowned. He had a good relationship with Shi Qishu and had addressed each other as brothers in the past. Who knew the next time they met? Shi Qishu had already died. Nevertheless, he was not saddened by Shi Qishu's death. On the contrary, he was angry. Not only did Shi Qishu manipulate him with the help of everyone in the Zhao residence, but due to Shi Qishu's manipulations, he had chased away many innocent attendants and servants. Apart from that, Zhao Yu was also angered by the Emperor's Gemini lack of respect. Their action of bringing the corpse into his residence without asking for his opinion was an insult. Ji Wenzi, what do you mean by this? Zhao Yu's expression was incredibly grave as he addressed Ji Wenzi by his name. At this time, he no longer cared about etiquette. Since they did not respect, why should he show them respect? Ji Wenzi only said one word: evidence. If you don't explain this clearly... Zhao Yu choked on his words. He really did not know how to deal with Ji Wenzi. What could he threaten Ji Wenzi with? Ji Wenzi had the support of the Emperor of Great Qin. But whose support did he have? Yu Shangrong glanced at Zhao Yu before he turned to look at Ji Wenzi with a smile and said, regardless of if Ji Wenzi explains himself or not, it's irrefutable that he has humiliated and disrespected you. Those who humiliate others should be humiliated as well. Those who offend their superiors should be punished as well. Ji Wenzi. Ji Wuzi was enraged by these words. He said fiercely, how dare you speak when you played a part in the murder as well? Yu Shangrong did not seem flustered by the accusations. Instead, he smiled and asked, so, do you want to kill me? Isn't it easy to do so? Ji Wuzi retorted. All right then. Yu Shangrong smiled faintly as he tapped his toes lightly on the ground. Second senior brother. Mr. Second. No one expected Yu Shangrong would make a move. His movements were nimble as he flew into the air. Before he came to a stop, the longevity sword unsheathed itself and flew into his hand. Ji Wuzi had always been direct and fond of battles. When he saw Yu Shangrong making a move, not only was he unafraid, but he was very excited as well. He rushed forward without any hesitation to meet Yu Shangrong. Yu Shangrong lifted his hand and used return and enter 3 souls. 3 figures attacked from the left, right, and center. Ji Wuzi's eyes flashed as he shouted, petty tricks! Get lost! Ji Wuzi unleashed energy seals that shot out in all directions. However, when the energy seals struck Yu Shangrong, they passed through his body harmlessly. There was no effect at all. Ha! Yu Shangrong's 3 figures merged into one before he flashed toward Ji Wuzi, brandishing his sword. His momentum was like that of a mountain, and the speed of his movements was reminiscent of lightning. Ji Wuzi was taken back and instinctively dodged. However, he soon discovered that his opponent's speed was increasing as though his opponent had been injected with some speed serum. Bang! 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 Energy sword struck at Ji Wuzi while Yu Shangrong brought the longevity sword down on Ji Wuzi. Ji Wuzi, who had just caught his breath, raised his hand, trying to catch the longevity sword. Meanwhile, when Ji Wenzi noticed the 10 golden lights that seemed as sharp as knives following closely behind the longevity sword, he shouted, dodge! Swoosh! Ji Wenzi reacted quickly and launched an energy seal to pull Ji Wuzi back. A loud tearing noise rang in the air. Alas, they had underestimated the length of the energy swords. A huge tear that spanned from the top to the bottom appeared on Ji Wuzi's robe. Ji Wuzi, who had retreated a few meters, looked down at his chest. He saw a thin line of blood. After a few breaths, drops of blood seeped out of the thin line and slid down. He pressed his hand against the wound, quickly healing it. Swoosh! The longevity sword returned to its scabbard at this moment. Yu Shangrong smiled as he looked at Ji Wuzi and said, your skills are rather mediocre. With Ji Wuzi's temper, he naturally could not tolerate these provocative words. However, he forcefully suppressed his anger when he remembered that he had promised his brother that he would not act rashly before they came to this place. Moreover, with the Emperor's legendary troops at their backs, there was no need for him to act today. At this moment, Ji Wenzi said frostily. So, you're from the Golden Lotus domain. You're from the Golden Lotus domain. How dare you behave atrociously in the Green Lotus domain? In the cultivation world, it was no secret that the overall strength of the Red Lotus domain and the Golden Lotus domain was very weak. There were even cultivators from the Green Lotus domain who were below the stage of a venerable master, who boldly snuck to the other domains. However, they did not dare show their avatars or use their energies. After all, if they were discovered by the equalizers, they would undoubtedly die. There were many such cases in the long course of history. The red line prohibited them from acting rashly. However, there were also people like the free men who underwent rigorous training and disregarded life and death, living life on the edge. Although they had the freedom to travel between the domains, they were also constantly in danger. At this time, a slightly surprised expression appeared on Zhou Ping's face. However, it was quickly replaced with a smile. They're friends from the Golden Lotus domain. Don't be in a hurry to make a move. Did they really kill General Shi? Ji Wenzi turned to look at Zhou Ping. Based on Zhou Ping's expression, he could tell Zhou Ping was not going to act rashly without a good reason. Hence, he said, "This is the evidence." Ji Wenzi waved his hand, sending out a powder-like substance toward Shi Qishu's corpse. When the powder-like substance made contact with Shi Qishu's corpse, it turned into specks of light. The specks of light were dazzling. They were a stark contrast against the corpse. The others watched curiously. They did not know what Ji Wenzi was planning to do. The specks of light flew up before they flew toward Mingshi and Yu Shangrong. Mingshi waved his hand, easily getting rid of the specks of light. On the other hand, Yu Shangrong's protective energy easily repelled the specks of light. Despite their different methods, the outcome was the same. They were untouched by the specks of light. Mingshi and Yu Shangrong felt slightly displeased. After all, the specks of light that had touched the corpse were filthy. Perhaps Ji Wenzi had been used to being in a high position. He had expected that as long as he used some tricks, others would accept it without any objections. After he saw the reaction from the specks of light, he laughed. Then, he pointed at Shi Qishu's corpse and said, "What do you think? Qi orbs powder?" Zhou Ping frowned. He was surprised at Ji Wenzi's willingness to use such a precious item. That thing was not cheap after all. Indeed, it's the Qi orbs powder. I'm sure General Zhou is aware of its uses. It is able to accurately capture residual energy. As long as someone touched General Shi, their residual energies will definitely be captured by the Qi orbs powder, Ji Wenzi said. Upon hearing these, the cavalrymen sitting atop the warhorses were raring to go, filled with the urge to swoop down. However, Mingshi said disapprovingly, "Nonsense. Zhao Yu has also touched him, you've also touched him. Why didn't it capture the residual energies then? You don't understand the Qi orbs powder. The facts are clear. There's no need for you to quibble," Ji Wenzi said. He knew now that the person in front of him was a scoundrel. It was useless to use logic to reason with a scoundrel. At this moment, Zhao Yu said loudly, "All right, I want to see who dares to make a move." Following that, Zhao Yu held up a dazzling golden token in his hand. Zhou Ping, Ji Wenzi, and Ji Wuzi frowned immediately. The Emperor's golden token? Upon seeing the golden token, no one dared to move. Zhao Yu continued to say loudly, "You have a discerning eye. I order all of you to get lost." Most of the people of the Evil Sky Pavilion did not know what the dazzling golden token was, but based on Ji Wenzi's reaction, they knew it was definitely not a simple thing. Kong Wan, who seemed to know what the golden token was, explained in a low voice, "I heard that the Emperor of Great Qin gave 4 golden tokens to 4 different people. Rumor has it that one of them was given to Madame Qi." "Madame Qi?" Mingshi was puzzled. "Young Master Zhao's mother," Kong Wan replied. "Is that thing very powerful?" Kong Wan continued to explain in a low voice, "There's a rumor in the cultivation world that the golden token is like the Emperor of Great Qin. With the golden token, you freely enter and exit the palace. You can even avoid death sentences with it." Everyone was surprised by this explanation. To think such a small token held so much power. Then they shifted their eyes to Ji Wenzi and the others. They thought Ji Wenzi and the others would have to leave now. After recovering from his surprise, Ji Wenzi said with a smile, "I didn't expect young Master Zhao to be in possession of the golden token." Zhao Yu did not waste words with Ji Wenzi. He only said, "Get lost." Ji Wenzi continued to say, "Unfortunately, His Majesty has ordered for the golden token to be returned." Then Ji Wenzi waved his hand. The cultivators in the flying chariot flew out to the sky above the Zhao residence, ready to attack. Zhao Yu did not expect this turn of events. He shouted, "You dare!" Ji Wenzi cupped his fists together as he said, "Young Master, I'll personally apologize to His Majesty later. If you have anything to say, you can say it in front of His Majestic." Then, he turned to Zhou Ping and said, "General Zhou, the facts are clear now." Zhou Ping sighed and nodded. "I'll obey His Majesty's orders." Zhou Ping lifted his hand. The winged cavalry moved at the same time. The majestic sight caused the blood of the cultivators watching from afar to boil in excitement. Each and every one of the war horses and their riders was awe-inspiring. They looked like a battle machine as they hovered above the Zhao residence. It was as though the sky above the Zhao residence was their personal battlefield. The killing intent surging from their bodies felt as dangerous as the threats from the unknown land. The atmosphere was heavy and gloomy. Zhao Yu was furious. The golden token was Zhao Yu's ultimate move. If it was useless, then there was nothing else he could do. It also proved one thing to him. The Emperor of Great Qin had never taken him seriously. Zhao Yu found it laughable and slightly sad. Since the Emperor of Great Qin did not care, why not end his relationship with them, mother and son? What was the point of leading them on before letting his lackeys toy with them? At this time, 3 cavalrymen flew forward and surrounded Mingshi Yin, who was standing near Shi Qishu's corpse, from 3 directions. Their speed was astonishing. Mingshi Yin did not expect the other party to attack so quickly. He brought out his separation hook, ready to resist. At the moment the 3 cavalrymen were about to attack, a green figure flitted past the 3 cavalrymen at even more exaggerated and extreme speed. Swoosh, swoosh, swoosh. The speed was beyond everyone's understanding. At the same time, a streak of red light shot out behind a golden halo. The 3 cavalrymen stopped moving immediately, hovering at a low altitude. Most people could not capture the movements and were unaware of what had happened. Only a few people with high cultivation bases wore surprised expressions on their faces when they saw this scene. The one who had flitted past the 3 cavalrymen was none other than Sword Devil Yu Shangrong, the second disciple of the Evil Sky Pavilion. Yu Shangrong appeared to the left of the 3 cavalrymen, holding his longevity sword. His back was facing them. A skilled swordsman did not need to look to know the outcome as soon as he made a move. He smiled faintly as he loosened his grip around the longevity sword. As though it had consciousness, it returned to its scabbard. Meanwhile, the 3 cavalrymen wore horrified expressions on their faces. Crack, 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 crack. The armor cracked before blood spurted out from the cracks. With that, the 3 cavalrymen fell from their war horses. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. The war horses grew restless and began to neigh in panic. Their panicked neighing seemed to affect the remaining 97 war horses. With that, all the war horses panicked and neighed. Someone even rose on their 2 hind legs. Just like that, their neat formation was broken. Thud, thud, thud. The 3 awe-inspiring cavalrymen fell to the ground, heavily injured. Ji Wenzi, Zhou Ping said angrily. "I'll save them," Ji Wenzi hurriedly said. It was not scary to lose a birth chart. However, if the serious injuries were not treated, they might lose all their birth charts and die. Ji Wenzi launched 3 energy seals toward the 3 injured cavalrymen. Woof, woof, woof. At this time, Xianxia suddenly grew several times bigger before flying toward the 3 cavalrymen on the ground. Then, it bared its fangs before it tore into them in a frenzy. Everyone was shocked by this sight. Although Ji Wenzi's healing energy seals had landed on 3 cavalrymen, The speed of their healing could not keep up with Xianxia's speed of destruction. Xianxia bit one of the cavalrymen's necks before swinging him back and forth. Bang! 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 Xianxia loosened his bite, tossing the bloody cavalryman away. The other 2 cavalrymen suffered a similar fate. Woof! Xianxia pawed the ground. Its eyes glinted coldly as it bared its bloody fangs. Zhou Ping roared, "Wretched beast! How dare you attack my people?" Zhou Ping leaped off his warhorse and dove from the sky. His entire body was shrouded by green energy. In just a blink of an eye, he appeared in front of Ji Wenzi and Ji Wuzi. He quickly joined his palms together. Following that, a green dagger shot toward Xianxia at lightning speed. Mingshi tossed the separation hook, which was glowing with a golden light, to block the green dagger. Zhou Ping seemed to have expected this. He flashed forward, moving at a speed that was faster than the green dagger. He struck as soon as he arrived in front of Mingshi. Bang! Mingshi flew back, coughing up blood. "You didn't lose your birth chart? Very well. I'm going to destroy one now." Zhou Ping moved again. Everyone thought Zhou Ping was going to attack Mingshi again when he suddenly switched directions and arrived next to Xianxia in just a blink of an eye. He launched several energy seals, sending Xianxia flying. Xianxia rolled several times on the ground. Everyone retreated, looking at Zhou Ping as though they were facing a great enemy. Zhou Ping turned to look at Yu Shangrong, who was hovering in the sky, and said, "You better come down now." Swoosh! A huge golden saber flew over from the side. Zhou Ping dodged the saber. As though the saber had already predicted this, it suddenly flipped and shot out horizontally. Bang! Zhou Ping exploded with energy seals. He used his arms to block the saber and was pushed several steps back. Everyone turned to look at the owner of the saber, Yu Zhenghai. Yu Zhenghai waved his hand, and the jasper saber flew back to him. Following that, he said with a smile, "You're quite strong." Zhou Ping sized Yu Zhenghai up before he scoffed. "Since you're all accomplices, no one's allowed to leave today." Zhou Ping raised his hand. The remaining 97 cavalrymen rushed down toward the Zhao residence immediately. They landed in a neat row next to the 3 warhorses. Following that, their silver armor lit up one after another. Swoosh! Zhou Ping ignored Yu Zhenghai and charged toward Mingshi. Mingshi hurriedly smacked his hand on the ground. Boom! Bluewood formed a tall wall in front of Mingshi. Zhou Ping charged through the wall of bluewood, reducing them to pieces of wood. However, he could not find Mingshi. At this moment, little Yuaner's indignant voice rang in the air. "Master, it's them!" Everyone turned in the direction of the crisp and clear voice. They saw Lu Zhou, who was dressed in a long robe, walking over with his hands on his back. His extraordinary bearing could hardly be concealed. Little Yuaner and Conk walked next to Lu Zhou. Everyone from the Evil Sky Pavilion bowed. "Greetings, Master." "Greetings, Pavilion Master." Bang! Mingshi emerged from the ground nearby. A mischievous smile could be seen on his face as he asked, "Master, why are you here?" Lu Zhou did not know much about the current situation. His knowledge was limited to what little Yuaner had told him. All she had said was something about some people bringing Shi Qishu's corpse here to look for trouble. Lu Zhou glanced at Mingshi. When he saw the traces of blood at the corner of Mingshi lip, he shook his head. Upon seeing Lu Zhou's gaze, Mingshi scratched his head and said sheepishly, "I didn't practice hard enough. I'm sorry for disappointing you, Master." Lu Zhou continued to advance. He saw 4 corpses on the ground. They belonged to Shi Qishu and the 3 cavalrymen. Their armor was cracked, and they were drenched in blood. The state of their corpses was rather miserable. Then, he saw Xianxia lying on the ground in the distance, licking its body. Xianxia whimpered as though it was crying and complaining. Zhao Yu hurriedly stepped forward and bowed. "Old sir, why are you here?" Lu Zhou ignored Zhao Yu. Based on the scene, it looked like the Evil Sky Pavilion had the upper hand, but it was clearly not the case. He shook his head before he pointed at Zhou Ping, who was clearly the most arrogant person among the enemy's party, and asked, "What's your name?" Zhou Ping had never been pointed at in such a manner before. Even when he was with the Emperor of Great Qin, the Emperor would call him his esteemed general. Even the venerable masters were polite to him. Hence, how could he reply to Lu Zhou's question? Lu Zhou continued to ask, "Were you the one who injured my disciple?" Zhou Ping pointed at Ming Shiyin and finally spoke. "Is he your disciple? As a junior, you have no respect for your elders." Lu Zhou only said this before he pushed his hand out. Abandoned wisdom that had been imbued with divine power shot out of Lu Zhou's hand that shone with a golden light like a golden dragon. It seemed to carry the weight of Mount Tai. Zhou Ping's expression changed immediately when he felt the pressure from the palm seal. He hurriedly raised his hand to stop the palm seal. Boom! Perhaps Lu Zhou had gotten used to being old after such a long time, or perhaps it was for some other reason, but he thought people like Zhou Ping were young and green. They were like frogs at the bottom of a well, unable to see the whole sky and unaware of how immense the world was. The size of the palm seal was not even big enough to cover the Zhao residence's main courtyard. Therefore, Zhou Ping thought the best way to deal with it was by launching his own palm seal. Alas, he was unaware that this was the worst way to deal with the palm seal. When Zhou Ping's green palm seal collided with the golden palm seal, he expected the golden palm seal to weaken at least. Contrary to his expectations, not only did it not weaken, but it seemed to have grown bigger and stronger after the collision. The scripts for abandoned wisdom were linked together like a golden dragon as it continued to advance. Something's wrong. Zhou Ping's calmness was replaced by nervousness and shock when he saw his green palm seal vanishing. He hurriedly lifted his hands and launched 2 green palm seals that merged into one after they shot out. Boom! The energy from the golden palm seal and green palm seal's collision rippled out horizontally. Bang! The people in the surroundings had to lower themselves to avoid the force of the collision. Crack! The solid red wooden pillar was neatly cut into 2, causing the building it supported to be lopsided. The 100 warhorses neighed and kept retreating. The green palm seal dissipated again. Boom! This time, the golden palm seal landed heavily on Zhou Ping. Just like that, the battle ended. Ji Wenzi and Ji Wuzi instinctively retreated at this time. The biggest reason they were so bold as to come to Zhao residence today was most due to Zhou Ping and his legendary troop. In Great Qin, there were many cultivators who were close to being venerable masters. However, they were mostly stuck at the stage because they could not pass the 3rd birth trial, or they could not activate a great birth chart due to a lack of suitable life hearts. Zhou Ping was one of these people. Similar to Yu Shangrong and Yu Zhanghai, Zhou Ping had many experiences on the battlefield and had encountered many life or death situations. However, such a person, the leader of the legendary troop, was defeated just like that. Moreover, Zhou Ping was defeated with a simple palm seal without the power of the Tao. Divine objects, special formation, fancy display of primal qi, energy swords, or energy sabers. How could the Ji brothers not panic? Brother, was there something wrong with the qi orb? Ji Wuzi's expression was rather unsightly at this moment. I don't know, Ji Wenzi replied in a low voice. He did not dare to speak loudly. Didn't you say it's impossible for the qi orb to be wrong? Zhou Ping has 17 birth charts, but he's defeated with 1 move. I don't believe that person has only passed 2 birth trials. I don't believe it either. Now's not the time to argue. Let's wait for the venerable master's arrival. Ji Wenzi did not know which part of his plan had gone wrong. At this moment, he had no choice but to act according to the situation. The venerable master will come? Ji Wuzi was astonished. I'm not sure. After the energy dissipated, everyone saw Zhou Ping sprawling in a pit on the ground. The people of the Evil Sky Pavilion shook their heads. The disciples were already used to this scene. There were too many of such scenes, after all. It was as though their master liked smacking his opponents into the ground. It worked every single time. This move was very effective, and it was the best way to destroy arrogance. Zhou Ping faced the sky and exhaled slowly. He shifted his gaze slightly and saw Lu Zhou looking down at him, standing with one hand on his back. His body trembled slightly. Realization finally dawned on him. His opponent was a super expert who far surpassed him. What should he do now? At this moment, Zhao Yu recalled that thrilling and magnificent scene at the Pillar of Destruction. In comparison, this was just child's play. Ji Wenzi and Ji Wuzi gulped and fell to their knees at the same time. They kept saying, "Misunderstanding, misunderstanding. It's all a misunderstanding." Needless to say, the men standing behind the duo fell to their knees as well. The table turned so quickly that everyone was shocked. Lu Zhou did not pay attention to Ji Wenzi and Ji Wuzi. Instead, he looked at Zhou Ping, who was still lying in the pit, before he said, "How dare you block my palm seal and survive?" Zhao Yu hurriedly stepped forward and said with an ingratiating smile, "Old sir, this is Great Qin's Supreme General Zhou." Feeling like the introduction was not enough, he added the information about the legendary troop and recounted the tale of them wiping out the 10 kingdoms. It was fine if Zhao Yu did not recount all these things. Zhou Ping felt his blood surge and vomited a mouthful of blood upon hearing Zhao Yu's words. After all, the praises now sounded like insults. Lu Zhou nodded. Legendary troop? Zhou Ping was livid. He raised his head to look at Lu Zhou. He took a long time articulating his thoughts before he finally said, Under His Majesty's order, I came to apprehend the murderer." Lu Zhou looked at the crowd before he looked at Zhou Ping, perplexed. What murderer? At this time, Kong, one who had left without anyone's notice at some point, returned with a chair. He placed the chair behind Lu Zhou and wiped it with his sleeve before he said, "Pavilion Master, please take a seat." Lu Zhou nodded and sat down. Zhao Yu said, "Let me explain to the Pavilion Master." Then, he turned to Zhou Ping and said, "General Zhou, if you feel that my explanations are wrong, please feel free to correct me." With that, Zhao Yu began to recount what had happened. In fact, Lu Zhou already had a vague idea of what was happening after briefly observing using the power of sight. However, he thought it was fine to let Zhao Yu talk since he had plenty of time. Zhao Yu took about 15 minutes to tell the story, including as many details as possible. He even expressed his doubts about Shi Qishu's death. While Zhao Yu was talking, Zhou Ping sat up. He held his chest and coughed a few times before he wiped the blood off the corner of his lips and patted the dust off himself. Then, he climbed out of the pit before he sat at the edge of the pit. After Zhao Yu finished speaking, he looked at Zhou Ping and asked, "General Zhou, am I fair with my explanation?" Zhou Ping nodded. He turned slightly and looked at the sky before he shouted angrily, "A bunch of good-for-nothings! Come down now!" If it were not for the crowd, Zhou Ping would have cursed. Their leader had already been beaten until he vomited blood. And yet, they were still sitting atop the warhorses, trying to show off. They were really brainless. The remaining 97 cavalrymen landed one after another. Fortunately, the Zhao residence's main courtyard could accommodate over 1,000 people. After the cavalrymen landed, they made sure their warhorses stayed in place before they ran over toward Zhou Ping and stood respectfully near him. Two of them quickly went forward to help Zhou Ping up. Zhou Ping pushed them away with a wave of his hand as he cursed, "Get lost!" Everyone was speechless. Lu Zhou shook his head and said, "You're not very capable, but you have quite the temper, Zhou Ping." Ji Wenzi and Ji Wuzi had already landed. How could they dare to remain in the sky at this time? Lu Zhou said, "I have an understanding of the matter now. In short, you're here to apprehend Shi Qishu's murderer, correct?" "Yes," Ji Wenzi replied curtly. He would risk making mistakes if he spoke too many words, after all. Facing such a person, the fewer words he said, the better it would be. "You used the Qi Orb's powder and confirmed the murderer is my disciple, correct?" "Yes." Lu Zhou nodded before he looked at the 3 corpses on the ground. Then, he asked, "Those 3 are killed by Yu Shangrong, correct?" Upon hearing this, Yu Shangrong bowed and said, "Master, I did kill them." Lu Zhou looked at the cracks on the armor and said, "The sword strikes could only destroy 3 birth charts, so they couldn't be fatal." "Old sir, you're right. The rest was done by Xianxia." "Woof, woof, woof." Xianxia barked and ran over. It crouched by Lu Zhou's side and bared its fangs at the crowd. Ming Shirin. Ming-Shi thought that it was true that dogs relied on their owner for power. The ancients truly did not deceive him. Old Fourth. Yes, master. Did you kill Shi Qishu? You're not allowed to lie. I want to hear the truth, Lu Zhou said solemnly. Ming-Shi moved to stand next to Qiong Qi before he said, I did. Woof, woof, woof. Ming-Shi Yin's reply was like a stone that stirred up 1,000 waves. The crowd began to whisper in hushed noises. Previously, Ming-Shi had denied his involvement in Shi Qishu's death and came up with all kinds of excuses. By admitting to his crime now, was he not slapping his own face, Zhao Yu's face, and the faces of everyone in the Zhao residence? At this time, the person who was most angered by Ming-Shi Yin's admission was Zhou Ping. He had lost 3 subordinates because of this matter. If he did not demand an explanation for his men's wrongful deaths, how was he going to face his men in the future? How would he continue to lead the legendary troop? Silence, Kong Wen said in a firm voice. Everyone fell silent immediately. Lu Zhou looked at Ming-Shi. Why? Shi Qishu deserves to die, Ming-Shi replied. Lu Zhou did not continue to ask Ming-Shi questions. Instead, he looked at Ming-Shi, waiting for Ming-Shi to explain. After all, just the words he deserved to die were not reason enough. Ming-Shi naturally knew his master was waiting for him to explain himself. He made up his mind before he said through gritted teeth, because he killed my brother, Meng Shang, Ji Wenzi and Ji Wuzi. The others were puzzled. Although Ji Wenzi and Ji Wuzi had never heard of the name Meng Shang, they knew what the surname Meng meant. This confirmed their previous speculation. The young man in front of them was a surviving member of the Meng family. Your brother, Meng Shang? Lu Zhou was perplexed. Meng Shang and I grew up in the Meng mansion. When I was 8 years old, Shi Qishu killed Meng Shang, Ming-Shi said. Everyone from the Evil Sky Pavilion except for Yu Shangrong was surprised as well. Ming-Shi said with a smile, I've never liked complaining, and I'm too lazy to talk about the past. Who would be willing to remember such an unbearable past? As for whether people believed him or not, Ming-Shi did not care. Shi Qishu was dead, and this was the greatest consolation for Meng Shang's soul in heaven. Ming-Shi had only said all this because he did not want to deceive his master. He did not care about what happened next. Even if his master punished him, he still felt that it was worth it. A life for a life. That's very reasonable, Lu Zhou said as he nodded. Everyone was stunned by these words. Ming-Shi was even more stunned. His master did not even doubt him. How did his master know he was not making this up? Zhou Ping and Ji Wenzi wondered if Ming-Shi made this up as well. Ji Wenzi asked, Little brother, which Meng mansion are you talking about? Kong Wen interjected. If I may, I'd like to make a few corrections. 1, he's not little. 2, he's not your brother. Ji Wenzi said awkwardly, I apologize. Ming-Shi replied honestly, Meng Mingshir's mansion. Meng Mingshi, the god of war and the hero of Mount Shao. Ji Wenzi's heart skipped a beat upon hearing this, even if he had already known this. After a moment, he said, So you're referring to that Meng mansion. However, it's been a long time since anyone has lived in that place. We don't even know if there was a person called Meng Shang. You said General she killed Meng Shang. Then you should at least produce evidence, right? I can tell that the old sir is wise and is able to distinguish right from wrong. My words are evidence enough, Lu Zhou said. Ji Wenzi. Ji Wenzi felt as though he had been slapped. Lu Zhou looked at Ji Wenzi and said, When I first accepted him as my disciple, he was only 10 years old. He carried a piece of jade with him. The word Ming was carved on the jade. Hence, I named him Ming-Shi. Everything in the world has a cause and effect. His name, based on ancient scripts, means to be carefree and to have a clear mind and heart, so that one would not stray onto the path of filth and darkness. Ming-Shi had always thought his name was just a nickname. He did not put much importance on his name. It was fine as long as it did not sound terrible. He even switched his surname to Ri occasionally. The traditional idea that men should honor their surname always sounded like nonsense to him. He was not bound by such traditions. Since ancient times, it was the responsibility of parents to name their children. They would meticulously choose a name for their children since it would accompany their children for the rest of their lives. However, to Mingshi, having parents was a luxury itself, so he did not expect anything from them. Hence, how could he not be moved by his master's words? Xianxia said with a troubled expression, "Old sir, how can I trust your words?" As soon as Xianxia's voice fell, Lu Zhou raised his hand. A golden palm seal was launched in Xianxia's direction. It was the same palm seal that hit Zhou Ping earlier. The words abandoned wisdom could be seen on the palm seal, strung together like a dragon. Xianxia was shocked and retreated immediately. "Brother!" Xianxia cried out and rushed to Xianxia's side. The two brothers worked together and released 4 palm seals. Boom! The golden palm seal advanced unhindered and arrived in front of the two brothers. Boom! The two brothers flew back and spat out blood before landing on the ground at the same time. They felt their qi and blood surging. The pain was unbearable. When they finally struggled to their feet, they vomited blood again. The force of the palm seal was really too domineering. "Lord Ji!" One of the brothers' men finally cried out. I'm fine," Xianxia said as he raised his hand. How could he not know why Lu Zhou made a move? His earlier words were no different from courting death. After all, there was no need for someone who could defeat Zhou Ping to reason with him. In his opinion, the old man in front of him was very likely a venerable master. Finally, Xianxia endured the pain and cupped his fists together as he said, "Thank you for sparing my life, old sir," Lu Zhou said calmly. "To me, whether I kill all of you or reason with you, the result will be the same." Everyone retreated in unison. The cavalryman's expressions changed drastically. Xianxia did not dare to say anything. At this time, a voice rang from the distance. "Venerable Master Fan is here." Xianxia and Xianxia were overjoyed. Zhou Ping hurriedly waved his hand. 2 cavalrymen stepped forward to help him up with great difficulty. Xianxia did not expect Fan Zhong to really show up. He and his brother turned around and cupped their fists together, waiting for Fan Zhong's arrival. Zhou Ping was the same. Needless to say, the Ji brother and Zhou Ping's men were even more reverent. "Tell him to wait outside." Lu Zhou's words were akin to pouring a bucket of ice water on them. His words were said in an ordinary tone, but there was something about it that made them feel strange. Zhao Yu, who had seen Lu Zhou in action, hurriedly volunteered himself. "I'll go." It did not take long before Zhao Yu returned. He bowed and said, "Venerable Master Fan said he's willing to wait for you. He's also said that he'll come in when you want to see him." Xianxia nudged Xianxia with his elbow. He really wanted to ask if there was a mistake somewhere. Xianxia, on the other hand, was perplexed. A strange and ominous feeling rose in his heart. He was about to open his mouth to protest when a voice rang from outside. "The 49 swordsmen are here." This time, without waiting for Lu Zhou to speak, Zhao Yu said impatiently, "Tell them to wait." "Understood." Soon enough, the messenger returned and said, "The 49 swordsmen's Yuan Lang said Venerable Master Qin has ordered for the gift to be personally delivered to the old sir. He said the gift is very important." "Let him come in alone," Lu Zhou said. "Understood." Shortly afterward, Yuan Lang walked in respectfully with a brocade box in hand. He was surprised to see so many people inside. He was puzzled when he saw Xianxia, Xianxia, and Zhou Ping. Nevertheless, he did not pay attention to them since his mission had nothing to do with them. Yuan Lang walked up to Lu Zhou and said, "The 49 swordsmen's Yuan Lang pays respect to the old sir." Xianxia, Xianxia, and Zhou Ping's expressions were stiff and strange as they looked at Yuan Lang, one of the 49 swordsmen. Venerable Master Fan was waiting outside while Venerable Master sent gifts. Just who was the old man in front of them? Xianxia wanted to seize the opportunity to build a good relationship with Qin Renue, so he asked Yuan Lang in a low voice, "I wonder how's Venerable Master Qin?" Yuan Lang did not even look at Ji Wenzi. He held the brocade box in his hand and thought to himself, "What right do you have to speak at this time?" Yuan Lang's sole purpose of coming here was to visit Lu Zhou. Ji Wenzi's interruption really displeased him. Ji Wenzi. Lu Zhou only glanced at Yuan Lang. He was not in a hurry to reply to Yuan Lang. Instead, he pointed at Ji Wenzi and asked, "Did the Emperor of Great Qin send you here?" "Yes," Ji Wenzi replied in a low voice. "So, you think I don't dare to do anything to you because you have the Emperor's support? Am I right?" Lu Zhou asked. He had met so many people like Ji Wenzi that he had already grown numb. In other words, these people did not know who they were dealing with at all. Upon hearing Lu Zhou's words, Ji Wenzi hurriedly bowed. "It's not like that. I'm just following orders." "Give me the golden token," Lu Zhou said. Zhao Yu respectfully handed the golden token over. Lu Zhou held the golden token in his hand. It was rather light and was not made of pure gold. After a moment, he asked, "Why don't you kneel when you see this golden token?" Thud. Ji Wenzi, Ji Wuzi, and the other cultivators fell to their knees in unison. Zhou Ping and the cavalrymen fell to their knees as well. Seeing this golden token is like seeing the emperor himself. Zhao Yu brought this token out and asked all of you to leave the Zhao residence. But all of you disobeyed the order. "Who gave you the courage to act that way?" Lu Zhou asked. Although Zhao Yu's had said words like these as well, when it was said by Lu Zhou, the effect was different. These words rendered Ji Wenzi speechless and made his face turn red. Lu Zhou finally shifted his gaze away from Ji Wenzi to Yuan Lang and asked, "Why did Qin Renyue send you here?" Venerable Master Qin went to the ancient ruins in Pingdan in the unknown land and found this there. He said it's very important and that I have to hand it over to you, Yuan Lang replied. Lu Zhou looked at the brocade box. It was brown, and there were exquisite decorative patterns around it. However, it was clearly old. Dirt could be seen in the edges of the box. "Open it," Lu Zhou said. "Yes." Yuan Lang did not hesitate and opened the brocade box. Clack! An old musty smell wafted out of the box as Yuan Lang presented it to Lu Zhou. Lu Zhou did not think there would be anything precious in the brocade box. After all, how could Qin Renyue give away a treasure? Even if Qin Renyue knew how to distinguish right from wrong and was rather sensible, there was no reason for him to give a treasure away. However, he frowned as soon as he saw what was in the box. Upon seeing the frown on Lu Zhou's face, the people of the Evil Sky Pavilion were surprised. After all, it was rare for him to show his emotions on his face. All of them wondered what was in the brocade box that could put a frown on his face. Little Yuaner and Conk even tiptoed to try to catch a glimpse of what lay in the box. An old and yellowed book lay in the box. Although it was old, it was protected from decay by the runes that were carved on it. The title only consisted of 4 huge words. The Scripture of Sermons. There was nothing special about these 4 words. The interesting thing was actually located below the title. A box that was drawn with a brush could be seen below the title, and there were 26 alphabets written above the box. It was not an exaggeration to say that in this world, apart from Lu Zhou, it was very difficult to find another person who could recognize these 26 alphabets. Apart from that, the 3 words Evil Sky Pavilion were written on the cover as well. Lu Zhou picked up the book in disbelief. The Scripture of Sermons? Yuan Lang said respectfully. When Venerable Master Qin found this in Pingdan, he thought it was interesting. When he saw the words Evil Sky Pavilion, he thought this book must belong to you. Perhaps you lost it when you went to Pingdan, old sir. In any case, it has now returned to its rightful owner. After Yuan Lang finished speaking, he closed the empty brocade box and retreated to the side. He felt much more relaxed and had time to focus on other matters now that he had completed his task. He glanced at Ji Wenzi and Ji Wuzi and shook his head as he thought to himself, so many blind men. Lu Zhou looked at the book as 100 different emotions surged in his heart. No matter how long he had stayed in this place, everything he had learned on Earth was still deeply ingrained in him. It did not matter how high his cultivation base was or how strong he was here. Venerable Master Qin said that this book is protected by mysterious runes. If one uses force to open it, it's likely that the book will be destroyed. Venerable Master Qin had looked for many rune masters, but none of them could figure out the secrets of the runes. Yuan Lang said. Little Yuaner looked at the 3 words on the cover and asked with a smile. It really says, Evil Sky Pavilion. Master, when did you go to that whatever ping place? Yuan Lang's expression grew slightly unnatural as he tried to say in the most humble tone, It's Ping Dan. Ping Dan. Yuan Lan explained, There are 12 places in the unknown land, and they were named after each of the 12 hours in the ancient time. They are Yiban, Jiming, Pingdan, Richu, Shishir, Yuzhong, Rizhong, Ridai, Wanshi, Riru, Huanghun, and Rinding. After the unknown land became what it is today, there were frequent mountain movements and changes in the land and sea. In just 2 days, most of the places could undergo drastic changes. In order to better determine the location, the ancient saints used the red line as the axis and divided the unknown land into 12 areas according to the ancient hours. Everyone nodded. Little Yuaner asked curiously, Then what about the Great Desolate Land? Then, she added, I think the Great Desolate Land sounds better than Yuzhong. Yuan Lang said with a smile, The Great Desolate Land is the former name of Yuzhong. It corresponds with one of the 12 earthly branches of the ancient system, just like how Rending corresponds with the Great Offering Abyss. Yiban corresponds with the Quandary Land. Pingdan corresponds with... Wait a minute, Little Yuaner said as she scratched her head. I can't remember everything. It's better for you to tell these things to my 7th senior brother if you see him in the future. Little Yuaner did not care about the names of the places or their origins. Yuan Lang nodded and no longer continued explaining. Instead, he said, Humans used to live in the unknown land. Naturally, at that time it wasn't called the unknown land. The Great Desolate Land, the Great Offering Abyss, the Quandary Land. These were all old names. Then, do you know where the Great Void is? Little Yuaner asked. Yuan Lang shook his head. Let alone me. Even Venerable Master Qin doesn't know where it is. Oh. Little Yuaner said perfunctorily before she turned to look at her master. She saw he was still studying the 26 letters. Upon seeing this, Yuan Lang said, It's not surprising if you can't decipher them. Venerable Master Qin once brought this book everywhere as he searched for experts to decipher them. No one could decipher them. Moreover, they don't look like ordinary runes. However, since the words, Evil Sky Pavilion, are written on it, I'm sure you'll be able to open it sooner or later. Swoosh! Lu Zhou opened the book. It was as though he was back on Earth, sitting in a library and flipping through a dusty old book. Yuan Lang. Lu Zhou did not pay attention to Yuan Lang. When he saw the letters in the books, the nonsensical scripts he had previously comprehended suddenly began to appear in his mind like glittering golden letters one after another. Lu Zhou was taken aback. He could sense the power was similar to the heavenly writing's energy, so he hurriedly closed it. As soon as Lu Zhou closed the book, the scripts from the heavenly writing vanished. The blue lotus avatar in his body slowly calmed down as well. He did not expect the book to resonate so greatly with the heavenly writing. At the same time, a word rose in his mind. Why? What surprised him even more was the 26 letters on the cover. Apart from that, the password to open the book was related to the bright moon shines over the sea. From far away we share this moment together. In the end, he was still left with a lot of questions and no answers. Although he had experienced many things here, he still knew nothing. Yuan Lang had said Qin Renyue had found the book in Pingdan. Based on this, it was clear that not only did Ji Tiandao go to Yuzhong, but he had gone to Pingdan as well. Not only did Ji Tiandao obtain 10 great void seeds, but he had also obtained various cultivation methods and treasures. No wonder the Evil Sky Pavilion became the target of all cultivators. An innocent man would still be found guilty of possessing treasures. No matter what method Ji Tiandao had used to obtain all these things, they were not something an 8-leaf cultivator could protect. In a way, Jiang Wenshu was right. If the Golden Lotus cultivators had stayed at the 8-leaf stage forever, the Black Lotus domain, the Red Lotus domain, or the Green Lotus domain would not have much interest in the Golden Lotus domain at all. In order to maintain the balance, the equalizers had to maintain the situation in the Golden Lotus domain at all times. After all, the free men did not dare to act rashly. Lu Zhou thought about the recent upheavals in the Golden Lotus domain and wondered if the equalizers were already getting rid of unknown variables. Yuan Lang's expression was one of surprise as he bowed and said, "Congratulations, old sir, on unlocking the book." Lu Zhou looked at Yuan Lang and said, "I indeed lost this book. Return and tell Qin Runyue that I acknowledge this favor." Yuan Lang said, "We only returned this book to its original owner." Lu Zhou nodded and praised Yuan Lang. "Very good." Yuan Lang retreated to the side respectfully again. He was relaxed once again. This meant that the conflict between the Qin clan and the Evil Sky Pavilion had been resolved. After Lu Zhou put away the book in his hand, he looked at Ji Wenzi and asked, "How do you plan to deal with today's matter?" Ji Wenzi replied, "We acted rashly today. I'm willing to apologize and make amends for today's matter." Ming Shirin muttered, "If it's useful to apologize, what's the use of having prisons?" Ji Wenzi asked, "Old sir, can I speak a few words from the bottom of my heart?" "Speak." "As a subject, I obey my ruler and do my duties. If His Majesty wants my death, then I can't live. If His Majesty wants me to go east, then I definitely don't dare to go west." He paused for a moment before he continued to say, "In regard to today's matter, it's no longer important who's right or wrong. If it's possible, I'd like to invite you to meet His Majesty. Everything will be left to the Emperor's judgment." Ji Wenzi's last sentence was said loudly and confidently. Ming Shirin rolled his eyes and said, "I need to correct you. You're a subject, but we're not. Who are you trying to scare by repeatedly mentioning the Emperor? Apart from that, who's your Emperor? Do you think any person is worthy of meeting my master?" Ming Shirin added, "If he wants to meet my master, then he should come to my master." Indeed, no matter how high the status of the Emperor of Great Qin was, it had nothing to do with the people of the Evil Sky Pavilion. Ji Wenzi was rendered speechless by these words. At this time, Lu Zhou asked, "Are you saying that all of these were the Emperor's idea?" Ji Wenzi remained silently. It was clearly a tacit agreement. Lu Zhou patted the armrest of the chair lightly before he rose to his feet. "I won't say anything about the matter with the Zhao residents. However, you injured my disciple. I won't let that slide." Ji Wenzi was frightened by Lu Zhou's sudden change of topic. Lu Zhou flicked his sleeves and placed his hands on his back before he said, "Destroy his birth chart as punishment." Ji Wenzi and Ji Wuzi retreated as soon as Lu Zhou's voice fell. Several cultivators moved to stand in front of the two brothers, looking as though they were facing a great enemy. Zhou Ping was supported by two of his men and retreated as well. Yuan Lang, one of the 49 swordsmen, shook his head and said, "Why bother? You're just like an ant trying to stop a chariot from moving." Yuan Lang thought that if he were in Ji Wenzi's shoes, he would gladly accept the loss of one birth chart. If the matter escalated, the punishment would be worse than the loss of one birth chart. Zhou Ping, whose injuries had recovered slightly, cupped his fists together and asked, "Old sir, must you be so aggressive?" Lu Zhou pushed his hand out. A fiend monk's hand seal, which contained the divine energy, flew toward Zhou Ping immediately. Everyone turned pale with fright. The fiend monk's hand seal easily sent the weaker cavalryman flying. Bang! 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 The fiend monk's hand seal grabbed Zhou Ping at lightning speed before tightening its grip around him. Crack! Boom! Zhou Ping released energy seals to resist the fiend monk's hand seal. The sound of collision from the energy seals was thunderous. Boom! 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 The force of the collision rippled out into the surroundings. Zhou Ping's 97 subordinates, who had just taken a few steps back, were swept away by the energy. Meanwhile, Zhou Ping continued to struggle. At this time, Ji Wenzi cried out, "Go!" He grabbed Ji Wuzi and soared into the sky along with the other cultivators he had brought with him. leaving the courtyard. The cavalrymen flew into the sky as well. Without waiting for Lu Zhou to speak, Yuan Lang shouted, "Stop them!" 48 green energy swords appeared in the sky above the Zhao residence, quickly weaving into a formation and covering the sky. Soon enough, an even more powerful person appeared in the sky. Ji Wenzi cried out in surprise, "Venerable Master Fan?" Fan Zhong looked around and saw Zhou Ping, the commander of the legendary troop, who was still struggling, and Ji Wenzi and Ji Wuzi, who wore unsightly expressions on their faces. He frowned in confusion. Ji Wenzi. Ji Wenzi looked down at Lu Zhou and said, "Old sir, this isn't my original intention. Goodbye." Ji Wenzi and Ji Wenzi suddenly spun before shooting out a beam of light respectively into the sky. Upon seeing this, Fan Zhong exclaimed, "As expected of the Emperor's Gemini, Ji Wenzi and Ji Wuzi are connected like yin and yang." Bang! The two beams of light broke through the net of energy swords and flew toward the horizon. "Fan Zhong," Lu Zhou called out. Fan Zhong was briefly stunned. When he recovered, he said, "I heard Brother Lu is here, so I came to visit." "Stop Ji Wenzi and Ji Wuzi," Lu Zhou said bluntly. This, Fan Zhong hesitated. If it was possible, he did not want to offend anyone. Fan Zhong had always tried to maintain a neutral stance, resulting in his indecisiveness. Back then, Tuoba Siqing had advised him to work together to suppress the enemy, and he had hesitated. Now that Lu Zhou asked him to stop the Emperor's Gemini, he hesitated again. After all, Ji Wenzi and Ji Wuzi were the subordinates of the Emperor of Great Qin. They were not as simple as they looked. Lu Zhou grabbed Zhou Ping as he asked, "You're unwilling?" Fan Zhong thought about it for a moment before he said, "Please wait a moment, Brother Lu." Swoosh! When Fan Zhong moved, the void rippled. In just a blink of an eye, he appeared above Ji Wenzi and Ji Wuzi. When Fan Zhong's shadow fell on the duo, they raised their heads in unison. "Venerable Master Fan, why are you doing this? You've offended my friend, and you still want to flee? Come back here immediately." At the same time, countless palm seals fell from the sky and hit the two brothers. The special energy caused the two brothers to be frozen. Boom! Soon enough, the two brothers dropped heavily from the sky and spat out blood. At this time, the longevity sword flew out. Yu Shangrong did not move at all and only controlled the longevity sword from a great distance. The longevity sword looked like a red meteor as it sailed across the sky and pierced the two brothers' protective energies when they fell. Boom! 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 Boom!